Go ahead, Jessica.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, January 8th, 2024. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Today we are joined by ASL interpreters Dario Garcia and Selena Salum. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now we will receive an invocation by Cesar Rivera, a member of Join Us for Justice, the El Paso chapter of Americans United for Separation of Church and State.
Welcome, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners, Judge. I'd like to say a few words. The law says to solemnize this public space, not to condemn, recruit, or proselytize, but to encourage you as you discharge your duties to always have in your heart civil, human, environmental, socioeconomic, and reproductive rights. Also to remind us all that your task as a democratic body is the well-being of all El Pasoans and those that seek our help, without falling for the rhetoric of those that demonize the vulnerable, or for the greed and intolerance of those who just don't care, without turning anyone to a second-class rank, regardless of their language, national origin, ethnicity, or race, regardless of their sex, transgender identity, or socioeconomic class, whether they're Jewish, Muslim, Christian, atheist, or neo-pagan, whether they're refugees, migrants, Central American, or Ukrainian. Whether it's faith, reason, humanity, Mother Earth, or all of the above that inspire you, may it inspire each and every one of you and each one of us to cooperate and coordinate in friendship, forbearance, and love. Y que no demos menos de nosotros mismos, sino que demos más. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, do you have any opening comments you'd like to make before we begin?
Thank you. On behalf of myself and commissioners here today, we thank you for being here. This is our first Commissioners Court meeting. I want to wish all of you, an amazing 2024. We look forward to some exciting years. There's so many things that are going to be happening that I feel are very important, especially today in today's court. Some of the items we're going to discuss that have a lot to do with the future of all our constituents. So once again, we thank you for being here. We're very appreciative, and we look forward to a lot of different contacts during the year, and that you become, a little more accustomed to being here at Commissioners Court. It's really important to us to have your participation. So once again, have a tremendous 2024, and just have a great day and an amazing week. Thank you.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda, composed of items 4A through 4AA. Are there any items members of the court or public would like to pull for further discussion?
Commissioners? No? Move to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 5, resolutions. 5A, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing former UTEP minor baseball player Mike Maddox for his accomplishments as a professional pitching coach for the 2023 World Series champion Texas Rangers.
Commissioner Stout.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Happy 2024. I hope everybody had a restful break, and I wish you all the best for this next year. I have the honor of reading this resolution. I co-sponsored this resolution with County Judge Samaniego. I think we have Mr. Maddox online. Is he there, y'all? So he can hear us and okay. We're also joined by Jim Sinter, who's the director of athletics at UTEP, and Jeff Darby, who's a deputy athletic director and for brand advancement at UTEP. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us, and also my lady McMurray from State Representative Lena Ortega's office, who helped us with this resolution. Just want to start by saying, I think we all know what the Rangers did in the World Series, and I'm looking forward to being part of the honorifics on January 20th with you, Judge, as well. Quick fun fact about Mike Maddox, courtesy of our resident baseballer, Commissioner Coronado's assistant, Steven. Mike Maddox held his brother, who's a Hall of Fame pitcher, Greg Maddox, to 1 for 6 and 7 plate appearances. Don't know if y'all knew that, but I think that's a great stat. Mike Maddox is just one of UTEP's very significant sporting connections. We can go back to the NFL Hall of Fame receiver, Don Maynard, to Seth Joyner and Tony Tolbert, great defensive players who are on opposite sides of the 1990s Eagles-Cowboys rivalries, to basketball greats like Tim Hardaway, championship track and field teams as well. There are so many minor sporting greats, both individuals and teams, and so it's a pleasure for me to welcome you all to the Commissioners Court. Judge, I don't know if you want to say something before I read the resolution, or if you want to wait until I'm done, but...
Oh, wait, more than anything, just the incredible athletes here in El Paso, and they've put us on the map for so many years, and makes all these other narratives about El Paso fade away because of these incredible individuals, but I'll wait to make comments afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. And now we can see Mr. Maddox. Welcome, Mr. Maddox. I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution, and then we'll allow you to speak, okay? All right. The resolution says, whereas Mike Maddox was born August 27, 1961 in Dayton, Ohio, the son of Dave and Linda Maddox and brother of Greg Maddox. It's quite possible they were born with baseballs in their hands, as both went on to outstanding pitching careers in Major League Baseball. And whereas Mike Maddox was initially selected by the Cincinnati Reds during the 36th round of the 1979 MLB draft, but decided instead to attend the University of Texas at El Paso, UTEP, where he was a star pitcher on the 1985 UTEP NCAA baseball team. And whereas after college, he continued his career in baseball, playing for 9 MLB teams over 15 years, starting with 4 years on the Philadelphia Phillies and pitching his last season on the Houston Astros in 2000. Maddox then went on to an MLB coaching career, and whereas Mike Maddox coached for 4 MLB teams, Milwaukee Brewers from 2003 to 2008, Texas Rangers 2009 to 2015, Washington Nationals 2016-2017, St. Louis Cardinals 2018 to 2022, and then returned to the Texas Rangers as pitching coach in 2023. And whereas Mike Maddox presided over the Rangers' longest stretch of organizational success from 2009 to 2015, the Rangers posted 4 consecutive seasons of sub 4.00 team earned run averages, ERAs, from 2010 to 2013 this time. Returning to keep his legacy of success, Maddox coached the Rangers to dominate the 2023 MLB World Series with a 4-1 finish. And now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court commends Mike Maddox and joins the University of Texas at El Paso and many others in honoring him on the 20th of January 2024 for his work in helping the Texas Rangers win a World Series and making El Paso very proud. Signed this 8th day of January 2024, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Maddox, the floor is yours.
Welcome, Mike.
Well, thank you. I'm humbled to be recognized before the commission, the University of Texas at El Paso, and the state of Texas. It's been a dream come true for me, and accolades like this just make everything all the better. And I can't thank everybody enough. I'm humbled, I'm flattered, and just happy to be part of the El Paso and UTEP alumnus. And you know, life's been good ever since my time when I've left El Paso, but El Paso's always been in my heart, and I can't thank you all enough.
Thank you, Mike. Well, Mike, what a pleasure. I always think about how exciting that must be to be in the environments that you've been. But we'll go ahead and we'll hear from.
I just want to say thank you, everybody, for helping us to acknowledge Mike and honor him at the basketball game a week from Saturday. I want to thank Malia McMurray for collaborating with me on this initiative, and super excited to get Mike back to El Paso. I know it's been over 40 years since he threw a baseball for the UTEP Miners, but we're looking forward to getting him back, and I know you'll all be joining us at the basketball game week from Saturday and recognizing him and paying tribute to his excellent career both here with the UTEP Miners and as one of the top pitching coaches in all of Major League Baseball. Thank you.
Pretty exciting. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And once again, thank you all for being able to make this happen for Mike. You know, it's one of the neatest things when former student athletes go out and have great careers. That's really what this intercollegiate athletic realm is all about. Young people come to us, we mentor, we coach, we teach, we educate, and they go out and become great citizens, very, very successful in their careers, and obviously Coach has done a great job of taking his to the next level because he's got a world championship ring that most of our alums won't end up with one, right? Mm-hmm. So he's in a lofty place, and Mike, we're really happy for you and can't wait to see you next week when you come, and just want to congratulate him and thank the court here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Like I said, Mike, you made us proud, and I know you're going to be just an amazing ambassador for El Paso. You've always been. But this will really help you sort of have the title to take it to the next level. So once again, we thank you, and thank you for everything you do for our community. Commissioner Stott?
Just want to echo that. Thank you so much, Mr. Maddox. Looking forward to seeing you on the 20th and being able to hand you the resolution in person. But can we take a picture? Can we have Mr. Sinter and Mr. Darby come up, and then we'll roll the monitor over?
Roll the monitor.
And a round of applause, yes.
Item 5B, approve and adopt a resolution celebrating the life of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Coronado?
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, everybody, welcome. It is such an honor for me to present this resolution to the court. You know, I remember back as a boy, back in the 60s, you know, I heard it out on the streets, back when people used to sell newspapers out on the street. And I saw during that 1 year where both the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. and also Bobby Kennedy were killed. And I remember the first time I saw that in the news was when I was driving in a car and the newspapers were being sold out in the street. What a sad time, but what a great legacy Dr. King left behind. You know, it's kind of very heartwarming also because, you know, sometimes a lot of the people that are leaders in our country's history are forgotten, but not Dr. King. He'll never be forgotten because in many ways he is the soul of what the values of our country are. And, you know, it's really, like I said, an honor to do this. I looked up and what the theme of Martin Luther King 2024 is, and let me see, let me read it for you. It says the theme, it says, starts with me, shifting the cultural climate through the study and practice of Kingian nonviolence. You know, we think that all that work that Dr. Martin Luther King did was just really just a start. It was a great thing that he did for our country, but in many ways we're still having those kinds of fights. And so I appreciate everybody who keeps on in the work of Martin Luther King Jr. And so now I'll read the resolution. Whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s contributions to United States history placed him in this inimitable position, in his short lifetime, Martin Luther King Jr. was instrumental in helping us realize and rectify those unspeakable flaws which were tarnishing America's name. And whereas prior to the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Black Americans faced restrictive laws and customs. Individuals who broke those laws were subject to arrest and the harshness of the legal system. In December 1956, the United States Supreme Court declared Alabama's segregation laws unconstitutional. This led to the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And whereas Black Americans needed Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., but above all, America needed him. Within a span of 13 years, from 1955 to his death in 1968, he was able to expound, expose, and extricate America from many wrongs. And whereas in late 1967, Dr. King initiated a Poor People campaign designed to confront economic problems that had gone unaddressed by earlier civil rights reforms. The following year, while supporting striking sanitation workers in Memphis, Tennessee, Dr. King was assassinated on April 4th, 1968. Where do we go from here? Moving forward, we cannot lose our hard-earned civil rights, standing strong in an adverse world. Now, therefore, be it resolved that El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court recognize Monday, January 15th, 2024, as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
And we have here some representatives of many of our local organizations, so if y'all please go ahead and speak up and address.
Good morning. I'm Maureen Simmons. I'm the Vice President for the Martin Luther King Jr. Committee Incorporated of El Paso. We thank you for this resolution, for presenting it to us, and we would like to invite you to our program on Sunday, January the 14th at 3 p.m. at Mount Zion Baptist Church, 3400 Missouri, Wyoming Avenue. And these are some of my members from our committee.
I'm Sissy Bird.
Sissy.
I'm Holly Hollyfield. And Pastor Artie Maxwell.
Thank you.
Again, we thank you, and we look forward to seeing you all on Sunday, January 14th.
Well, you know, we want to thank you because of the legacy, and right now more than ever, if you think about, we have a lot of challenges coming at us, a lot of discrimination and racial situations that more than ever, you know, we wish he were here, but what he did to begin with gives us the strength, as Commissioner Coronado said. You know, his philosophy and his focus gives us the strength to continue his fight. And I hope most ethnicities realize that it wasn't just limited to his race, but to look what he did. He catapulted the Hispanic community as well, because he never focused on one particular race. He focused on everybody, especially the most vulnerable, to be able to be successful in our community. So I cannot thank you enough during these times that we continue to honor him and never forget what he did for us. But also, I always say that never let anybody die in vain. And the best way to honor a man of his character is to do what he wanted us to do, then complete his journey. I mean, he had a beautiful journey. I know he wanted more from that journey, but I think we can do a lot to continue that journey. So I thank you so much for for doing this and for having, supporting his life and his legacy. So thank you. Commissioner?
And again, thank you all for continuing the work of Dr. Martin Luther King. We are, as a community, as a country, we're indebted to the work that continues to be done in his name and really for the soul of our country. So thank you all very much. That's
Thank you.
Real quick,
Yes, sir.
I just also wanted to note that Martin Luther King Jr. was a social justice warrior who understood the intersectionality between race and class issues as well. And I also wanted to plug the county's effort this year. As we all know, Martin Luther King Jr. Day is the only holiday that's a national day of service as well, recognized by the federal government. And I just wanted to plug the effort that we're doing that is called Sneakers for Asylum Seekers. We're asking folks to donate either gently used or new shoes for the folks that are coming through this community seeking asylum, as they stay here, and we help them move on to their final destination. If people would like to volunteer with that effort as well, they can write to volunteer@epcounty.com. So thank you all very much. I just wanted to mention that we're doing a day of service with the county.
Great comment. Sissy, you want us to say?
And also, I would like to say, sneakers were brought today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So much.
Put it in the box.
Thank you.
I think we need some folks on this side, though.
That's not Gabby's phone? No. Erica's phone? I've seen that phone a lot. Like, I have seen that phone.
Item 5C, approve and adopt a resolution honoring and celebrating the life of Commissioner Carl L. Robinson in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you. What a continued privilege, and I know on behalf of the county, our legal team, and everybody that had an opportunity to work with Commissioner Robinson, gives us such an opportunity. The camaraderie that we had here, the 4 years of having him here at Commissioner's Court. I always feel like I wish we could do more, because of his relationship that we had with him and with the county. So we're honored to be able to present this resolution. Whereas the County of El Paso has sadly lost an esteemed and deep charitable leader with the passing of former City Council member and County Commissioner Carl Lee Robinson on December the 22nd, 2023, at the age of 77. and was born on November the 16th, 1946, Carl L. Robinson grew up in Cleveland, Ohio. Although his family struggled financially, his mother still found time to volunteer and help others whenever she could, which left a profound impression on him as a child. We went on to serve as the county as a member of the United States Army for 25 years, which included time overseas in Vietnam. He arrived in El Paso in 1977, where he was stationed in Fort Bliss. Whereas Commissioner Robinson successfully ran for a seat on the El Paso City Council and served as a Northeast City Representative from 2009 until 2017. When term limits made him ineligible for re-election, he again won public office when he was elected at the El Paso County Commissioners Court, where his tenure lasted from 2018 to 2022. Whereas after retiring from the Army in 1991, Commissioner Robinson dedicated himself to making a difference in his community as an activist, volunteer, and organizer for a variety of local civic charitable veterans groups. He was involved with the Northeast Civic Association, Salvation Army, Trans Mountain Optimist Club, VFW Post number 2451, and American Legion Post number 832, among various other organizations over the years. And whereas Commissioner Robinson helped feed over 500 families each year by cooking Christmas dinners with the Sheriff's Office and firefighters in Northeast El Paso. Commissioner Robinson led an annual food drive collecting and distributing 16 tons of food for 10 shelters across the county and city, delivering to families in need on Martin Luther King Day, Jr. Day. He also organized an annual Thanksgiving dinner that fed 3,000 to 5,000 people for the past 15 years and received awards and recognition from many local organizations as well as from Special Olympics Texas. And whereas during his time as commissioner, he spearheaded the Enrique Moreno Courthouse, remaining with a unanimous vote for the court in memory of the respected attorney and unveiling of the monument and glass display case honoring the life of Mr. Enrique Moreno. And whereas Commissioner Robinson supported the completion of passenger shelters Phase 1 in his respective precinct, which included the installation of 4 new passenger shelters, concrete pads, and other amenities such as a map case, solar illumination, AD4 mat, bike rack, and bench at each location. Commissioner Robinson also spearheaded the purchase of VacCon heavy vacuum trucks and used to help better respond to floods by removing multiple tons of ponding water from roadways, neighborhoods, and canals, and voted for the protection of employees' rights within the county's retirement system. Whereas Carl Robinson was a pillar for his community and a source of inspiration to the countless people, and he leaves behind a record of service that his loved ones can remember with pride. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court celebrates the life of Commissioner Carl L. Robinson and expresses deepest sympathy and love to his children, Anthony Robinson, Wanafa Marmolejo, his niece and lifetime provider, Tammy Douglas, and to all his relatives and friends. Signed this 8th day of January, 2014.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Tammy?
Thank you all for that resolution. Go, just like you said, Judge, he did serve 2 tours
Tammy,
of
if you could get closer to the, thank you.
2 tours of Vietnam. He did 25 years in the U.S. Army. Also did 2 terms for the Northeast Representative, 1 term for County Commissioner. With that being said, he also did help get the courthouse named after Enrique Moreno. I know that you guys don't control this, but I know the city of El Paso does. I'd like to request for my uncle to have Veterans Park named after him in the Northeast, because that's where his heart was. And if you would like to help, if you would help me, get that done, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Tammy, it's very well-deserved, so we'll do whatever we can on our behalf. Go ahead.
Thank
You okay?
Hold on.
Well, just like I said, it's so great to be able to honor him, and like I said, his camaraderie and having him here, at Commissioner's Court was very special. And I know Commissioner Holguin, you'd love to say a few words on his behalf.
Thank you, Judge. And Tammy, of course, you know that we're here for you for anything that you or your family may need. I knew Commissioner Robinson for many years before he even became commissioner, and the resolution that you read, Judge, was beautiful, and it highlighted all of the work that Commissioner Robinson did. But there is so much more that he did every single day that so many people just don't know about. He did host the huge Thanksgiving meals for the homeless, where literally thousands and thousands of people were fed. But he also did that every single week. He was feeding the homeless every week, and he was always paying for it out of his own pocket. So I think that probably none of us, including myself, will ever really know how much Commissioner Robinson did for this community, but he definitely is a giant here in our community, and he was such an incredible advocate for the homeless, for veterans, for anyone who needed that extra help, and I feel honored to have known him and to have served with him.
It was a beautiful service. Just had some amazing individuals speak. I know friends like Eddie Holguin. It was very emotional because of the relationship that he held with him, and that I think was extremely special. Also, just want to, maybe people might not notice, but I'd like to thank Commissioner Coronado because of the way he dignified his, stepping in and such big shoes, but he did it really dignifying Commissioner Robinson, and I thank you for that professionalism. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners and members of the public, I can't begin to express my thanks for the service of what Commissioner Robinson did for this community. It wasn't just some of the political organizations. He actually volunteered in a lot of other organizations that really helped our community, and he focused really a lot on homelessness. And I aim that our team will continue to do some of that work that he really cared about. And so we want to thank you again for his service to our community. We are deeply indebted for everything that he did for our community, and he was a very, very good man. We just, want to honor his service to our community. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners and judge. Thank you.
Thank you. We also were going to be presenting you a flag that was flown here at the courthouse, and it was from December to December the 8th. That flag was flown, and we'd like to give it to you, Tammy, so that you could, in honor of all his accomplishments. One small honor. Thank you.
Sorry, Carl.
Right hand under.
Like I said, it's a great honor, and I guess the fact that it flew over where he presided really means a lot to us, that this flag was over the courthouse, and that now we're presenting it to you on our behalf from Commissioner's Court. Thank you.
Right here. Last one.
Item number 6 is public comment. We do have 3 speakers signed up for public comment. First, we have Mr. Pedro Serra. And just as a reminder, we do have a 5-minute time limit. I will be keeping track of the time.
Morning, everybody. I hope you had a Happy New Year and thanks. Well, I'm here for one reason now. I came in before the year was over, the last final day of commissioners meeting. So Mr. Leon committed to something to help me out with my situation, return my service back, meaning case management services for mental health and therapy sessions for mental health. Not that what he did, he committed to that, but he committed to, they almost arrested me that day. They called the crisis center line, and that is incorrect. I wasn't asking for mental health. I was asking for therapy sessions. So that's one. And the next thing would be, I've been calling your officer, and they haven't been calling, so I called Commissioner Coronel's office, and I asked them to walk over there, see if they were there. They did. They were there. They said, they told them, answer the phone call, you committed to something. So they passed me on. But nobody has called me ever since, and according to you guys, you made a lot of calls or whatever, but the thing is, if I don't receive anything, I don't know what's going on. And I'm the person who needs to know, not emergence, I'm the person who needs to know, because I need to know exactly what's going on, so I need to be in contact with anybody who's in my case right now, because of the situation that you guys are misleading everything. And right now, I did all the legwork. I had an appointment today at 10 o'clock with emergence stating, but due to legal aid told me we needed to postpone it for them to send me the documentation papers they were going to present to us so we could be prepared. So that's the reason we canceled. We rescheduled, not canceled. We rescheduled in order for us to be prepared, because they're giving you false information that there is therapy sessions out there for mental health, but they say only therapy. But once you call all those agencies, there is nothing. And there is emergence is the only agency in the entire El Paso area, that county of El Paso and the surroundings of New Mexico also, okay? And it covers Pecos or something like that, or Odessa, Midland, that area also. And there's no other services that can be given to me except through emergence. And there's a saying, there's something legal that states for Medicaid, Medicare rules, that once I do an appeal, they have to return my services immediately until resolution. They haven't returned them. I want to see why nobody's pressuring on that. I've been telling everybody, I've been telling the Ombudsman of Texas, I would like for you guys to help me do a call to Miss Madison out there to see why she's not listening to my instructions. She had to, I've been telling her for the whole entire year that my services were suspended, how to resolve it, and she doesn't want to hear me. Now, finally, she said, I'm going to go back to look at the notes that were suspended 2 years ago, how you got your services back. Now she says, oh, you're right. But how come she's not enforcing the law right at this moment? She's not enforcing them, and I'm having troubles contacting you guys, then the vacation time and all this. I understand. Everybody's on vacation, but I'm not on vacation. I still need those services. I need more services to make appointments, reminders, to fill out documentation. I don't know if you guys know about it. I can only read. I don't know how to write. Okay? Due to my injury. So I need help. I need those case management services for mental health, which help me out with my daily, week routine. And if I don't have it, my life falls apart, because I have nobody that I can trust can help me out with the legal papers or whatever I need I'm going through. So that is very personal. I don't want to let my neighbors know or whatever. Here, I'm open public. I had to come in open public to let everybody know I'm mentally ill. It's not right, because you guys are not doing your jobs. I need for you guys to step up to the plate. Let's fix it up. I'm going to be calling every single, whoever I need to talk to, please answer the phones, because you guys are not answering. I need information. I need how to guide myself. And then every time I come in, the security guards follow me everywhere. I had to bring a doctor from a letter from the doctor saying, oh, this is the reason this guy moves a lot or whatever. tell them my symptoms in order to be followed around. The last time I told them, you call the crisis center, because I was a member of the PANAC for 12 years, I'm not sure. So I know a lot about the system. So I told them I'm not threatening myself to others, and they still try to. And the officer, Carlos, the other Carlos, who works for Mr. Leon, he told them he's not a danger to nobody. How come they did not retrieve me? I want to come back to commissioners' meeting. They did not let me come back. They did not let me be in this area. So I was restricted. So I feel like, man, I don't know where to go no more. I've been fingered. I don't know no sé cómo decir. Me siento pressured by just coming here and talking what I need. I need you guys to help me. I'm here for help, not to be judged in how I move or what I don't do. If I'm doing this or whatever, it means I'm stressed out. If I need help to manage my life, and that's case management services and therapy sessions. Therapy sessions are through the phone. You talk to somebody, you tell them your scenario, what's going on, they help you, give you choices. Therapy sessions are, case management services are for helping you legal paperwork, anything that concerns with writing and reading. So that's what I need. Not the mental part. I've already received my mental part. So help me out, please.
Okay. Your time is up, and we'll keep working and trying to figure out what we're able to do to help you out. It's very heartbreaking to you have to go through all of this, but we'll continue to work with you. Okay.
Yeah. In other words, I've been coming in almost 2 years for this, and you guys, Mr. Stroud over here has only done 2 calls in public for emergence. I mean, let's step it up a little bit more. Let's do all this so we can resolve this issue, and I don't have to be coming in.
Thank you,
Monday.
Pedro. We have to respect the time, so thank you very much, okay? Appreciate it. Thank you, Pedro.
Our next speaker we have signed up is County Attorney, Ms. Joanne Bernal.
Thank you, Joanne.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Joanne Bernal, County Attorney. At the county judge's request, I've signed up for public comment just to inform the public about some confusion in the law and make sure that everybody understands what the law is with regard to campaigning while on public time. So the 2 issues have come up. The first one is the resign to run provision. As you know, Constable Ugarte resigned from office in July of 2023. When he resigned from office, he resigned as a matter of law. But under Texas law, there is a provision called the holdover status. The holdover status requires Constable Ugarte to continue to perform his duties of office, just like he would when he was elected in office. So he remains the elected constable, just like all of you elected officials or myself. As such, no body, including the Commissioners Court, has control over his activities except to the extent that he is in violation of any particular rule. If he's in violation of a rule, then it would go to the Ethics Commission. In this case, one of the issues have been, because the issues that have arisen, and some of you may have received complaints, is Constable Ugarte campaigning during business hours. As an elected constable, and as he remains in office, he is entitled to campaign while he is in elected office. The only remedy for this Commissioner's Court would be to replace him. And unless and until this court replaces Constable Ugarte, he retains all of the rights and the responsibilities and privileges of an elected official to remain in office, conducting himself as long as he's in accordance with the law, including campaigning while in office. Another question is whether or not he can campaign in office while wearing his uniform. The law does not prohibit him from wearing his uniform while he's campaigning, similar to all the other constables or to Sheriff Wiles, who can also campaign while in office while wearing his uniform. An important distinction is the distinction between elected officials, public officials that are campaigning while in office, and public employees that are campaigning while in office. If a public employee campaigns while they're in office, they're required to take personal leave. They can take vacation leave or they can take leave without pay, but they are not entitled to campaign while on public time without taking appropriate leave. And so some of those distinctions have come up. Constable Ugarte remains a public official, not a public employee, so he is not subject to the requirements of taking vacation time or other leave, and that in part is because public officials don't get vacation time. You and I are not entitled to vacation time or sick leave time. You are basically expected to be available 24/7 to the public to fulfill your public duties, and it's up to each public official to ensure that they get their job done and fulfill all of their duties of office. And so I know that there has been some confusion because there are many public employees running for office. Those employees are subject to the Code of Ethics and are required to take their time. So if there's any complaint about them, that complaint should be directed either to the elected official to whom they work for or directly to the Ethics Commission. For a public official, if they are violating some provision of the Code of Ethics, that complaint should be referred directly to the Code of Ethics. And I hope that clears up some of the confusion that members of the public may have had regarding the situation involving the constables and other public employees that are running for office. Judge, did you have any further questions?
No, just I thank you for that, because I think there's some misunderstanding as what we as Commissioners Court can and cannot do. And obviously, I think we have a tremendously ethical Commissioners Court, and we're trying to do the best we can. But I think sometimes we're given a little bit more than, think that we could do more than we're able to do. So I think that's a great explanation, especially the difference between an employee and an elected official. I think that's really important. And also that it's not up to us to address the issue. If somebody feels that someone is campaigning while being an employee, it's not directed to us, but that it's directed to them making a complaint to the ethics. Is that the right way? Yeah, because for some reason they feel like if they come to us, that we're able to do something. It's the Ethics Committee or Commission that is able to address any concern. So it's something that they would, if they feel it's happening, then they should direct their complaints to the Ethics Commission. So I hope that clarifies that, because I know each one of the commissioners here and myself, we work very hard to make sure that we do the right things. But when individuals think that we're capable of doing certain things that we're not, it really sort of puts our image in line, and I'm hoping that clarifies things better, because we have received, or I have received, a lot of concerns about that. So, Joanne, I thank you for that clarification. So, thank you.
And Judge, if I may clarify just one thing that Betsy and Ms. Sanchez reminded me, is that just to make matters more complicated, the judiciary is not subject to the county code of ethics, and there are many judicial races going on. Those judicial officers, other public officials, those complaints would go to the Commission on Judicial Conduct or to the state ethics commission. But public officials who are judges are entitled to campaign during business hours, similar to other elected officials.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Our next speaker we have is Ms. Elizabeth Crawford.
Welcome, Elizabeth.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Good morning. This month, there's a Sunday designated as Sanctity of Life Sunday. All over the news, we see the abortion issue, especially this month of January, in memory of Roe versus Wade. We're told in Psalm 8 The psalmist David wrote, "When I consider thy heavens, the work of thy fingers, the moon and the stars which thou hast ordained, what is man that thou art mindful of him, and the son of man that thou visitest him?" The God of the universe places value on human life. He's the creator. He showed it by visiting us in the incarnation in the person of Jesus Christ. In high school, I, like probably almost all of you, was taught evolution. I didn't believe it because I believed in the Bible, but I had some questions, and I wasn't sure how to answer those questions. In God's mercy, in our youth group, we were presented with a man, Francis Quazzo, who's a Christian, and he's a medical doctor, and he had done significant study, like many others, in the field of science, and explaining how the fossil records and all those other facts can be explained by the Genesis account, the flood in the days of Noah, and that to believe the Bible's account that God is the creator of this world and the creator of this life does not mean to throw away your intellect and your mind. It's consistent with Scripture. True science is consistent with Scripture. We're told that not only did God create mankind, but in mercy, he sent the provision for salvation. We're told in Romans 5:8 that God commended his love toward us in that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. The provision of salvation for all who would repent and believe on the crucifixion and resurrection of Christ shows the great value that God places on people. The modern day environmentalism, certain aspects of it have become almost cult-like. They elevate Mother Earth, Mother Nature. Some of the extreme forms of it present people as parasitic, destroying the planet. There is truth to that in certain ways, that we as people have been very careless with the planet, but the reality is that people matter far more than the planet matters, and God created people. When I first passed through El Paso several years back, coming back from my sisters in Arizona, the one thing that very much impressed me was I watched law enforcement in El Paso, and they treated people like people. I'm from New York, New Jersey, where people who are difficult, who are criminal, are treated like the scum of the earth. And I watched that, and I was very impressed with that in El Paso. The sanctity of life, the dignity of life. That same Psalm 8, "O Lord, our Lord, how excellent is thy name in all the earth. Who has set thy glory above the heavens. Out of the mouth of babes and sucklings thou hast ordained strength because of thy enemies, that thou mightest still the enemy and the avenger." This month, I'm privileged. I just booked my ticket. I have the privilege of going to Nashville to watch the trial of 11 people who did an old-fashioned rescue. They were singing and praying in the medical facility. They're looking at many years in prison for doing that. The one man is a surgeon. His wife and he have 12 kids, 9 of their own, 3 adopted. Beautiful, beautiful children. And I watched these kids themselves save baby after baby on the sidewalk of Jackson, Mississippi. So as everything is all over the news this month with the abortion issue in many ways, may we remember that it's ultimately God who is the creator of life. Thank you so much. Hope you have a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
And that concludes all the speakers for regular public comment. We'd like to go ahead and take up item number 11 from Commissioners
please,
Court. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding Marathon Petroleum's El Paso Refinery air permit renewal request, and to further request that the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality hold a public meeting in El Paso regarding their air permit renewal request. And just for information, we do have several speakers to speak on this item.
Thank you.
Judge, can I go ahead? I place this item on the agenda to have a discussion and hopefully some action. But first, I want to clarify the agenda item states public meeting, but what I'm going to be asking for is a public hearing. This item is something that many members in the community and constituents of mine have been really worried about, and I'm sure we'll hear from many of them today. But for me, the overriding issue is safeguarding the health of the community. It's always a balance between what some may consider the quote-unquote greater good and the impact of that on specific populations and areas. For far too long, in my opinion, the approach has been very unbalanced, deeply unbalanced, and El Paso leaders have been willing to sacrifice the health of certain communities. The area surrounding the refinery represents one of those community sectors that I'm referring to. I understand that Marathon is a major employer and it produces a product that we all use. I also understand that the refinery preceded neighborhoods in existence, and I'd venture to guess that it probably was not anywhere near the size it is now when it first was built. It's about 550 acres, which is a lot larger than Ascarate Park even. But regardless, we're continually adjusting to changing circumstances, and our priority must be health and safety of the community. This is a critical opportunity to do what no other government body has done since I've been in El Paso, and that is to give everything we have to make sure that the refinery operations are the best they can be in the near term, and to start the conversion and the conversation, now about the inevitable conversion and transition from fossil fuels. It might be 10 years, it might be 30 years, but we clearly are transitioning and we need to be part of that. I know it might sound outlandish to some folks to even have this conversation, but we have plans that look ahead to 2050 and beyond in areas like transportation and land use. For example, in the city, for example, is working on a climate plan. It would be, I think, derelict of us not to have these conversations armed with the best information that we can develop. We also know that even if they have the best intentions, Marathon will not initiate these conversations or make changes in the near short term. They have shareholders to answer to, but we understand that, but our shareholders and the people that we have to answer to are our constituents. And the state of Texas is not going to do this either. So regarding this permit, I haven't been briefed by Marathon. I'm not sure if anybody else has, Judge, but my staff has called VJ Smith on Friday and on Saturday exchanged calls, but we were unable to get in contact with them. Residents, even those who attend monthly meetings at Marathon, have said that they were not informed about the permit request, let alone receiving any briefing regarding such request. And as you can tell from, I think, news coverage that's come out recently, like in the El Paso Times, it's a very complex and technical process. But the bottom line is that they propose to increase permitted emissions, and this is on top of quote-unquote exceptional events emissions that the state doesn't really measure, or at least doesn't measure against the permit that they have. We need to have our attorneys help us understand and explain the process, and frankly, for the public's benefit as well. I don't think anybody else is going to do it, once again. So with a vote to pursue a public hearing and to have the county attorney's office represent us as a body and our constituents as a community, we will be in the best position possible to begin answering the questions and developing the solutions that benefit El Paso, whether it's in the short term or the long term. In this context. And so, we need to do this now because as best we can figure, we're allowed 15 days from publication of the notice in a local paper, which was January 4th in the El Paso Times, to request a hearing. And we should request that hearing take place in El Paso as well, not somewhere else, where our folks who want to be able to participate can do that more easily from here. So with that, I think it's a good idea to hear from public comment. Which I think has years of experience and information to support the ask. So if we can go ahead and do that, Judge, and then I know you wanted to maybe go into exec session as well regarding this. So.
I think one of the challenges, I met with legal this morning, and one of the challenges is a time frame that we have to work on. And on next Monday, we don't have Commissioners Court because of Martin Luther King. day, and so if we could keep that in mind, because that's what really was difficult for us to say, how do we make this happen, balance it properly for everybody, but the timeline is just really short. But we'll, once we hear from you, we will be going into Commissioner's Court, and then we'll come back and make a determination at that time. Okay, but our public comment.
Yes, our first speaker we have signed up is Mr. Kenneth Bell.
He's online? Okay.
Mr. Bell, there you go.
Good morning, Mr.
All right,
Bell.
hello, thank you.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge Samaniego. Thank you all for allowing us to speak. Again, my name is Kenneth Bell, and I am a resident of Precinct 2, and I'm speaking in favor of a contested hearing for Marathon Refinery's air permit. So I live in the Cielo Vista area, which is encompassed in the fallout area of the refinery, so we are still affected. But it goes just beyond like imaginary lines of who lives how close to the refinery, because this affects everyone. Pollution that's pumped into the air spreads. It doesn't stay within a 1 mile radius. The laws of physics are not, confined to just political lines. So this affects everyone in El Paso County. And I do not believe that they should be allowed to increase the amount of pollution that goes into the air, because it's going to affect a lot of people, especially those in marginalized communities, those who live close by, whether it's within the 1 mile radius or the fallout area. We know that this affects the respiratory systems of young folks, especially children. We have more people developing asthma and other respiratory issues, and I know that Marathon Oil doesn't particularly care about that. They care about their profits first. But we as a community, we have to think about the actions and how it affects future generations. So I implore the Commissioner's Court to push for a contested hearing, not just a meeting, but an actual contested hearing. And let's fight this. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Appreciate your comments.
Next, we have Semeli de Aslan.
Hi, good morning. Can you all hear me?
Good morning. Yeah, we can hear you. Perfect. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioner's Court. I'm coming to say that we definitely need a hearing with Marathon or TCEQ regarding Marathon's permit. I'm here to support that. The history with Marathon, it's almost 100-year history here in El Paso, is a history of environmental injustice. And if you evaluate the situation even further, environmental racism. Right now, we have an administration that is super supportive and funding money, pumping into money into alleviating the concerns that these historic polluters have been causing in poor, vulnerable communities like ours. I live in Barrio Chamizal, which isn't too far from the refinery, but we do have a farm near the refinery, and we do have many residents and neighbors and ourselves as affected by this polluting entity. I do want to emphasize, because Kenneth gave a pretty good synopsis about our concerns, but we haven't had clean air for 28 years, you all. That's on the record. We have not been in compliance and have not had clean air for that long. Worse, the American Lung Association stated in their 2023 report that we get an F in ozone pollution, the same failing grade that we've received since the year 2000. Okay? El Paso is ranked 12th worst air pollution in the nation, in the whole United States. We got it worse than Chicago and New York. This is the one that really, the Alzheimer's Association published in July of 2023 that we're top 10 in the nation with Alzheimer's dementia. And you know what the scientists are saying the reason why? Refineries are contributing to this, right? They're contributing to a lot of, they're asking in this permit for VOCs. VOCs contribute to the ozone pollution. I already told you we're almost top 10 in the nation for ozone. You know what that does? It irritates your lungs to the point that all the other particulate matter, it makes us more susceptible. It makes us more susceptible to all the other particulates in the air, all the other pollutions in the air. So this, 14 increase on VOCs is not something that's little. They should have been reduced 2 decades ago. So we're asking for this hearing to happen, for the residents to be heard, for an acknowledgement of the science behind this, for acknowledgement of how it's affecting our health, as well as the environmental health, and especially our women and children. When we talk about the effects on the babies in utero, women specifically, we're soaking it all up. Elders, your grandparents, your parents, we're the most vulnerable to these toxins, to these pollutants. And Marathon has invested more in studying the pollution in Juarez than they do here, because all they want to do is name Juarez. They don't invest in these studies or any care concern here in El Paso. They're just playing the blame game. And I'm asking all of you to stop. Help us have them stop. This hearing is one step towards that direction, and that's all we're asking for. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your time and your comments. Thank you. Jessica?
Next, we have Josh Acevedo.
Mr. Acevedo, we're ready for you.
Good morning.
Good
Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
My name is Josh Acevedo, and I'm the El Paso Independent School District Trustee for District 3, which covers Central El Paso. I'm calling in to speak in favor of holding a public hearing in El Paso for the air permit renewal of Marathon Petroleum's refinery plant in our community. I'm sorry that I could not be there in person today, but I thought that I could at least call in and let you know what I think we need to do to move forward. First, I'd like to thank you for your leadership, Commissioner Stout, for leading these efforts from the county level. I think that when we consider something like this, we need to realize that there are many residential homes, many schools in this area, many of them EPISD schools. The refinery's operations have had a detrimental effect on the air and the soil quality nearby homes and many of our schools. Throughout my time as a public servant, I have heard directly from residents on the health effects they have experienced from this pollution. Without this hearing for community input, I worry that residents and students will continue to be subjected to this pollution. It's important for the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to be transparent in the process, hold a public hearing here in El Paso, and listen to the experiences from the people that have been affected and will continue to be affected by this pollution if the permit is renewed. We as elected officials have immense power, and unfortunately for many, many years, Interstate 10 has been the great divider in our community. We have a chance today to stand with our neighbors and begin righting many of the wrongs that those living south of the freeway have suffered for many years. I urge you to use your power today to take the first step in holding a public hearing. Like Commissioner Stout said earlier, our local governments represent our residents, including our most vulnerable populations. I have faith in you to figure out the accelerated timeline to do the right thing and stand alongside our residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Acevedo, for your time and your comments. Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Kathleen Stout.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am testifying in support of item 11, which would authorize the county to follow up on Marathon Refinery's 10-year permit with the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, TCEQ, to increase pollution and further undermine air quality and health for El Pasoans. I comment not only as an individual with some expertise in government and border studies, but also as a board member of Justicia Fronteriza. The TCEQ only allows comments on a very narrow scope of work. TCEQ does not care about respiratory health for adults and school children. It does not care about additional health costs at UMC. It does not care about pollution from excessive truck traffic at the Bridge of the Americas. It does not care about our neighbors in the huge city next door and/or U.S.-Mexico relations. It does not care about the rotten eggs odor, which greets not only residents but also visitors to the El Paso airport. And it does not care about a nearby sewage plant, which would produce a worsened odorous cocktail. I could go on. TCEQ doesn't care. El Pasoans' broader concerns are deliberately defined outside the scope of Texas-style regulations. That is why we thank the El Paso County Commissioners and County Judge for caring enough about its residents to do something besides making public comments on the website, a mere bureaucratic appeasement strategy. In the past, many of us have made comments and testified, which TCEQ duly reports, but ultimately dismisses. The ask for you. Given the above, we ask that the county, which has legal standing in permit approval, to strengthen their response to this disastrous permit to increase pollution beyond calling for a public meeting. A stronger challenge will occur with a contested case hearing challenge. It must be filed within this 15-day period, as you noted, the complexities, followed up with a technical expert who can analyze the modeling in Marathon's request with independent, updated software. Also necessary is a legal expert. In what our collaborator attorney, Veronica Carvajal, calls a battle of experts, their reports can be pre-filed as testimony before the contested case goes to a hearing in a civil case before an administrative law judge, probably taking 6 months. Among the desired outcomes from a contested case challenge would be concessions, not closure, concessions, negotiated to, for example, require Marathon to employ the best available control technology to reduce emissions, or another example, mandate for no growth in pollution in the future. The contested case challenge was successfully used with ASARCO in 2005, and more recently in Montana Vista with the Newman plant. Currently, at the recent January 3rd City Council meeting, city staff and representatives seemed surprised to know that Marathon Refinery was asking for a 10-year permit. However, they learned more about the 10-year permit from the many people who testified about the contract for a 4-year climate action plan, while ignoring the Marathon permit, which would burden our county through 10 years, 2034. Thank you for what is hoped to be a strong county response with a contested case hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Ana Reza.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Good.
Mrs.
Good
Ressa.
morning. Happy New Year, to County Judge and Commissioners. My name is Ana Reza, and I live in Precinct 3. I spoke at City Council last week, and I will share what I shared with them and conclude with a very specific ask that others are also asking. I'm so worried about this Marathon Refinery air permit number 18897. I studied and worked in Miami for a couple of years, in Santa Barbara. While I was there, Miami, I was worried about hurricanes, California, earthquakes, fires, mudslides, etc. So I was happy to be back in El Paso. But with the years, as time passed, I realized that the issue here is pollution. So we need to act to control it. The permit is just adding to it. Marathon permit is deadly to us. To our community. And as commissioners, we need your assistance to stop more pollution and work to eliminate. The time is now. Please request a public hearing, known as the contest case hearing, regarding permit number 18897. Our county has automatic standing to ask for this hearing. The current deadline to request a hearing is January 9th. The time is now. And I want to thank residents, local,
Mrs. Ressa, we did not catch, we did not catch that last about 30 seconds. Could you repeat
Okay,
that?
sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I was just, that you all, the county has automatic standing to ask for a hearing, and the current deadline to request a public hearing is January 9th. And I just wanted to thank those that have spoken, you know, current residents, local environmentalists, including Semeli, who spoke a lot of truth and reality, Veronica Carvajal, organizations like Amenazar, and, you know, we need to continue to speak and we need to continue to support this. So please vote to support this hearing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Ressa, your time and your comments. Appreciate it.
Next, we have Mr. Jerry Kurtka.
Honorable Judge and Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to speak to Agenda Item 11. My name is Jerry Kurtika, and I am here representing Community First Coalition. Community First Coalition is a nonpartisan network of organizations and leaders here whose purpose is to empower the community to bring improvements in social, economic, and political conditions in El Paso. There are about 30 members on our steering committee representing their affiliated organizations, plus individuals. Some of them are here today, including Professor Stout, one of our founders. Commissioner Stout's Agenda Item 11 proposes that the county take appropriate action regarding Marathon Petroleum's El Paso refinery air permit renewal request, and that the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality hold a meeting in El Paso for this purpose. That's El Paso, not Austin. There are organizations within our membership that have access to legal counsel with relevant air quality litigation experience and technical expertise, one such as Sierra Club. We need some extra time to engage these resources to evaluate the permit renewal request and the potential impact on affected communities in the vicinity of Marathon Refinery. For example, in their permit request, they track 14 pollutants, and they're asking for permission to increase emissions with 3 of these. I'm not an environmental chemist. I can't tell you whether it's better to accept a trade-off and a little less benzene and a little more carbon monoxide, but I know if I lived in that neighborhood, I wouldn't want to breathe any of that stuff. Therefore, on behalf of Community First Coalition, I am asking you that you take action to help extend this permitting process and ask TECQ to hold a public meeting here for this purpose, especially so that the communities most affected by emissions from the Marathon Refinery can be heard and their petitions evaluated. I want to thank you for your consideration on this important matter, Commissioners and Judge.
Thank you, sir, for your time and your comments. Appreciate that.
And may I ask the clerk, I brought a brochure that describes who the Community
Absolutely.
First Coalition is, and I wonder if these can be
You might
given
want
to our honorable
to
commissioners.
give them to Betsy, our chief administrator, and then she'll be able to get it back to us.
Thank you very much.
She's right here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy.
Our next speaker, we have Ms. Veronica Carvajal.
Welcome, Mrs. Carvajal. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Happy New Year, Commissioners, Judge.
Happy New Year.
It is good to be in front of you, although this is definitely a community challenge that's coming at a really bad time. I recognize that the deadlines set by the state are extremely short, but I hope that you do not let those deadlines keep you from doing the right thing. I want to introduce myself. I'm Veronica Carvajal. I live in County Precinct Number 2, and I'm here in my personal capacity. Thank you, Commissioner Stout, for placing this very important item on the agenda today. I have been an environmental lawyer for a nonprofit for 19 years in Texas, and I've had the honor of representing residents in 2 contested case hearings involving air permits. The first one was Azarco back in 2005, and one of your very own, Michael Wyatt, who was back then with Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid, and I and another coworker represented community impacted by that permit. With the SARCO, the city of El Paso took the lead, and the rest of us were aligned parties, and it really alleviated the pressure on all of us to be able to work together towards the goal of holding to account a polluter that had been around for many years. The second contested case hearing was only our law firm, Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid, and the residents of Montana Vista. And it was against El Paso Electric, and we were able to reach a really wonderful settlement agreement, even though the plant was still built. And so as Dr. Stout mentioned earlier, these types of proceedings allow for you to ask for concessions, and if so, they should be crafted to meet the needs of the residents. But it is always worthwhile to get involved with these types of air permits. Due to my familiarity with the process, I am requesting that the Commissioners Court take a stand and that you request not a public hearing, although you can, but that really the goal is to get a public hearing / contested case hearing. Those are the magic words before the TCEQ. The county, the city, and the residents within 1 mile of the refinery have automatic standing to ask for this contested case hearing. To my knowledge, since the refinery, there were 2 refineries initially, one built in 1928, one built in 1931, no one in this community has asked for a contested case hearing for any of their permits. And that is quite devastating for the entire region, but it is extremely devastating and hurtful to the residents who must contend with the day-to-day pollution as well as the flare-ups. I have been near the refinery in the last couple of months, and residents have told me it smells different. And when we contact the refinery, they say, well, we are having flare-ups and we're trying to control them. That isn't good enough, right? Your lungs don't get to shut down every time they have a flare-up. You have to, if you live near them or if you work near the refinery, you have to live with what comes out of the stacks every single day. I hope that you have, I know that you have the courage. I know that you have stood behind the Southside neighborhoods in the past, and I ask that you do that today. All of us know the history of El Paso. Since the city was founded, the Southside has been used to propel the economy of El Paso, be it by highways that displaced people and continue to pollute them to this day, be it by the Bridge of the Americas, be it by the sewage treatment plant, be it by the refinery and others. And it is time for us to thank that community for what it has done, but for the weight that it has carried for the rest of us and for the rest of our economy. But the time to make some changes is now. And so you have an opportunity now. As we say in Spanish, hay planes con maña, right? The TCEQ and polluters, they know that short deadlines really discourage people from getting involved. But you are the county of El Paso, and I know that you have the courage to see past those short deadlines and do the right thing and stand with the residents. And so I really thank you for, one, taking up this item today on such short notice, and for considering all of the comments that have been made today. And I trust that you will just hold the refinery accountable. It is really vitally important that we get to look at the evidence that they have introduced to make sure that they are willing, that they are able to say what they are going, that they are willing they are able to meet the things that they're saying they're going to do in terms of pollution. And as Commissioner Stout mentioned, that we really think about this as the beginning of justice for this community that has dealt with environmental injustice and racism for far too long. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Next, we have Mr. V.J. Smith.
Welcome. Good morning, Vijay.
Good morning, Judge Samaniego and members of the County Commission. I appreciate this opportunity to come before you. A couple of just 2 high-level items that I'd like to point out and make sure is clear for the facts in this agenda item. First of all, if I was only looking at this 1-page summary that was also posted in the newspaper. I would also come to the conclusion that there could be an increase in this request, but I do want to clear the fact that This renewal application is not seeking and will not result in an increase in actual allowable emissions. The middle column there where you see the numbers of added or deleted, those are the numbers coming off of the existing permit that we already have. So I just wanted to point that out. It's a 300-page renewal application. We are happy to come back with our environmental engineers and go through the technical aspects of that and how it does show in that application that there is no increase. This is a zero increase application for this renewal. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear first and foremost. And then secondly, per the item of the public meeting, we have worked with the Senator's office, Senator Blanco, and he has requested that meeting with the TCEQ. Our last two permit renewals went the same way through the delegation, Senator Blanco. He requested that public meeting with the TCEQ. So that meeting is going to go forward and happen, and that is an excellent chance for the community to come, for you to come and hear the TCEQ answer all the technical questions about this permit. So those were the two items I had, unless there were any questions.
When is that meeting, the TCQ meeting?
They have to schedule it.
Oh.
So I'm the one that will arrange the venue and get the translation headsets and all of those things, and we'll go ahead and have that meeting once it gets scheduled. So that is, I do want to make a point that there is a zero increase on this application, and that is the application for what the TCEQ has deemed as allowable emissions. We actually operate below the allowable emissions number. So again, I would be happy to bring our environmental team at any point and educate you all on that, and you can understand the technical side of this.
BJ, will you help us understand, you have that January the 20th deadline? And then how does that coincide with this TCQ meeting to?
Well, the request for the TCEQ meeting, which is part of the permit announcement in the papers that went out Friday, I believe, or Thursday, that's when the public was notified about this, in both Spanish and English. Then the delegation can go forward and request the public meeting at that time, and then the TCEQ will work with us and schedule that meeting. I don't know if that date you're looking at is a date for comment period from the public. That's probably what that date might be. I don't have all that.
Yeah, that's the one that we discussed, right, Joanne? That that 20th meeting, and then how does that? How do we mitigate that situation? And then also, I mean, it would be great if that meeting that BJ is talking about would be prior to that, because then that would help as part of the comment period.
Yes, sir. Good morning, County Judge, Commissioners, Joanne Bednall, County Attorney. What we were discussing this morning is the statutory deadline for filing the contested hearing. And those were the 15 days from the date of the notice that we were calculating to be, Bernardo, I believe, the 19th of January, calculating business days.
So the hearing is not the same as a meeting. They're two different things. So what we're talking about is the contested case hearing. What Mr. Smith is talking about is the hearing that Senator Blanco is asking for. Not the same thing.
One's not supporting the other, or at least it's...
So they're two different processes. From what I understand, the meeting is they'll bring the TCEQ board down here possibly, and there'll be public comment allowed, but there's no. The hearing is actually kind of like a trial in front of a court, where you have presentations from both sides, and concessions can be achieved by the community. And so that's what the people in the public who have spoken up to this point are asking for. We've been part of meetings in the past, but the TCEQ has not really done much, taken heed or done much to to bring any concessions to requests that the community has had, and so the idea here is to actually contest through a hearing.
Yeah, I'm responding to the item that says hold a public meeting, that TCEQ will hold a public meeting. That's
Right,
what
so, yeah, so the item says meeting, but we made a correction to say hearing. So I'm asking for the court to allow us to go forward with requesting the contested hearing.
That's correct. So the 15 days, the statutory notice to request a contested hearing, that has nothing to do with whether the public hearing is held or not. The public hearing can be held additionally.
Okay.
And if it's held before the deadline, that could inform your decision on whether or not you want to request a contested hearing. But that would have to be held prior to the expiration of your 15 days so that you preserve your legal right to ask for the contested hearing if that's what the court wants to do.
Okay. Do we have any, yes, Commissioner Coronado?
Thank you, Judge. Joanne, what is the actual day, the deadline that the request for a contested case hearing would be? The 19th?
We're researching that right now. 15 business days is the 19th of January.
Calendar days.
15 calendar days is the 19th of January. We're researching right now whether or not it's a business day and looking for some guidance on that. But if we operate the most conservative, then it would be the 19th of January to make sure that we don't miss our deadline.
And have we looked at the application in terms of the request for the new permit, whether it's in fact an increase or not?
We do have a copy of the new permit. We can discuss this more in executive session. I don't know if one of the citizens here might have more information. It is a very technical application, and happy to share that with you. Very difficult to decipher, and I don't think your lawyers are necessarily in a position to fully explain the scope of what the requested permit includes.
Yeah, so I just want to make the point that this is part of the issue. It's really hard to even explain the process, to understand the difference between the hearing and the meeting, and I think when our community's health is at stake, we just can't simply take people's word for it. I think it's our responsibility, and we're being requested. It's being requested of us to scrutinize it very carefully, and this hearing is the best way to actually do that. And unfortunately, it's a very truncated, timeline to be able to do things. We don't have a meeting, Commissioners Court meeting next week because of the MLK holiday, and after that, we won't have another chance to vote on this. So that's why I brought it up today. It's the first opportunity we've had since the notice has been provided to the public.
Commissioner Coronado?
Judge, thank you. Betsy, do we know whether or not the city is taking this up as well or not?
I do not know, Commissioner.
Well, we'll hear from a representative, hopefully. Matthew, did you sign up to speak on behalf of the representative? Okay. He may be able to ask that or answer that question for you when he's doing his public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Next up, we have Mr. Matthew Ibarra.
Good morning, Matthew.
Good morning, Commissioners Court. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Matthew Ibarra, and I'm here on behalf of City Representative Alexandra Nella to deliver a statement on her behalf. Rep. Nella is stating her support of the residents of the area and support for this item. For years, we have seen the communities and neighborhoods of Central El Paso be overlooked when it comes to being heard and having their experiences and insights neglected. Rep. Nella is happy to be an advocate for those people and partner with leaders in District 2 as she is calling on the TCEQ to have a transparent conversation about Marathon Petroleum's requested air permit renewal. There needs to be public comments on the renewal request. It's important that people are at the forefront of decisions that affect their air, their soil, and their health. Without action, such as this before the court, such as calling for a contested case hearing, it can make it difficult for residents to be in Austin. The process can be hard for people to travel, and it can be burdensome. and that opportunity needs to exist here in El Paso for those people who may not be able to make it. The representative wants to be clear that the city can also take the same action, but the City Council has not had an opportunity to discuss this yet, as the last City Council meeting's agenda was set before the TCEQ notification went out. Rep. Anello would also like to reiterate, she is not asking the court to do something we are not unwilling to do ourselves, but unfortunately, the timing was an issue with the City Council's agenda and was not able to be considered at that time. So that's her statement on her behalf.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Ms. Brittany Medellin.
Have to vote like we do. I know. They have to have a meeting. They don't have a meeting?
Brittany, you can unmute your microphone.
Good morning, Brittany.
No? Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Brittany.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Brittany Medellin. I'm a volunteer with the Chamizal Neighborhood Association, and I'm here to speak on this agenda item. So it is a fact that proximity to oil refineries impacts people's health. It leads to higher rates of cancer, respiratory diseases, dementia, infant mortality rates, developmental disabilities in children, and reproductive issues in women and people who can reproduce. This research is nothing new. It has been conducted all around the world and within the US in places where there is a proximity to oil refineries, even further away than smack in the middle of the neighborhood, like Marathon Refinery is. Granting a permit to a refinery amidst El Paso being in non-attainment already for ozone pollution, where particulate matter is already high, and where people's health is already being impacted, is an injustice. And particularly children and women's health, right? The children in Zavala have a proximity to Marathon Oil Refinery and the diesel truck exposure of truck traffic, idling to cross the Puente Libre. So this creates what's called a compounded effect, where it's not just one, but multiple sources of pollution. And this exposure is detrimental, extremely detrimental to children's health. And this can start from even being in the womb, right? So there are studies that also show that pregnant women expose their unborn babies to this type of pollution through the bloodstream, which is how these diseases are caused, is through the bloodstream, right? So we breathe it in through our lungs, it stays in our blood, and it spreads. Add to this, right, the multiple sources of pollution that the Chamizal neighborhood is already confronted with. For those unaware, children in the Chamizal are also exposed to the pollution in Zavala because of school closures within the neighborhood. So once again, this exposure leads to long-term developmental, social, emotional issues in children. So once again, considering granting a permit to a refinery that is already polluting and already causing a detrimental impact on our community's health is an injustice and should not be considered at all for children's environmental health. And donations to charities will not fix it. So Marathon can tout around how much it donates to charities, but it's not enough, right? It's not enough when children's health is being impacted right now and it's impacting them for the rest of their lives. Action needs to be taken right now for their environmental, social well-being and their health. Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany.
Do we have a Miguel Escoto? Do we have Harry Stephen White here? Joshua Simmons?
Good morning.
Good morning, County Commissioner, Commissioner Court, distinguished county staff. My name is Joshua Simmons, and I'm a resident of Precinct 1 for the county, but have an extensive and embedded family history, and pretty much the entirety of my family and extended family reside in District 2, and have spent the earlier part of my 27 years of being on this earth living 3 blocks away from that refinery. And I can say that how convenient, right, that in the beginning of the year, this permit is announced on the 4th with a convenient 15-day confusion window where we may not know how we can approach this effectively and efficiently, and to coincide with a holiday. So if that is not obvious, I would like the public to acknowledge that obvious point. On behalf of the membership of ECO El Paso, and as Executive Director, myself, Joshua Simmons, request a public hearing, also known as the contested case hearing regarding Marathon Oil's refinery. Once known as Western Refinery, now owned by Marathon Oil, an Ohio-based petrochemical pollution corporation. The air permit number is 18897. Anybody who has access to the internet with the help of others, use your public libraries. Please access the internet, provide comment using that number and using the TCEQ's website. Our communities deserve clean air to prosper and the opportunity to pursue their endeavors for happiness and purpose without threat to their well-being by known continuous critical polluters of the region, hence Marathon Oil. The El Paso County government has a duty and automatic state to ask for a hearing on the behalf of the public that is charged to represent and defend. The notice of the permit was published again on January 4th, 2024, and the standing deadline, if we interpret it as so, as legal has given a partial brief, 15 calendar days. Whether that be business days or calendar days, urgency is at the utmost forefront, and response is absolutely important from the county as well as the respective city government. That hearing, that deadline as we now interpret it, is that Friday, January 19th. For the public hearing this, you may submit your comment at any time from this moment forward to before that deadline, sooner the better. And I myself plead with the public and those of the public with the professional knowledge, acumen, and background in education, higher education, and all their skills available to consult with ourselves or other advocates that have spoken here today. We need that refined skill. It is a continuous argument that has been made about brain drain and et cetera. Obviously, Marathon has equipped themselves with what they can afford with their excruciating profits on our backs. So we are calling for the public to take a stand, to organize, again, in support of what Commissioner Stout had said, along with this agenda item, that a hearing is the best opportunity. I myself have participated in hearings, although not a stakeholder. The criteria of a 1 mile or even the extensive 1.5 mile consideration around the focal point of the pollution is a very limited scope of the community, and those experts throughout the county need to be sought to organize collectively to form very strong arguments, as many of the speakers have said today. And I just want to underscore and back up some of the statements made by Dr. Stout, Ms. Carvajal, as well as Jerry, and many of the other, as well as Kenneth Bell, for many of their statements, and along with all the other community members who have provided very refined information that should hopefully convince you on action today. As a concerned member of the public and leader in seeking change for the betterment of our communities within the El Paso County, I offer myself, my organization, and our board and our skills to assist in the pursuit of finding a solution, concessions, to make action, to make progress. A claim of zero increase in emissions sounds fuzzy, makes me feel warm, makes me feel like they care. But ultimately, we saw that there was a waiver put in last year for them to emit more in the name of reducing fossil fuel gasoline prices, which wasn't seen by the public for 3 weeks after. So while there is a zero increase in pollutants, with benzene being the most critical and most impactful to our community as far as the form of cancer and many of what has been specified as the fallout around the refinery, having that sort of caveat offered is not comforting, because there will be days, like we have said, that we have been mentioned by many community members, that they have issues. They are obviously willing to accept planned obsolescence. They are not applying their profits to the most effective and efficient ways of reducing the pollutants and the impact on the community. And very interesting enough, on my commute here, on our local NPR affiliate, NPR, Texas Standard published an article with, and I do encourage you to listen and read that article, and I will try to parse it as much as I can, but it talks about a similar situation in Clear Channel, Texas. A small community, again, ignored for their claims and health impacts that the TCEQ has not considered. And so it seems very familiar. A precedent has been set by the organization as throughout the state. They simply do not take into account the well-being and the public health issue that some of these polluters have an impact of our community. And as much as Texas likes being compared to California and how uncomforting this statement may be, where California has increased their standards to reduce those impacts of pollutants to the public, Texas has gone the opposite direction. And that is not something we as Texans would like to see. We do want to see prosperity, and we are, and I want to underscore that, we are a leading juggernaut in this union for the approach to renewable energy and the adoption of such forms of energy generation. So with that in hand, why not embrace this opportunity to allow our own populace to prosper in good health and pursue their happiness and their own benefit of our communities, thus holding TCEQ accountable at this moment by requesting a contested public hearing. So again, I would just want to thank Commissioner Stout for bringing this item to the agenda today, and seeing as the timeline is very confusing, now would be the opportune time to take action, and I would urge that there be a vote in favor of the contested hearing in light of being informed on Marathon Oil's permit number 18897. And again, I offer myself as I have in the past, to work towards solutions to where we can see prosperity and growth in all ways and not continue some of the same practices that have only harmed our community over the past decades. And as someone had said, as shockingly, we can say now for about 100 years, it is really time to change and really time to think about ourselves and stand up for ourselves. So again, asking the public, join us, offer your comment, offer your skills, your profession, your knowledge, and let's find solutions for a more sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joshua. Appreciate it.
Do we have a Mr. Don Driscoll here? The following three comments I will be reading in. The first one is from April Martinez. Dear County Judge and Commissioners, my name is April Martinez and I live in Precinct 5. Please request a public hearing, also known as a contested case hearing, regarding Marathon Refinery's air permit number 18897. Our border community deserves clean air, and El Pasoans living closest to the refinery deserve justice. The county has automatic standing to ask for a hearing. The notice of the permit was published on January 4th, and the current deadline to request a public hearing is January 19th. Please do not delay. End of public comment. The next one is from Ms. Destiny Garcia. Dear County Judge and Commissioners, my name is Destiny Garcia, and I live in Precinct 2. We urge you to request a public hearing, also known as a contested case hearing, regarding Marathon Refinery's air permit number 18897. Our border community deserves clean air, and El Pasoans living closest to the refinery deserve justice. The county has automatic standing to ask for hearing. The notice of the permit was published January 4th, and the current deadline to request public hearing is January 19th. Please do not delay. End of public comment. And the last one is from Mr. Matthew Rodriguez. My name is Matthew Rodriguez, and I live in Precinct 2. Please request a public hearing, also known as a contested case hearing, regarding Marathon's refinery air permit number 18897. Our communities deserve clean air, clean water, and decision-making power over our lives. The absolute smallest crumb that we can ask for is to not increase the amount of pollution that we are forced to live with. The county has automatic standing to ask for a hearing. The notice of the permit was published January 4th, and the current deadline to request a public hearing is January 19th. Please do not delay. Thank you for your time. End of public comment. And I believe that is all the public comment for this item. Or we have more?
Borrego?
You could go ahead.
You can go ahead and then sign up with her after you go.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you for having this meeting. I'm Fred Borrego. I am the president of the San Juan Neighborhood Improvement Association, which is right next to the refinery. I grew up there since I was a little kid. I remember all the flare-ups, all the smells. I also, this morning, emailed you a copy. I hope you guys got it. That one. Okay, perfect. Okay. And it just so happens that my business is at 6805 in the Corbin Zambrano Neighborhood Association, which is, golly gee, an eighth of a mile from the refinery. Before the pandemic, the refinery asked for an increase of emissions through the TCEQ, and we had a public meeting. At that time, I thought it was a hearing, but it wasn't until a few days ago that I learned the difference between a public meeting and a hearing. That was a public meeting, and we all went out there and we spoke and all this stuff and everything, and they were granted. So now, at that time, they were allowed so much, they asked for that more emissions, which is what they're currently allowed to, okay? A year and a half before that, I talked to the representative from the refinery, Mr. Smith. He came up to me, we had a meeting, and he asked us what they can do for the neighborhood and all this good stuff. What we were used to was getting what I call peanuts, turkeys, this and that. What I asked him was, we'd like to see what's in our soil. What's in our soil around the refinery in these neighborhoods where we grew up, Corbin Zambrano. He told me, I'll get back with you. When that meeting at when they went asked for the more emissions, I asked Mr. Smith, he never got back to me on the soil testing. To this day, he hasn't gotten back to me on the soil testing. But now we're beyond that. We would like soil testing. But the key thing there that has never been done is test the residents around there. The people that lived there for 70 years, the people that lived there for 60 years, in San Juan, in the Washington Delta Association, especially in Corbin Zambrano. And the reason for why a hearing is needed is because in the Corbin Zambrano, I hope you understand where it is. It's right south of them. Right south, right across from El Paso Drive. Years ago, the refinery settled with some residents there and went in there and dug up some holes and put in some concrete and settled and made out payments to them. But the TCEQ doesn't know that because we never had a contested hearing. All we had was a public meeting. And there's some residents there in Corbin Zambrano. Now, please understand, that was when it was Texaco, way back then, where all this oil and chemicals was leaching through the bottom and affecting, okay? Maybe it's not happening now, but one thing that I think is very important is that when you buy a company like that, you buy all the liability. And if you didn't do your assessment, your risk assessments, well, that's your fault. So it's important that we have a hearing. Hopefully, we can delay this and have some of those residents tested. We have a gentleman that could do that. We need some help. I'm hoping that the refinery could cover some of that stuff. I mean, come on. They always talk about being a friendly neighborhood. Being a friendly, hey, we want to be friendly with the neighborhoods and everything. Sure, so do I. What I personally, myself, not speaking for the associations or anything, what I would like to see is where the refinery, their emissions come down 5%. All right, we're going in the right track. Not asking for more emissions like they did about 5 years ago. Okay. Hey, you know what? This year we went another 3%. We're investing to protect the community. That's the way it's supposed to be. This is 2024 now. That's what we demand from you guys. Our representatives help us to achieve that. Bring those emissions down, 3%, 5%, 10%. That's great. And the reason I say that is because I don't want to see them close, okay? They support a bunch of employees, well paid. They support our community. In fact, I got family members that work there. I got really good friends that work there. I do a little bit of business with them, you know? But it's supposed to be a win-win situation for everybody, especially the residents that live there. Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borrego. Appreciate that.
Is there anybody else who would like to make a public comment?
Thank you.
Judge, if I may read this letter in that was sent to us this morning. It's from three neighborhood association presidents, Quirino Villa, Washington Delta, Shirley Nagel, Corbin Zambrano, and Mr. Borrego San Juan. It says, Dear County Judge and Commissioners, we're writing to you because Marathon Petroleum Refinery is seeking to renew its air permit, and we are concerned about the continued and potential for increased pollution in our neighborhoods. The residents of South Central want an opportunity to have a public hearing in El Paso to ensure a transparent process and the opportunity to demand restrictions to mitigate the impact on our health. We ask that El Paso County requests that the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, TCEQ, hold a public hearing, not a public meeting, in El Paso so that residents have an opportunity to testify to their experience living near the refinery and express concerns. Furthermore, we request that this process include local independent experts to provide a chemistry study that goes beyond soil testing and surveys to reveal how the pollution affects the health of residents. Since last year, our neighborhood association, Washington Delta, along with the San Juan Neighborhood Association and Corbin Zambrano Neighborhood Association, have expressed concerns about the environment, quality of life, and the health of residents living in South Central. Now, Marathon Refinery wants the state to allow them to increase pollution over the next 10 years. On December 26th of last year, an El Paso Times article about the permit renewal stated preliminary data indicate refinery pollution would increase under the renewed permit, according to a brief permit summary posted on the TCEQ website. End quote. This should concern everyone. We, the residents of South Central, deserve a voice in the process and decisions that will affect the health and environment of our community. We hope that you prioritize the health of your constituents across El Paso County, because the reality is that pollution knows no boundaries and affects us all.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we're ready to, we'll retire into executive.
Okay.
And then we'll, pardon me?
I'll go ahead and read the item in.
Okay.
Okay. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, receive legal advice and consultation regarding Marathon Petroleum's refinery air permit renewal request, and also information related to the TCQ's process for public meeting/hearing in El Paso regarding that air permit renewal process. So that would be the item we would go into executive session for.
Thank you, Erica. Okay, we'll be back as soon as we can deliberate on that, and then we'll let you know a determination. Okay, thank you.
Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss item number 11 pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take up
Wait till I get my costume on, let me tell you. So excited. My mom challenged me. She told me that I would be too chicken to do it. So here I am. I'm gonna do it.
So we had our first plunge into the new year event. The whole idea is daring people to jump into cold water. It's pretty much jumping in, washing off the old into the new year.
That was very refreshing. A little frigid, but a great way to start the new year. One year I dressed up as a pickle for Halloween, and for Christmas my kids asked me to dress up as a pickle for Christmas as well. And so now the costume has just kind of been a holiday staple in our family.
A lot of different reactions, actually. We had some that were just kind of like frozen in a sort of shock, and then the other ones that were just super excited and still really cold. This was also an intro again for this new season that's going to be coming on us pretty soon, actually. So with this new season coming up, we're going to be introducing swim lessons and lifeguard classes and different special events throughout the season.
Oh, I love events like this for the public. This is a great idea, a great way for us to kind of engage our children in the community. This was a great way to start the new year. It's a perfect way to plunge into refreshing cold water and reset everything for the new year. Happy 2024!
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are not eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We are coming to you live today from San Elizario, a truly historic gem here in the borderland as you take a look at the historic San Elizario Chapel. Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Andy Morgan.
And I'm Monica Cortez. And so today marks our 4th installment of our summer series. And just a reminder for our very loyal viewers is that, okay, so this is the 4th stop that we're making.
Yep.
Last week we were at Clint,
Yep.
and that was just phenomenal. Remember Ramirez Pecan Farms. And today we're right in front of the Mission, the iconic San Elizario, chapel. And so I learned, Andy, that this town was, I guess, founded in 1877.
You want to know the main thing? When we started saying we're going to do this small town spotlight series, the thing that I thought of was San Elizario first and this shot right here. This is exactly what I thought about. This is what we're kind of doing with this small town spotlight series. And of course, San Elizario, much like some of our other stops that we have made, right on the Rio Grande here. So it kind of forms, of course, the U.S.-Mexico border, as we know. And it's more than just a stop on I-10, right? We think about going back and forth on I-10, whether you're going to Dallas or San Antonio. It's more than just a stop that you get gas. There is a lot to do here and a lot of history.
Oh, absolutely. And part of that history, did you know that San Elizario was first called Presidio de San Elizario? Then obviously it was renamed. And so we have a really cool package on the history. Check it out.
The original name of the place was San Elizario. San Elizario is the patron saint of soldiers, and they used to use that for the town. But what happened was when non-Spanish speaking people came in, they could not say Elizario, so they could say Elizario. So they changed the spelling so that people could pronounce it better that didn't speak Spanish to E-L-I-Z-A-R-I-O. We have a long history here. That we came from hardworking people that makes people proud of where they came from and who they are and who they've become. The church has maintained its structure. It stayed the same. The placita, which is under the county, has been maintained. So it's helpful that people realize that this is important. And the tourists like to come here. They like to come here and see the historic building, the Portales, the first schoolhouse in the county of El Paso, the jail, the first jail in the county of El Paso is from 1850. Well, we continue to do advertisements to have people come in and visit us. The schools also promote the town. Like in the old days, they really didn't, there wasn't too much to study about Hispanic culture. It was more about the East Coast. And I'm thinking maybe the El Paso schools need to promote it a little bit more than they probably do. I think slowly they're giving the town, the history of this town, more publicity, but in the beginning there wasn't any, I don't think. When people from El Paso come down here and or from whatever place, but especially from El Paso, they're surprised. They don't know that this place existed. They don't really teach it in the schools, so they don't know that it's there. But a lot of people that do come in say, wow, that's the first time I've been here, and I've been in El Paso all my life. It's like, where have you been?
Go ahead, Jessica.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. We'd like to take a vote for item number 11 to move into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Can we have a motion?
Second?
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss item number 11 pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
Wait till I get my costume on, let me tell you. So excited. My mom challenged me. She told me that I would be too chicken to do it. So here I am. I'm gonna do it.
So we had our first plunge into the new year event. The whole idea is daring people to jump into cold water. It's pretty much jumping in, washing off the old into the new year.
That was very refreshing. A little frigid, but a great way to start the new year. One year I dressed up as a pickle for Halloween, and for Christmas, my kids asked me to dress up as a pickle for Christmas as well. And so now the costume has just kind of been a holiday staple in our family.
A lot of different reactions, actually. We had some that were just kind of like frozen in a sort of shock, and then the other ones that were just super excited and still really cold. This was also an intro again for this new season that's going to be coming on us pretty soon, actually. So with this new season coming up, we're going to be introducing swim lessons and lifeguard classes and different special events throughout the season.
Oh, I love events like this for the public. This is a great idea, a great way for us to kind of engage our children in the community. This was a great way to start the new year. It's a perfect way to plunge into refreshing cold water and reset everything for the new year. Happy 2024!
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We are coming to you live today from San Elizario, a truly historic gym here in the borderland as you take a look at the historic San Elizario Chapel. Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Andy Morgan.
And I'm Monica Cortez. And so today marks our fourth installment of our summer series. And just a reminder for our very loyal viewers is that, okay, so this is the fourth stop that we're making.
Yep.
Last week we were at Clint,
Yep.
and that was just phenomenal. Remember Ramirez Pecan Farms. And today we're right in front of the mission, the iconic San Elizario, chapel. And so I learned, Andy, that this town was, I guess, founded in 1877.
You want to know the main thing? When we started saying we're going to do this small town spotlight series, the thing that I thought of was San Elizario first and this shot right here. This is exactly what I thought about. This is what we're kind of doing with this small town spotlight series. And of course, San Elizario, much like some of our other stops that we have made, right on the Rio Grande here. So it kind of forms, of course, the U.S.-Mexico border, as we know. And it's more than just a stop on I-10, right? We think about going back and forth on I-10, whether you're going to Dallas or San Antonio. It's more than just a stop that you get gas. There is a lot to do here and a lot of history.
Oh, absolutely. And part of that history, did you know that San Elizario was first called Presidio de San Elizario? Then obviously it was renamed, and so we have a really cool package on the history. Check it out.
The original name of the place was San Elizario. San Elizario is the patron saint of soldiers, and they used to use that for the town. But what happened was when non-Spanish speaking people came in, they could not say Elizario, so they could say Elizario. So they changed the spelling so that people could pronounce it better that didn't speak Spanish to E-L-I-Z-A-R-I-O. We have a long history here. That we came from hardworking people that makes people proud of where they came from and who they are and who they've become. The church has maintained its structure. It stayed the same. The placita, which is under the county, has been maintained. So it's helpful that people realize that this is important. And the tourists like to come here. They like to come here and see the historic building, the Portales, the first schoolhouse in the county of El Paso, the jail, the first jail in the county of El Paso is from 1850. Well, we continue to do advertisements to have people come in and visit us. The schools also promote the town. Like in the old days, they really didn't, there wasn't too much to study about Hispanic culture. It was more about the East Coast. And I'm thinking maybe the El Paso schools need to promote it a little bit more than they probably do. I think slowly they're giving the town and the history of this town more publicity, but in the beginning there wasn't any, I don't think. When people from El Paso come down here and or from whatever place, but especially from El Paso, they're surprised. They don't know that this place existed. They don't really teach it in the schools, so they don't know that it's there. A lot of people that, wow, that's the first time I've been here, and I've been in El Paso all my life. It's like, where have you been? Probably is the third version of the church. The first one was it was a room in the presidios, and of course it got destroyed when all the flooding that happened before the Elephant Butte was built. And so the second version was probably that little room over there you see with the roof, and immediately it was too small. So then they started building this one like in the 1870s, 1880s. So this is actually the third version, and as you can see, it's on very high ground, because it used to flood all the time and destroy. And as you can see, the windows are very high, and the reasons that I've been given the windows were high was because there were a lot of Apache Indians, because of course this was their land. And so They wanted to prevent the Apache Indians from breaking into the building, so they did the windows very high. Inside, you'll see stained glass windows, and the ones that are facing the street has the American flag, and then the one facing the street has the seal of the state of Texas. And that's very unusual for a Catholic church to have flags or symbols of the state. Probably this was because this was right after the Salt War, and in the Salt War the Texas Rangers were jailed, some people were killed, and they wanted to let the rest of Texas know that we're very Texan, and the rest of the United States know that we're very American. And you'll see San Elizario towards the front by the Sacred Heart of Jesus statue. And then you also see the Virgen de Guadalupe statue on the left-hand side in front of the Virgin Mary. The bells, we can no longer ring the bells, unfortunately, because the tiles started falling, and the men from this community hand-painted all the tile. And if you look at the tile, the ceilings, it's all hand-painted. When World War I ended, they rang the bell for hours. So there's a lot of pride, a lot of veteran celebrations here, a lot of pride in the community.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The two-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're opening, we have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The law library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history, there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The law library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
Greetings from San Elizario, where we are back here live on KTSM 9 News at 6 p.m. for our small town spotlight. Athletics here in San Elizario have been fantastic over the last few years. Of course, the soccer team went to the Final Four a couple months ago. They won the 2018-2019 state championships. Christopher Moreno on the track has won 3 medals the last 3 years at the state track meet. The girls basketball team has had some success, but perhaps their favorite son of all is Ricardo Pepe, who of course attended elementary school here in San Elizario at Chacon Elementary. That's right over my right shoulder right there. He was there until 6th or 7th grade when he moved away to Dallas to work out and play with SC Dallas. Now he has become one of the greatest soccer players that the United States currently has, but he got his start here at San Elizario, and they knew even at a young age, talking to his teachers and principals at Chacon, that he always had it made.
US have numbers here, and Ricardo Pepe, the prodigy, strikes again.
Long before he was a soccer wonderkind, before he ever scored a goal for a European club team or a game winner for the United States men's national team,
Straight into the game, and straight into the back of the net. Ricardo Pepe gives the US the lead.
Ricardo Pepe was just a kid with a big dream at San Elizario's Chacon Elementary.
He was good in every sport. I knew he was someone special.
Joanne Moreno taught and coached Pepe in 5th grade at Chacon.
This is Pepe. This is when he played basketball for me. We won the championship.
Pepe once penned a letter to her calling her his favorite teacher ever, and all these years later they still communicate frequently and get together for lunch when he's back home.
This is Pepe when he came to Chacon Elementary to see the kids.
Pepe spent his early years at Chacon as a model student before moving to Dallas as a teen to chase his soccer dreams.
As far as I remember, quiet, well-behaved, never gave us any problems. Just a very good boy.
Those who knew him back then think that his youth in San Elizario helped to shape him into the man and internationally known soccer phenom that he is today.
He appreciates just life, just where he came from. I mean, his grandparents, his grandpa meant the world to him. I mean, his grandpa just said, give it all you got.
Pepe had a career year on loan with FC Groningen in the Netherlands this past season, netting 15 goal involvements as he hopes to move to a bigger club for next season. Wherever he goes, San Elizario and Chacon Elementary are watching and looking up to a young man who was in their shoes less than a decade ago.
We're able to discuss it with our students, and they know who he is, and he's just seen as a role model. And they see if he can do it, they can do it.
your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Well, there's been different people here. Of course, the first person that they make note of is Jose Ortiz. The last person that was, or Epifanio Ortiz, and his wife was Francisca Luján. That was the actual known resident. During the 70s, well, when they found the building, it didn't have a portal. You'll see portales a lot now, but most of these buildings didn't have portales when they were originally part of the system. They just didn't have them. I'd say around the mid-1800s, they started putting portales on buildings. Originally, I think it was until 2013 or 14, this was called the Bookery. It was a bookery for a long time. It was really known as.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. We are on item number 11, discuss and take appropriate action regarding Marathon Petroleum's El Paso Refinery air permit renewal request, and to further request that the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality hold a public meeting in El Paso regarding their air permit renewal request. And I do have one more public comment that came in to read in from Mr. Don Driscoll. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. The call line went down, so I could not join you. I concur with my neighbors about the problem with the refinery. I am asking you to ask for the contested case hearing without delay. Marathon asked you to wait for the meeting because they know without the hearing request, our community will have no leverage. Please act so we all have room to breathe, literally. And a real opportunity to mitigate pollution with more, as my new friend Fred said, peanuts. We need your leadership. End of public comment.
Thank you, Jessica. Joanne?
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, Joanne Bernal, County Attorney. Based on the discussion of the commissioners in executive session, it's my understanding that a majority of the commissioners do wish to proceed in support of seeking a contested hearing. Do you have the case number? Permit number 18897. And based on that conversation, we would request that the court make two motions. The first motion would be to approve and authorize the county administrator to hire an environmental expert not to exceed $20,000 to assist in the preparation of the filing of a contested hearing.
So moved.
The,
Do we need to vote right now?
yes, sir.
Separately? Okay, I make that motion?
Second. That's going to be third.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. The second motion, based on the discussion in executive session, would be to approve and authorize the county administrator to hire an outside counsel to assist in the preparation of filing the application for a contested hearing in the same referenced cause number, not to exceed $20,000.
So moved. Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego? Motion carries.
And the third, motion or direction would be to obtain direction or to give direction to your staff to prepare comments for any public meeting that might be held regarding this matter, and further to request that any public meeting or contested hearing in this matter be held in El Paso County.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego? Motion carries.
Does that cover all of the direction of the court?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you all.
We will be taking a break. We'll be taking a break till 1 o'clock. I wish we could give the full hour, but we got some pressing issues this afternoon for 1:30, so we'll see everybody back here at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners
Thank you.
Court will recess. It is 12:24 p.m. We will recess until 1 p.m.
Conversational English classes.
B2 plus B3.
And we recently started going over the Microsoft suite. So Microsoft Word, today I did Microsoft Excel.
You speak.
You speak.
Do you speak?
Do you speak? So she checks out a tablet and she checks out a hotspot to use at home for herself and for her kids.
Estoy tratando de aprender el inglés para pues tratar de ayudar a mis niños porque pues yo no sé nada en inglés.
We also have a lot of people using the services from home.
Pues ella lo usa, el internet lo usa porque pues traen el Chrome, se llama, de la escuela y tiene que hacer tareas.
At first, it was a little bit difficult to explain the concept that it's an all-digital library.
But yeah, people are understanding this is the future, this is necessary if you want to continue to stay relevant.
The hotspot and the tablet is to help bridge that gap and to give all of the folks out here access to internet.
And it's going to be one of those accessible things that makes the entire county more equitable, and of course it allows people to be participating in things they might have not been able to do so prior to this new initiative.
Qué bueno que hay esta ayuda porque es una enorme ayuda y pues es una oportunidad muy grande que nos dan de poder ayudarnos a nosotros.
This is our website, and right here on the front it says, click here to sign up for a library card.
So it's free to everybody who lives in El Paso County, regardless if you live in the city or not.
Socorro is the heart and center of this community. This pueblo was established 343 years ago. This is the third mission that was built for the third Socorro pueblo. Our first and second pueblos were washed away by the river. We have beautiful, direct and very tangible connections to the first pueblo in the beams. Any wood, any timber, lumber, vigas that were still in good use were put in the second pueblo. When the second pueblo was destroyed, then they were brought here. And there's beautiful designs on them that the piro. The piro is to Socorro what the tigua is to Isleta. At the windows, you can appreciate the width of the building, little over 5 feet. It had to be a very strong and stout building to sustain the weight of the vigas and the roof. We walk into Franciscan simplicity, white wood accents. By the time we get to the altar, the Franciscans are no longer here, the Jesuits are here, and there's just much more elaborate. It's a much more elaborate altar, much more European, evoking columns and gold leaf, and the wood is then painted to look like marble. It's a wood structure. The facade is meant to evoke a bird in flight, like a spread eagle. Sometimes the people from the outside come with a much deeper appreciation and curiosity. Local appreciation is really not as healthy as it could be. But to have appreciation for the historical value, the communal value, the spiritual value of the Socorro Mission is to come into appreciation for really our deep history. We are an untold story. You don't find us everywhere. You don't find the story of this mission trail, this mission in common, history. We really have to promote it and learn it and share it. There is lots and lots of history here, and maybe not as appreciated as it could be.
I love the history of the area. I love beer, and I wanted my business to have both. We found this building on the Mission Trail, and true adobe, vigas, latias. It's a brewery. Sometimes I have food. I do a lot of pop-ups with charlatan, taqueria, and ramen. And but yeah, so we make all of our product in-house. We only have beer on tap. Our most popular beers are pomegranate beer. That's made with local honey from Ceballos Honey Farm from Fabens, Texas. Pomegranate juice, apple juice, and churro malt. I would say second to that is our pecan beer. I try and do a lot of locally sourced ingredients. I like things that are local, henceforth the pecans. It's a big pecan culture here. I get a mixture of a lot of clientele. Now it looks like we have the right businesses for the area of tourism, right? Including alcohol, beer, food, and art. As long as the legal hours, I'll be open, yes.
Visit the Mission Trail for many reasons. A wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone. Oh. It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
you definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Makom, Herimba. Welcome everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
Wait till I get my costume on, let me tell you. So excited. My mom challenged me. She told me that I would be too chicken to do it. So here I am. I'm gonna do it.
So we had our first Plunge into the New Year event. The whole idea is daring people to jump into cold water. It's pretty much jumping in, washing off the old into the new year.
That was very refreshing. A little frigid, but a great way to start the new year. One year I dressed up as a pickle for Halloween, and for Christmas my kids asked me to dress up as a pickle for Christmas as well. And so now the costume has just kind of been a holiday staple in our family.
A lot of different reactions, actually. We had some that were just kind of like frozen in a sort of shock, and then the other ones that were just super excited and still really cold. This was also an intro again for this new season that's going to be coming on us pretty soon, actually. So with this new season coming up, we're going to be introducing swim lessons and lifeguard classes and different special events throughout the season.
Oh, I love events like this for the public. This is a great idea, a great way for us to kind of engage our children in the community. This was a great way to start the new year. It's a perfect way to plunge into refreshing cold water and reset everything for the new year. Happy 2024!
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We are coming to you live today from San Elizario, a truly historic gem here in the borderland as you take a look at the historic San Elizario Chapel. Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Andy Morgan.
And I'm Monica Cortez. And so today marks our 4th installment of our summer series. And just a reminder for our very loyal viewers, is that, okay, so this is the 4th stop that we're making.
Yep.
Last week, we were at Clint,
Yep.
and that was just phenomenal. Remember Ramirez Pecan Farms? And today, we're right in front of the Mission, the iconic San Elizario, chapel. And so I learned, Andy, that this town was, I guess, founded in 1877.
You want to know the main thing? When we started saying we're going to do this small town spotlight series, the thing that I thought of was San Elizario first, and this shot right here. This is exactly what I thought about. This is what we're kind of doing with this small town spotlight series. And of course, San Elizario, much like some of our other stops that we have made, right on the Rio Grande here. So it kind of forms, of course, the U.S.-Mexico border, as we know. And it's more than just a stop on I-10, right? We think about going back and forth on I-10, whether you're going to Dallas or San Antonio. It's more than just a stop that you get gas. There is a lot to do here and a lot of history.
Oh, absolutely. And part of that history, did you know that San Elizario was first called Presidio de San Elizario? Then obviously it was renamed, and so we have a really cool package on the history. Check it out.
The original name of the place was San Elizario. San Elizario is the patron saint of soldiers, and they used to use that for the town. But what happened was when non-Spanish speaking people came in, they could not say Elizario, so they could say Elizario. So they changed the spelling so that people could pronounce it better that didn't speak Spanish, to E-L-I-Z-A-R-I-O. We have a long history here. That we came from hardworking people that makes people proud of where they came from and who they are and who they've become. The church has maintained its structure. It stayed the same. The placita, which is under the county, has been maintained. So it's helpful that people realize that this is important. And the tourists like to come here. They like to come here and see the historic building, the Portales, the first schoolhouse in the county of El Paso, the jail, the first jail in the county of El Paso is from 1850. Well, we continue to do advertisements to have people come in and visit us. The schools also promote the town. Like in the old days, they really didn't, there wasn't too much to study about Hispanic culture. It was more about the East Coast. And I'm thinking maybe the El Paso schools need to promote it a little bit more than they probably do. I think slowly they're giving the town and the history of this town more publicity, but in the beginning there wasn't any, I don't think. When people from El Paso come down here and or from whatever place, but especially from El Paso, they're surprised. They don't know that this place existed. They don't really teach it in the schools, so they don't know that it's there. But a lot of people that do come in say, wow, that's the first time I've been here, and I've been in El Paso all my life. It's like, where have you been? Probably is the third version of the church. The first one was it was a room in the presidios, and of course it got destroyed when all the flooding that happened before the Elephant Butte was built. And so the second version was probably that little room over there you see with the roof, and immediately it was too small. So then they started building this one like in the 1870s, 1880s. So this is actually the third version, and as you can see, it's on very high ground, because it used to flood all the time and destroy. And as you can see, the windows are very high, and the reasons that I've been given the windows were high was because there were a lot of Apache Indians, because of course this was their land. And so they wanted to prevent the Apache Indians from breaking into the building, so they did the windows very high. Inside you'll see stained glass windows, and the ones that are facing the street has the American flag, and then the one facing the street has the seal of the state of Texas, and that's very unusual for a Catholic church to have flags or symbols of the state. Probably this was because this was right after the Salt War, and in the Salt War the Texas Rangers were jailed, some people were killed, and they wanted to let the rest of Texas know that we're very Texan, and the rest of the United States know that we're very American. And you'll see San Elizario towards the front by the Sacred Heart of Jesus statue. And then you also see the Virgen de Guadalupe statue on the left-hand side in front of the Virgin Mary. The bells, we can no longer ring the bells, unfortunately, because the tiles started falling, and the men from this community hand-painted all the tile. And if you look at the tile, the ceilings, it's all hand-painted. When World War I ended, they rang the bell for hours. So there's a lot of pride, a lot of veteran celebrations here, a lot of pride in the community.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The two-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're okay. We have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law Library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The law library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history, there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The law library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
Greetings from San Elizario, where we are back here live on KTSM 9 News at 6 p.m. for our small town spotlight. Athletics here in San Elizario have been fantastic over the last few years. Of course, the soccer team went to the Final Four a couple months ago. They won the 2018-2019 state championships. Christopher Moreno on the track has won 3 medals the last 3 years at the state track meet. The girls basketball team has had some success, but perhaps their favorite son of all is Ricardo Pepe, who of course attended elementary school here in San Elizario at Chacon Elementary. That's right over my right shoulder right there. He was there until 6th or 7th grade when he moved away to Dallas to work out and play with SC Dallas. Now he has become one of the greatest soccer players that the United States currently has, but he got his start here in San Elizario, and they knew even at a young age, talking to his teachers and principals at Chacon, that he always had it made.
US have numbers here, and Ricardo Pepe, the prodigy, strikes again.
Long before he was a soccer wonderkind, before he ever scored a goal for a European club team or a game winner for the United States men's national team,
Straight into the game, and straight into the back of the net. Ricardo Pepe gives the US the lead.
Ricardo Pepe was just a kid with a big dream at San Elizario's Chacon Elementary.
He was good in every sport. I knew he was someone special.
Joanne Moreno taught and coached Pepe in 5th grade at Chacon.
This is Pepe. This is when he played basketball for me. We won the championship.
Pepe once penned a letter to her calling her his favorite teacher ever, and all these years later they still communicate frequently and get together for lunch when he's back home.
This is Pepe when he came to Chacon Elementary to see the kids.
Pepe spent his early years at Chacon as a model student before moving to Dallas as a teen to chase his soccer dreams.
As far as I remember, quiet, well-behaved, never gave us any problems. Just a very good boy.
Those who knew him back then think that his youth in San Elizario helped to shape him into the man and internationally known soccer phenom that he is today.
He appreciates just life, just where he came from. I mean, his grandparents, his grandpa meant the world to him. I mean, his grandpa just said, give it all you got.
Pepe had a career year on loan with FC Groningen in the Netherlands this past season, netting 15 goal involvements as he hopes to move to a bigger club for next season. Wherever he goes, San Elizario and Chacon Elementary are watching and looking up to a young man who was in their shoes less than a decade ago.
We're able to discuss it with our students, and they know who he is, and he's just seen as a role model. And they see if he can do it, they can do it.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Well, there's been different people here. Of course, the first person that they make note of is Jose Ortiz. The last person that was, or Epifanio Ortiz, and his wife was Francisca Luján. That was the actual known resident. During the 70s, well, when they found the building, it didn't have a portal. You'll see portales a lot now, but most of these buildings didn't have portales when they were originally part of the system. They just didn't have them. I'd say around the mid-1800s, they started putting portales on buildings. Originally, I think it was until 2013 or 14, this was called the Bookery. It was the Bookery for a long time. It was really known as the Bookery. It sat here fixed for a couple of years and finally was rented and then turned into an art gallery. Well, I think it's a big asset, and it's very important to have these buildings preserved and utilized, and it's real good for tourism to have different things right here in the little district. Very important to keep the history alive by keeping these buildings preserved. But you have to keep the history of these buildings alive. They're important on the Camino Real because it's a living road. It continues to live 1,600 miles from Mexico City all the way to Okeowenge in northern New Mexico. This is right on it. And here on the Mission Trail corridor, from Isleta all the way to San Elizario, there's a lot of things going on. And I think ultimately, maybe someday the school system will be able to do more. But I think it's people like you that come out here and do stories, and more people see it that learn that way.
Our official name is Illumina Public Library, El Paso County's all-digital library. The reason that it's named Illumina is because libraries illuminate. They bring to light information. We have ebooks, audiobooks, magazines, a streaming service to watch movies and to listen to music.
What are we trying to do? We're trying to see what our total remaining.
We have programming here at the Agua Dulce Community Center. We have computer literacy classes, conversational English classes.
B2 plus B3.
And we recently started going over the Microsoft suite. So Microsoft Word, today I did Microsoft Excel.
You speak.
You speak.
Do you speak?
You speak.
So she checks out a tablet and she checks out a hotspot to use at home for herself and for her kids.
Estoy tratando de aprender el inglés para pues tratar de ayudar a mis niños porque pues yo no sé nada del inglés.
We also have a lot of people using the services from home.
Pues ella lo usa el internet, lo usa porque pues traen el Chrome, se llama, de la escuela, y tiene que hacer tareas.
At first, it was a little bit difficult to explain the concept that it's an all-digital library.
But yeah, people are understanding this is the future, this is necessary if you want to continue to stay relevant.
The hotspot and the tablet is to help bridge that gap and to give all of the folks out here access to internet.
And it's going to be one of those accessible things that makes the entire county more equitable, and of course it allows people to be participating in things they might have not been able to do so prior to this new initiative.
Que qué bueno que hay esta ayuda, porque es una enorme ayuda y pues es una oportunidad muy grande que nos dan de poder ayudarnos a nosotros.
This is our website, and right here on the front it says, click here to sign up for a library card.
So it's free to everybody who lives in El Paso County, regardless if you live in the city or not.
Socorro is the heart and center of this community. This pueblo was established 343 years ago. This is the third mission that was built for the third Socorro pueblo. Our first and second pueblos were washed away by the river. We have beautiful, direct and very tangible connections to the first pueblo in the beams. Any wood, any timber, lumber, vigas that were still in good use were put in the second pueblo. When the second pueblo was destroyed, then they were brought here. And there's beautiful designs on them that the piro. The piro is to Socorro what the tigua is to Isleta. At the windows, you can appreciate the width of the building, little over 5 feet. It had to be a very strong and stout building to sustain the weight of the vigas and the roof. We walk into Franciscan simplicity, white wood accents. By the time we get to the altar, the Franciscans are no longer here, the Jesuits are here, and there's just much more elaborate. It's a much more elaborate altar, much more European, evoking columns and gold leaf, and the wood is then painted to look like marble. It's a wood structure. The facade is meant to evoke a bird in flight, like a spread eagle. Sometimes the people from the outside come with a much deeper appreciation and curiosity. Local appreciation is really not as healthy as it could be. But to have appreciation for the historical value, the communal value, the spiritual value of the Socorro mission is to come into appreciation for really our deep history. We are an untold story. You don't find us everywhere. You don't find the story of this mission trail, this mission in common, history. We really have to promote it and learn it and share it. There is lots and lots of history here, and maybe not as appreciated as it could be.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. We'd like to first take up item number 14 from Public Works. Item 14 is discuss El Paso Inc.'s Best Pet event being held at Oscarate Park on Saturday, March 30th, 2024. Further, take appropriate action with regards to a county gold sponsorship in the amount of $10,000 and waiving the fees for the event. Funding is available in General Fund, Parks and Rec Admin Advertising.
Norma, it's been read in.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and the Judge. I'm Tim Fulton. I'm Interim Parks and Recreation Director, and I'm here to introduce Secret. Wear it, and Secret is with El Paso Inc. She would like to give a presentation about an event that they're proposing to have at Oscarate Park on March 30th.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Judge Samaniego. For those of you whom I've not met, I am Secret Wear, the publisher of El Paso Inc. And I just want to thank you for giving me a couple minutes this afternoon to talk about El Paso Inc.'s Best Pet, a celebration that celebrates pets and animals across El Paso County. And we are here to talk about a potential sponsorship with the county. The next slide, please. The Best Pet project happens over 4 months. It kicks off with an online photo contest, and it concludes with the summer issue of El Paso Inc. magazine. But during that time, in the middle of all of that activity, we have a community and animal event called the Best Pet Party. And it is a pet lovers fest with pet-related booths and exhibitors and vendors. We do pet adoptions, informative presentations and programming, animal encounters, a pet walk, you name it. But we think this event has a lot more potential, and with a partnership with the El Paso County, we would love to move this event to Ascarity Park, and with your support, add a new extension to do El Paso's first mega pet adoption. So as part of this sponsorship, the county would have space and presence at the Best Pet Party, where there could be information on health and animal welfare, education for the public, whatever public engagement would be beneficial. In addition to that, the El Paso County would be the main project sponsor with title local position on all the activities that we do during the 4-month duration, as well as additional opportunities to promote animal welfare information through El Paso Inc. mediums. The gold sponsorship is $10,000. We would do in-kind trade for the facility rental fees, and that would leave a balance of $7,778. And we also request to waive the public fees at the park for the duration of the event. It is a free, family, and animal-friendly event. And if technology is willing, we'd love to show you a very brief video on the 2022 event that we did in at San Jacinto. That concludes my presentation. I think the El Paso County would really be the perfect partner to help us grow this pet extravaganza for the benefit of the community. I think together we can work to promote animal welfare and really bring to life this idea of a mega pet adoption and get more El Paso pets into their forever homes. So with that, I'll take any questions, and thank you again for your time.
You're a liaison for this.
Good afternoon, everyone. So good to see you. Happy New Year. Commissioners, Lorelei Combs, Judge for Animal Welfare for the county. So this event, I'm super excited about. I love to bring innovative projects, animal welfare projects to the county. And this one would, as Secret said, the first mega adoption event. So this is a community outreach with our partners in animal welfare all across the borderland. So we like to go into these large corporations and ask them for sponsorship, like the ASPCA, Subaru, Albertsons, Best Friends, Humane Society of the United States, and ask them to come and help us teach our community the best pet welfare for our community and where it's available at no cost and low cost. So this would be a great opportunity also to start talking about our clinic, which we hope will be opening around June-ish, if I could say, a soft launch, and talking about the benefits of animal welfare and keeping your pets healthy, Because we know when our pets are healthy, our population is healthy because we're out there walking. There's less strays. We keep them vaccinated. We lower rabies, the chances of disease. So it's so beneficial. And really, everyone loves pets. You've got about 70% now have pets, and half of those have two, which I know a couple of you guys do too. So you know we're bonded with animals. Even though we may not be able to afford them, we're going to love them anyways, and we're going to have them. So we just want to bring this to the community in a beautiful setting. Why not? You have so much space, beautiful green space there, people will come.
Well, thank you for everything that you do. I think you're exactly right that the county would be the perfect. You know, we have that opportunity. People love to go there. And we want more people to feel that they could go to the park and, you know, walk their dogs and be with their pets. And so I really feel like most things, if you think about it, El Paso is very well positioned to be able to do something that most communities aren't willing to do or can't do. So I think this is another, you know, benchmark for the rest of the country of, you know, taking care of our pets. We know that during the pandemic, people were isolated, and we got to give credit to some sanity that came to us because of our pets, right? We had an opportunity. I've never seen so many cats go through Zooms and walk through the computers, and you know, it was just amazing. But I think we need to keep that traction going, just like exercise. And I think there's a combination that if you walk your dog, then you're helping yourself. And when you said, when your pet is doing well, we do well. And so it's a great combination of the two. So I think it would be amazing. I'd like to, I don't know, Betsy, if there's any further comments or from the commissioners, but I think it's just an excellent opportunity for El Paso. We've said coming out of the pandemic that the outdoors was going to be very important for us. It took a lot away from us, but not the outdoors, and then we've always said that. So, Betsy, I don't know if you want to add some comments.
Thank you, Judge. We're actually asking today for approval for us to partner with El Paso Inc. We're asking also to waive the gate fees that day, anything we can do to promote animal adoption. And of course, with animal adoption comes the spay and neuter, and it helps overall control our animal population that's maybe, well, I think all the animal population should be wanted myself, but I won't be able to adopt anymore, Lorelei, just for the record. I think that everything we can do to help us with that in a positive, proactive way is money that we're actually investing in a good return for our operations. And so we would ask for your favorable approval of this item.
So moved.
Second.
I would just add, if we could add to the motion as well, that the court does find a public purpose in that it supports the goals, the principles, and the mission of our animal welfare, of the county's animal welfare department. So we need to make sure that we have that on the findings as well. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Great initiative. We'll support it in any possible way.
Okay, item number 7, presentations.
Thank you, Leroy.
7A, receive a presentation regarding the El Paso County Epic Shining Stars Award, naming the 4 shining stars for the second quarter of FY24.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, Betsy Keller, County Administrator. We have a few minutes on your agenda today just to support this presentation of our County Epic Shining Stars. As you know, this program supports your goal to value our El Paso County family, and we deeply appreciate your commitment to this goal. It's an honor and a pleasure to present our Epic Shining Stars for this quarter. And I know one of them, I don't know if he's going to make it back. We were juggling time, but we have one person in our audience today from the list, and maybe another one who may be joining us. We were trying to estimate what time it would occur. So EPIC means extending beyond the ordinary or usual, and is also, in this case, an acronym for the county which represents our values: excellence, professionalism, integrity, and creativity. This award is designed to honor those employees who exhibit the county's EPIC values in an exemplary way to make a difference in the lives of our residents, fellow county employees, and ultimately in the county of El Paso. In addition to today's presentation, the honorees will receive a framed commemorative certificate, a professional-grade digital photograph of themselves, a flag that was flown over the county courthouse, and some gifts with county branding. They will have their picture displayed here on the third floor of the county courthouse lobby as part of our exhibit that displays our mission that these individuals illuminate in the work they do for our community and our organization. And here you see our honorees from last quarter, which include Linda Hemi, Jesus Lopez, Leo Landeros, and Elliot Torres. This quarter, we're proud to recognize 4 employees that represent a wide variety of services the county provides to our community. I'm going to start with Desiree Gomez, who's here with us today. She joined the county in 2013, and I remember when she joined the county, I swear, I don't even know how it was legal for us to hire her. She was so young. But she has over 10 years of service now, and I'm so proud. She's an administrative specialist intermediate with the Parks and Recreation Department. She displays phenomenal office skills and has enhanced the efficiency of many processes in the front office. She demonstrates excellence and determination with minimal supervision, and has also volunteered to assist in improving the condition of the sports park. She created a QR code for staff and patrons to be able to view the rules and the guidelines for the park on any mobile device. For her excellent work, we've received positive feedback and reviews from the sports park community on how efficient and organized we are with the new rules and changes on and off the field. She also takes the time to recognize the talent and skill of every team member in a deserving and very thoughtful way. I agree with Tim Fulton's statement here that Desiree sets a great example of accurate goal setting and efficient output. For her creativity and professionalism, this is why Desiree is being recognized as an EPIC County Shining Star. I also want to note that Desiree has a couple family members that do or have worked here as well, so we're really proud of the Gomez family. So many of you know Armand Foster. If you've ever done any special events or been at the park, you always see him. You can't miss him. He has served our community for over 11 years and works as a park maintenance worker intermediate for Parks and Recreation Department. He conducts himself in a respectful and professional manner no matter who he's interacting with in the park. He ensures communication with supervisors of any changes that may occur during operations and takes the initiative to handle possible hazards, always with a smile. He shows his creativity in the work that he performs daily and shares ideas to perform job tasks more efficiently with his coworkers and his managers. Tim shared that Mr. Foster provides excellent service to all participants and staff. This notes why he has earned this recognition as an EPIC County Shining Star. I know myself when I'm at the park, I have to be careful to not be pulling him to do like whatever I'm working on and taking him away from his task, because he's so helpful, willing, and just really responsive to all of our needs.
Agree.
Okay, we have another member with us today. I'm very proud to announce that Cheryl Eisenhower, who was hired with our operations department about 9 months ago as our first volunteer coordinator, is another one of our EPIC County Shining Stars. She's a one-person show working to establish our entire program from the ground up. She has spent these past several months writing policy and procedure, researching best practices and programs throughout the nation, building key relationships with community partners and department heads, and in just a few short months, she's already worked to build a registry of active volunteers that can be used for various work inside the county, as well as to support other partnerships throughout the community. She's taken the initiative to work on projects not assigned to her with the intent of improving what currently exists. She does so with class and respect for others, and she's driven by that inner desire to help. She's also worked to research the county's strategic plan and attend outside county events that teach her about the organization so that she can think through innovative solutions using her volunteer program. I love Melissa Carrillo's statement on this slide. The county is fortunate to have as such a caring, wise, and hardworking individual on this team. She's an absolute rock star. We're honored to recognize her as an Epic County Shining Star. I'll say that in recognizing Cheryl, it's also a recognition of all the volunteers that she's brought on board for us. And last, so once a year I select a department head for this recognition. And while it's always a hard choice, this person made it easier for me this year, much like she makes life a little better or easier for many in our community. We're especially proud to recognize Irene Gutierrez, who's the Community Service Director and has been with us for over 23 years. This year, Irene has had many challenges, and she's risen and powered through these challenges with such epic character. While we all know her for all of her response in handling these challenges, such as the migration, she's continued to grow her team and herself professionally. We're so proud of Irene for completing the Paso del Norte Realize Executive Leadership Program in this past year. She's being recognized and respected around the country for her work on migrant processing and for the partnerships she has built. She has also continued to manage and grow service to our community and other programs such as community development, senior nutrition, Illumina Digital Library, general assistance, and the Office of New Americans. That's why Joel and I emphasize that we can trust her decision-making and leadership at the highest levels. We value her with this recognition as an Epic County Shining Star. I want to thank the department heads for nominating these employees for this recognition. They know the work that these employees do as public servants is important and impactful and often without the deserved recognition. We appreciate the significant support and leadership, Commissioners Court, you have given us and shown through your goal of valuing the county family and encouraging us to recognize and take care of our employees. It makes us an employer of choice. Please join me in a round of applause for this quarter's Epic Shining Stars. And I'd like to ask, we have Desiree and Cheryl in the audience, if they would just stand, please, so we can.
Thank you.
Thank you both, and thank you, Commissioners and Judge, for allowing us to do this.
Well, just want to thank you. This is so special to us to recognize these incredible individuals. This is every time you don't think you could beat the one before, but these are just incredible. Cheryl, you know, I think you've broken the record of someone in 9 months getting this kind of a recognition. Means a lot to us, and everything that you did to be able to do this. Your relationship, not only here, but starting with the military in Fort Bliss and your husband, that was very special, but to have you here is extra special, and we thank you for that. Irene has been just incredible. I just sometimes don't understand how, you know, I get a call and then I call and she answers and we're up to, you know, trying to get something else completed. It's just been amazing. And of course, Parks and Recreation, you know, that's almost our bloodline that people don't understand a lot about us, but they see it in action. You know, when somebody goes to the parks and you know, we get these great feedback about how amazing all of you are, and we thank you so much for that. That means a lot to us because that's really how people are aware of how we are, and you represent us very well. I'm very respectful to the commissioners of anything that has to do with employees. It's always great advocates for that, or to improve our parks. So just you know, I just want to also help recognize that this is a very special award for us, especially my background in HR, where I understand that, you know, if you don't treat our employees properly, you don't recognize them properly, you're not a good organization. And we always, Betsy, you know, I've talked about being the employer of choice. And when we have employees of this caliber, that really gives us that opportunity to do so. So, Betsy, thank you for that, HR and everybody else that comes together to recognize our employees. It means a lot to us here at Commissioners Court.
Thank you, Judge. I want to point out to Irene, who's attending online, that also several of her peers are here in support of her selection. Several of the other department heads are here in support of her selection for this honor. Thank you.
Great job, Irene. Thank you for everything you do, and all of you.
Oh.
Can we take a picture now with or
Do you want a
Cheryl
picture
and
with
Desiree
Cheryl?
and- yeah,
Yes, sir.
and
Thank
the
you.
commissioners, yeah.
And we can,
Irene,
yes,
yeah, we
get
can
under Irene.
up. Yeah. Thank you.
Corrí para acá. Yes.
That way, yeah. Okay.
Okay, one right here.
Item 7B, receive a presentation regarding the El Paso County 2024 MLK Day of Service Project, Sneakers for Asylum Seekers.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, again. It's great to be here today to talk about this project that we have going on. So there's been a few mentions already about the upcoming MLK Junior holiday next Monday, January the 15th. Do we have the presentation? That's fine.
All right, guys, 1 second.
So I'll introduce myself. I'm Cheryl Eisenhower, the volunteer coordinator for El Paso County. And as part of my job, I create volunteer opportunities, days of service, where our community members can participate with the county and extend the county's reach, extend the services that we offer, and provide an opportunity for the community to learn more about what the county does for all of our citizens and all of the members here. So this year, on the MLK Day of Service, it is the one national day of service that is on a federal holiday. There are 2 days of service, 9/11 and the MLK Day. And so we wanted to take this opportunity to recognize the incredible life and legacy of MLK, and in doing so, to bring together the community in an act of service that will serve those who are passing through the El Paso area. So if you want to continue to the next slide, we are inviting those in our community to unite and to reveal our common humanity through volunteering and participating in the Sneakers for Asylum Seekers project. So on this day of service, we're encouraging El Pasoans to share gently worn sneakers with migrants passing through our community. Donating these gently worn shoes helps to reduce waste. Instead of throwing them in the garbage, we can find another use for them. Share the resources that we have, and increase comfort. As our migrants pass through, they don't always have the best footwear, and we want to make sure that they have something when we have temperatures like we have today, winds and dust, something that will protect their feet. Next slide, please. So there are different ways in which the community can get involved. We've already had volunteers to help us decorate the bins that we've dropped off in a variety of different locations throughout the county. We also have volunteers. I think I've already maxed out the number of volunteers we need next Monday to help organize and sort the shoes that we receive. We'll sort them by size. We're taking all sizes for all ages. And then we also are asking, again, the community to help us bring those shoes in to the county facilities so that we can sort and get them out in distribution. So encouraging acts of service, whether large or small, have the power to bring El Pasoans together and extend the services that we provide here at the county. We also want to increase the spirit of volunteerism and help provide the community with a way that they can give back. We have so many great people in this community, and they are reaching out and looking for ways to contribute, and this is a great one. Next slide, please. So sneaker donation bins have been placed throughout the county. There are 2 here in the courthouse, down at the county annex, Family Youth Services Center, our community centers throughout on the east and west side at Fabens, Agua Dulce, also out at Canutillo. We have several Justice of the Peace offices that have donation bins. The Sheriff's Department has a couple, and then also at Ascarity Park at the Golf Pro Shop. So if you're looking for a place to drop off your shoes, that's a great place to do it. Or also then you can reach out at volunteer@epcounty.com and we can facilitate a pickup if needed. The shoes will be collected through this Friday. It is a quick turn, but as I say to folks, you either have them in your closet or you don't. So clean out that closet in the new year, drop them off, and we'll get them sorted and distributed. Next slide, please. So to register to volunteer, you can go to EP County Volunteers or email me at volunteer@epcounty.com, or there's the QR code there as well. And then we have a short video here to describe the MLK Day and this service project.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s message can be heard everywhere.
His words changed the nation.
And though you might not know where the words came from,
you can feel the truth behind them.
We're now faced with the fact that tomorrow is today. We're confronted with the fierce urgency of now.
The Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. called us all to service.
Opportunities to serve those in need are all around you.
And every time you volunteer to read to a child, serve a hearty meal, or clean up a park in your comunidad, his message becomes a reality.
This January is your chance to let MLK's word inspire you to action.
You can volunteer for a better tomorrow on MLK Day at AmeriCorps.gov/MLK Day.
So our county project is also recorded with AmeriCorps. So those, I just had someone reach out this morning, and that's how they found it, so that they know that it's part of the nationwide movement and opportunities to serve together. Do you have any questions?
This is so El Pasoan. This is, I think we strive on that. You know, we've always been very helpful in anything like August 3rd and the community coming together. I know most of us are on some of the interviews, we're asking people to donate. And, you know, it just seems so important for us to understand the importance of volunteerism, but the generosity. You know, I've heard a lot of long sermons, but there was one priest that came up and he had a one-liner. And he got up and he said, if you have something at home that you're not using, you're stealing from the poor. And he sat down. And I thought, oh my goodness, isn't that true? I have something that somebody needs and I'm not using it. And that really is a sense of stealing from the people that need that. So we're asking with all our heart, you know, that you do donate. If you ever, when you see the migrants coming in, there's two very things that happen, two characteristics, and one of them is how bad their feet are from all the travel that they've had with very poor shoes. So obviously we're going to identify that. The other one, for some reason, their dental situation is extremely, you know, difficult for them as they're coming through this, you know, their journeys. But their feet, that really requires a better shoe. After they get their Border Patrol, they all try to help out and provide them shoes, but they're not lasting, and they're not, they're not of the quality that we'd like to see. So please, whatever you could do, touch your heart and donate, gently used or new tennis shoes. So we thank you for that. Thank you, Cheryl, for that. It's going to be, I think, one of those things that El Paso does very well, and I hope that we do prove that we're capable of coming together and doing something significant.
I look forward to coming back and reporting on a large donation.
Please, thank you. Thank you. Betsy, thank you for supporting this.
We'd now like to go to item number 13 from County Administration, postponed December 21st, 2023. Discuss and provide direction on the development of the FY 2024 multi-year capital plan for El Paso County, including but not limited to project selections, performance objectives and outcomes, performance management, operational management, corresponding financial planning related to capital investments, and operational needs and direction.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioner Jose Landeros with County Administration. Here today to start the county's formal process in discussing its multi-year capital plan needs over the next several months in particular. Today's afternoon agenda item really focuses on three major areas. The first one being an overview of where we are in the process that we are kicking off today, and including a little bit of a summary of what's occurred over the past several months to get us here to kick this process off. The second one being a very high-level discussion of the existing capital project list, which is attached to the backup, and we provided your offices with digital and hard copies of in December. And then the last section is an opportunity for the court to have a discussion on a few things. We have some specific questions and guides that we'd like the court to discuss and give staff direction so that we know how to proceed with our consultant team and internally with our internal team. And that will round out the presentation. Also, I'd like to make mention that we do have Public Works on teams. All of the individuals who are subject matter experts in a variety of the projects are available, as well as our financial advisor, bond counsel, our architectural consultant, M&K, and our public media relations consultant, Barracuda Public Relations. So they're all on the team's call, our representatives on the call, for the court as resources, really, when we get into that last section of the presentation for discussion. So this timeline outlines where we are there in the yellow outline box. As you can see here, over the past several months, a lot of internal activity. We've been collecting data, largely working with Public Works to aggregate project needs and lists. Our foundation was the existing capital plan that the court adopted last year. But since we've also added new projects from different departments, worked with the Council of Judges on updating lists and working to update those project estimates from the ones that the judiciary has sent over. But we also ensured that every department external to the ones that report to Commissioner's Court were aware of the process and ensured that we had opportunity to discuss what their capital needs might be over the next several years. In the months ahead, you can see here what the plan looks like. This is just a plan. This could change at any given moment due to other circumstances, but generally we feel that with the discussion that the court has today, we'll then be in a position to start moving to adopt a major capital plan for fiscal year 2024. The capital plan is an unconstrained financial document, which means it identifies all the needs but does not necessarily concern itself with identifying an ultimate funding source, because needs are always going to outweigh available resources. On today's agenda, the court also appointed members to the advisory committee, the bond advisory committee. We expect that activity to continue over the next several weeks, as well as the court considering appointment of a chair to that committee. For the spring, we'll engage in public outreach. I have a detailed slide to talk a little bit more about that. You can see here that there's 2 rounds of public outreach. The bond advisory committee gets kicked off around February, and then ultimately this process gives the court a recommended project list, a recommended finance structure that comes at the beginning of the summer, and then by July, August, the court is considering ordering an election, if it chooses to, for a general obligation bond, if that is indeed what the BOAC recommends and ultimately what the court decides to pursue. This is an excerpt from the presentation that Stiefel, your financial advisor, provided the county back in early December. It really highlights two different scenarios for planning purposes and evaluation purposes. The first section, the slide on the top that includes the orange checks there, summarizes the county's previous action to establish a 5-cent essential purpose project fund. And so in years past, we've discussed the fact that the court could issue certain debt tools to finance essential type projects. These projects include recabling or making investments in our public safety infrastructure like the courthouse, JPD, our downtown and downtown jail or jail annex. And so in 2023, we funded about $100 million in debt using this tool. This 5 cents is a goal that the court established years past to keep the debt tax rate level at 5 cents. And so as we paid off debt in years before, that's what gave the court the opportunity to issue new debt without raising the debt tax rate. And so you can see that first section describing this. Over the next 5 years, according to the calculations provided by Stiefel to the court in December, the court has an opportunity to issue about $150 million in debt that would not affect the county's tax rates. And it's recommended that that be largely considered for your essential purpose projects, which again are going to be the ones I described, like stormwater infrastructure, the basic essentials that the county needs to ensure that we're operational and meeting the needs of the community. The second scenario shown in blue is one that the court may consider. Again, this is a process that this is not a conclusion that we've arrived at yet, but rather one just for the court to consider, that the court has an additional capacity of $350 million that could be issued, and that would not affect the county's bond rating. Anything beyond that $500 million cumulative total would begin to affect the county's bond rating or creditworthiness. And so if the court decided to issue $350 million in additional debt to really push the maximum of at $500 million, that additional $350 million would raise taxes. Stiefel estimates that it would raise taxes from anywhere to 3 to 3.5 cents. And that is largely why in their scenario analysis, they said that this could be something that the court would consider under a general obligation bond to allow the public to weigh in on the issuance of that debt. But ultimately, the court retains the authority to structure all debt issuances as it sees fit, as the fiduciary in your fiduciary responsibility. And it's important to remember that the Bond Advisory Committee is going to make a recommendation to the court about how the debt could be structured, and that's going to be something that the court can take into consideration as it makes its decision this coming fiscal year as we move through this process. This, again, is just an example of what that capacity looks like and when some of these issuances could occur. If the court decided to proceed with funding some essential purpose projects, the first debt issuance would come in the spring of 2025, so about a year's time from now, and you would do a $75 million issuance then, and then potentially an accompanying certificate of obligation in the spring of 2028, 3 years later. If the court were to consider a quality of life general obligation bond, the court would do the first debt issuance in the spring of 25 to the tune of about $70 million. And then again, 2 years later in the spring of 27 to about $280 million. And again, these numbers are subject to change. The assessed valuation of the county's tax base could change. The amounts could change, but this is just based on Stiefel's projections today and a potential timeline of issuing some combination of debt. You can see here, I didn't discuss it, but in green, the tax anticipation notes are also an option that the court and the Bond Advisory Committee could consider. These are shorter-term finance tools that yield a lot of savings when it comes to payments and interest, but because they have to be paid back sooner, they reduce your capacity just like they would at home, right? When you're discussing financing, if you have a longer term, you usually pay more in interest, but your monthly payments are more affordable, and so that lets you do more on the front end than the back end. It's the same thing with tax anticipation notes. They have a lower interest rate, but your monthly payments are higher because you're paying off the debt faster. The public outreach process that is proposed for this process for the next several months is very deliberate. It's based on this process. I'm going to come back, but this is the outreach schedule that we used last year when the court issued approximately $100 million in COs and tax anticipation notes. We had 2 meetings per precinct, so we had 8 meetings total per round of meetings, right? We scheduled those in December, and then we did another 8 meetings again in January. We also met with civic organizations like Rotary. We met with chambers of commerce to share all this information. And so in terms of quantity, we're hoping that the court can give us some guidance on this. This will be one of the issues that we ask the court to discuss later on. But the idea is to do 1 round of public meetings, 8 of them, 2 per precinct. There'll be a virtual hybrid option that accompanies each of those meetings as well. And then in that process, we solicit feedback from the public. We share all of our needs and we share our capacity. And then we ask the public to provide us feedback on what those needs and that capacity looks like. And we use that as one piece of information that we share with the Bond Advisory Committee. And so your appointees on the committee would then work with county staff and our consultants to understand all the projects that we have, and ultimately through this process, develop a recommendation that would include how much debt the court should consider issuing, what projects should be funded, what debt tools should be used to fund those projects, and then we would take that recommendation and we would go back out to the public for a second round of engagement. After that process wraps up, we would share that feedback with BOAC. BOAC would in turn finalize the recommendation, send that to staff, and then we would be presenting that to the Commissioners Court in the summer months. And so the idea is that over the next several months, the court has BOAC staff and the public actively engaged to develop a recommendation for the court's consideration when you're looking to determine whether or not to issue any debt, and if the court does decide to issue debt, what that might look like. Moving down to the second topic, which is what existing capital needs are. I'm not going to get into the details on this too much, but did want to highlight the fact that over the past several years, the county has really engaged in thoughtful capital planning exercises that have allowed us to have a repository of information for these issuances that we are preparing to discuss and to identify really what our needs are in terms of various topics. So you can see here in 21, in terms of public works infrastructure, we identified the stormwater master plan. The parks master plan was adopted at that time. In 2022, the event and venue feasibility study, which outlines a number of improvements at the Coliseum, was also completed. And then last December, as I mentioned, we engaged in the development of the county's first major capital plan, which is a living document. And so when we created that list, we funded $100 million off of that list, but we were still left with a good amount of unfunded projects, which became the foundation for the list that we've now compiled and that we're going to be discussing with you today. And so we were left with about $463 million in unmet project needs, and working deliberately over the past several months with Public Works and other departments, the number of projects has grown to 100, and the total amount of all the projects is about $823 million. There's some overlapping projects that I'll talk about later, and also some projects that are still pending estimates. But you can see here that we're undoubtedly going to exceed our capacity for debt issuance of $500 million without affecting the county's bond rating, just based on this. And you can see here that this is a very high-level overview of the departments that made those requests. Public Works, Administration, Engineering, a lot of the facilities improvements are in Public Works Admin, and you can see here that they have 15 projects totaling $200 million alone. This is that same set of information shown in a different way, this time organized by major category. And we established these 8 major categories for the purposes of grouping projects together, not by department, but by type. And I also wanted to mention that for both of these 2 slides, the projects that are listed under CO or GO are just a preliminary analysis of where those projects are best suited based at this time with the information that we have to be funded from. And so a stormwater project like a low-level water crossing that needs to have a culvert installed because the road keeps washing out is more in tune with a certificate of obligation, essential purpose type of project versus one that would go out to voters under a general obligation bond, which are more intended to be quality of life enhancement style projects. But you can see how this project's list breaks down by category. And we're going to discuss what those categories are and what some of the projects in each of those are in the following slides. For historic facilities, the county owns a number of properties, historic properties in the San Elizario Historic District, as that was the county's first county seat when the county was officially organized and established in the 1800s. And so those properties are in need of significant capital investment. There's an opportunity to consider funding these through a revenue bond of hotel occupancy tax revenue, but that may be shifted, the funding source may be shifted to a GO or a CO if hot funding is not available. That second one about modernizing existing facilities, this is one of our larger categories. This includes improvements to all of our downtown courthouse facilities, the jail, the MDR building, also some of the annex renovations and expansions that are proposed on the list are included here, and the Coliseum reinvestment as well. New county facilities include the Corbin Zambrano Center along Alameda, which the county acquired a few years after the former district attorney deeded that over to the county. New recreation centers in outlying areas, as well as a senior nutrition kitchen. This is intended to complement the funding that has been secured through the Community Project Funding Project that was funded by Congresswoman Escobar. And so it's not the full cost, but would be a component of it to ensure that it's built out to all the specs and standards that the county requires. Additional annexes in the fastest growing parts of El Paso County, including Montana Vista in Precinct 1 and Mission Ridge East Lake in Precinct 3. Potential downtown administrative building. If you look at the list, and I mentioned, I'll get to this in a little bit as another factor for the court to consider, but there's a lot of space needs that exist downtown in terms of all the operations that we have in the courthouse and the outlying buildings like the MDR annex and even the new downtown annex. And so the idea here is that if there was space for new space to be accounted for, it will allow for better organization and centralization of resources. You see this in the narrative that the Council of Judges provided that's attached to your backup to this item as well. And so there's some need to evaluate our space needs downtown and whether or not we have enough in the existing facilities that we currently own. An expansion of JPD, especially in light of some potential legislative changes at the state that would affect their daily population, is also included here, as well as the establishment and construction of a new animal shelter to serve the Animal Welfare Department. The regional park improvements, all identified in the in the Parks Master Plan. There's some projects in there that have been added recently by the court, including Carrollton Estates, some new projects that were added to improve some other existing facilities like Gallegos Park and in Precinct 4, and Ruben Estrella Park in Precinct 1. What's also included are the improvements to the neighborhood local parks. Those were not necessarily itemized in as much detail in the Parks Master Plan, but internally the Public Works, Parks and Recreation Department have done a good job of adding those projects and those scopes of work, as well as improving the number of walking trails in the system, because that was the #1 requested amenity in the actual Parks Master Plan. With regard to transportation acquisition for some critical roadways, Tom Mays in Precinct 4 on the west side, Tierra Este connecting Precinct 3 to Precinct 1 on the east, and Bob Hope to serve the growing roadway network in the Mission Ridge East Lake community. Also the Rojas Drive extension construction, which would carry Rojas all the way out from where it currently terminates out to Horizon Boulevard. This is just due east of the new Amazon facility, which has seen a lot of demand in commercial and residential traffic and would act as another much-needed connection. And then technology, making facilities more secure, including the courthouse. That remains a huge demand, and also some new software demands that have been identified by your elections department, by the Council of Judges, as well as some internal needs identified by your ITD. And lastly, the stormwater area. Again, this is just intended to be a multi-year, 5-year plan, so not all of the stormwater projects that were listed on the Stormwater Master Plan are proposed to be included here. The department included 17 projects, including 6 design and 11 construction, and this includes a project to remediate some of the flooding that we see in San Elizario in the Placita, which is a county-owned property there in the historic district. And then planning and development also submitted 2 phases of first-time water and wastewater projects intended to serve various colonias throughout the county. A few more considerations before moving into the final section of this presentation, costs, right? So we've heard costs have gone up significantly. The U.S. Bureau of Reclamation has developed a construction cost trend, which is just an index to measure how prices rise for various types of projects. You can see here that it's really in the high 20s, and overall, when they look at different types of projects, they develop a composite index value. And so over the past 3 years, which they started tracking January 1, 2020, ended December 31st, 23, so this is fairly recent data. Costs increased by about 27%. And the 3-year period that preceded this measure, from 2016 to 2019, cost only increased by about 12.5%. So with the inflation that we're seeing and construction costs increasing, has risen at twice the rate that it did in the previous 3 years. And so funding some of these projects now are critical to ensure that we can get in at a good time before those projects only get more expensive. So that's an important thing to consider. The county is also in the middle of our energy savings performance contracting process with Schneider Electric. This would allow the county to consider another funding source. That funding source would be additional capacity for funding some of these projects, including the ones there, like replacing the HVAC here at the county courthouse. That would not have to come out of debt, but rather would be financed by using operational savings if the county makes investments in new light fixtures or makes new investments in new, more water efficient fixtures. All of that ends up yielding operational savings, which can then be leveraged to finance a lot of these capital needs. And so that would be expanded capacity that would not affect the $500 million number, but actually give the county more capacity in the future. And so we just today received an invite for the 60% energy audit status meeting later this month. It's anticipated this process would be done by about the spring, and then we'd have a better outlook of what that looks like. And then I mentioned this previously, there are some overlapping requests. And so that $823 million figure is individually for all the projects that we have listed, but there might be projects that could be solved with making one investment. You meet a lot of the operational needs of the other ones, perhaps a new downtown facility, adding on to existing downtown facilities. Those are all items which might meet some of the space needs that we've discussed and not require this larger investment, but be able to meet a lot of those needs with a smaller investment. That brings us to the last section, which is for the court to have a conversation, ask questions. I mentioned all the subject matter experts that are available to answer any questions the court may have. There are 3 main areas that we wanted the court's direction on and discussion on. The first one being, are there any parameters that the court wishes to give to the Bond Advisory Committee as we move forward with regard to maximum amounts of debt to consider? Because your bond advisor has identified $500 million as the absolute maximum that you can issue without affecting your bond rating, we'd recommend that you advise BOAC to not exceed that amount so that you don't get a recommendation in 5 months that says issue $900 million in debt when the court knows in fact that it shouldn't do that if it's being financially prudent. So that's one. The second one, the public outreach schedule that we mentioned. Are those enough meetings? Again, 8 meetings per round, 2 meetings per precinct. If there's a want to see that number adjusted, that would be helpful for us to know so we can working with our consultants on scheduling those. And then the third is with the project list that you all have had a chance to review, your staffs have been reviewing, are there any revisions to that list? Are there projects that are not on there that the court would like to discuss adding? Are there projects on there that the court would like to remove? We'd like the court to make sure that you have that discussion today so that we know what our list is. The idea would be that once we get your feedback, we finalize this list, we bring that back for the court to adopt. Again, the multi-year capital plan that the court would adopt would not be fiscally constrained. It's just a needs exercise, and needs and wants exercise. And once we adopt that, that is the process and the document that we would start sharing with the public to identify what the capital needs and wants of the county are at this time. And then that would be the starting point for the public meetings, and we would bring that back to the court for adoption in 2 weeks on January 22nd. So with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm available to take any questions the court may have.
Betsy, sort of a little bit of an introduction from your perspective, like overall, you know, what is it that I mean, we got to have sort of like a basis or a concept of what is it we're trying to accomplish in all of this, you know, and we've talked back and forth on that. So any comments, and then I'll go to Commissioner Holguin.
Yes, sir. Okay, I believe in general, on the overall debt plan, what you all are trying to accomplish is meeting a portion, and it literally is a portion of the needs that have been identified either from previous input we've had from the public, from strategic planning that the court has worked on for many years, from just even our own departments and just general maintenance of our facilities and roads and infrastructure, things that have been identified as needs. So that's the overall big picture, what you're trying to accomplish. In the process, I think what you all are trying to accomplish is you want to make sure you're hearing from the public. You want to make sure that they're also being educated as part of this, and through your committee you're appointing, to be aware of how great the need is. Because you want them to help prioritize. We think we know what the priorities are. We think we know what's the best investments, but it's always helpful to hear, and also for them to hear from us why something might be a priority. So for example, I don't need to go into the details, but there are things that will cost us more operationally if we don't repair them now. And the public may not know that, and so it may make their priority for that item higher once we go out and do these meetings and give these overviews and these opportunities for input. So that's what I think overall you're trying to do. And I would say that during the public outreach, I think the more we include and talk about and educate and inform, the better the feedback and the more collective we are involved and inclusive with our community.
I think what we've seen in some communities like Houston, San Antonio, and they have more recent they go out to the voter a little bit more often, and I think a lot has accumulated because of some of the delays and sort of going out to the community and finding out what is it that they need, you know, what's their expectations, and also their tolerance, right, for the tax increase, you know, that would take place. I mean, we need to understand their tolerance as well so that we can understand within that framework what is it that we can present, because once it goes out to the bond, it's really difficult to explain the reason we got it on there. And so we'll try our best on that, but I think that we need to put it in perspective that we have waited a little bit longer than most communities to go out and see what is it that we could do for the next 4 or 5 years or 10 years, you know, on some of the things. And like you said, there's so many that if we don't do something at this time, it's going to be twice as expensive if it breaks down on us. And we've seen how that happens with some of the equipment, or we're a little hesitant to do anything that'll increase the tax burden, but then we end up burning them even further because we didn't repair it. And so I'm glad that you said that educational. And I think, one of the things I would like to request from what I've seen is that we are trying our very best, to do and educate and be as transparent as possible. And our intentions are very sincere, that the community needs certain things. Some things seem like luxury, but then they have a revenue attached to them that helps us to lower the tax because of the revenue that comes in because of the investment. So there's a lot of moving parts that I think that, our community needs to understand. So I know we'll try our best to put everything in the right perspective. So, Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Jose. I had some questions. Actually, I'm going to start with bullet point number 3 and then go up to bullet point number 1. So in the multi-year capital plan, and I understand that we have the draft project list, but I feel like there's information that's really important that is lacking that I think that the BOAC would benefit tremendously from. So for example, you already referenced a couple of projects where there's other funding that's available. So for example, you mentioned the community kitchen, where the funding that's in this list would complement the funding from the Congresswoman's office. But I feel like we need, or BOAC would need more information. So the amount that's here in this project list, what exactly is that going to pay for that isn't being paid for by the Congresswoman's appropriation? Same thing, if you look on page 8, you've got the trails, almost $1 million for trails at San Felipe. Well, we have a grant from the Texas Parks and Wildlife for the trails at San Felipe. So what are these $900,000 going to pay for that the grant that we already have at San Felipe isn't going to pay for? So I feel like if there's projects that already have some source of funding connected to it, that's a very important part of the calculation and prioritization of funding that BOAC would need. And there's several of those, and I'd be happy to go through them with you, but I think the Animal Welfare Clinic is another big one. I think here in the project list, let me see, the amount here is almost $2.2 million. We did receive funds for that from the Congresswoman as well. So what are the Congresswoman's funds going to be used for as opposed to these $2.1 million? So I think that's very important to point out, and I think that that's information that's missing from this document currently that the BOAC would benefit from. Another comment that I want to make is I was looking at some of the right-of-way acquisition projects, and I noticed that those are classified as GEOs. But to me, those right-of-way acquisition projects for roads, to me, those don't seem like quality of life issues. Those seem like essential project issues to me. So I'm just wondering who made that determination about whether or not a GEO would be the best way to fund, the Tierra Este right-of-way acquisition project. To me, that doesn't seem to fit the GEO if we're talking about quality of life projects. So that's a comment on those. And then the last thing I wanted to mention about the project list, on page 15, one of the projects is the Mission Ridge East Lake Area Annex, and I know that we've talked at length about the needs of that growing community. But the discussions that I remember having is really more about a substation, not necessarily just an annex. And so I'm wondering, does this include a substation, or is this only an annex and not a substation? If so, then I think we need to add the substation to the list of projects. So just a little bit more clarity. To me, this does not sound like the description of a substation, like we've talked about it here on Commissioner's Court before. I agree the annex is very important, but I think that specifically we've had discussions about the substation, and I just can't tell from this language whether that's included here as part of the annex.
Yes, ma'am. So we'll make sure to provide that information back, and this is a process that what's not included on the slide is obviously the reporting back that staff will do to the court at your special meetings to let you know how the process is going, what we're learning from BOAC, what we've learned from public engagement. Part of that will be ensure that any adjustments like the ones you described, Commissioner, that we provide those. It's really for planning purposes. We wanted to have the worst case scenario in the event the funding goes away. This would be like the full cost of the senior nutrition kitchen, but you are correct in that number would come down, and that $7.5 million number might be more like $3.5 million because of the funding we have there. But we will
that's a big difference, right? For
right,
$1 million.
and we'll make sure that the committee's apprised of that we kind of have this pending funding. The Montana Vista Annex is another example because of the PID, where they're going to do a good amount of financing, so that 12 $12.5 million figure. It might be more like $3 million, $4 million. It just depends on construction costs. So, but for the we would rather be over and tell the committee and the public and the court we're going to bring that back down. And once we know that the funding is secure, then say it's $3 million and then have to request more funding in the future. And then I will confirm with Public Works about the substation for the annex on Mission Ridge. I believe it was intended for the sheriff's office to have a footprint there, but I know in our conversations with Public Works, the end users have not yet been identified. It really is just a county facility that we have, and if the studies that the planning has done not only identified that the annex was needed, but also what services might go in there, like law enforcement, the footprint by the departments that go into that footprint would be determined by Public Works.
Well,
later on.
and I'm thinking of the presentation that we had when we were discussing the development of the 75 acres off of Pelicano, where we did specifically identify, I think it was either 9 or 10 acres for a sheriff's substation. And the sheriff's office was invited to participate in all of those discussions and those meetings that were being held about the development. So from my recollection, I mean, it's been a discussion of a substation.
Okay. So we'll confirm with Public Works and make sure that and we'll bring that back. We'll bring any updates back to that description for the court and ensure that, again, the BOAC has the most accurate data as it moves forward.
Oh, and Melina, you're muted.
Melina, do you have a, go ahead. Yeah,
No.
You're muted, I think.
Can't hear you. Go ahead, Molina.
Okay.
Yes,
There you
there
go.
you go.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to elaborate on a few of the items that Jose had mentioned. So we are talking, like he mentioned on the substation, the planning team has already identified some of the locations where we can make those annexes include some of the substations. So I think they're trying to coordinate those and make sure they highlight the needs of that community. The other one I wanted to comment on was the funding. So working with a consultant on the many projects on this list, we are working now through the column of additional funds. So the consultant will prepare something as well. That's a full budget that'll show the full extent of the project's impacts from land acquisitions if needed, design fees, all those components, but also include any funds we already have or any related projects that are currently underway. So if we have, as you mentioned, the tax note that's already associated with it, then those funds or those little projects will be tied in and you'll be able to see it in the project recaps for each one.
Wonderful, thank you.
And then for the court's recollection, when we've prioritized projects before, we've evaluated a number of criteria, and one of those criteria has been, is this project already started? Because if it's a project that's already underway, because we've either secured a grant or made other investments in that, it's a project that has more readiness and that we should continue to invest in before starting something new. So those projects naturally receive a little bit more deference than existing projects. Okay.
And then, Judge, I just want to make a comment just about the first bullet point, and I think it's following up on the comments that you made. I think that we have to be very careful about the guidance that we give BOAC about the amount of debt that the county wants or wants to plan for issuing. So I've been on the Commissioner's Court now for 3 years, and during that time I've been very proud of the fact that when we've had discussions about issuing debt, that we've always maintained that we don't want to issue debt that's going to affect the tax rate. We've made a very cognizant effort to not do that, to make sure that any debt that we issue doesn't affect the tax rate. And it really does bother me now that we're talking about an amount of $350 million that is going to potentially add either 3 to 3.5 cents to the tax rate. I mean, this court just very recently approved the voter approval rate and raised taxes for residents, and now we're going to ask residents to possibly increase their own taxes, to have to choose between increasing their taxes and getting better quality of life, like improvements to their park. And I don't support that at all. I feel like we need to go back to the discussions that we were having previously where debt issuance don't affect the tax rate, because I don't think it's right that we're going to be asking the residents to choose between raising their taxes and improving their parks or other quality of life issues. So I would be in favor of limiting BOAC to amounts that don't impact the tax rate. And I'm afraid, honestly, if we go for such a large amount that does impact the tax rate, I don't know if the voters will vote for it on the back of it just having had their taxes raised. And I think, Christina, you can correct me if I'm right, but if these propositions fail at the ballot, I don't think we can fund these projects for, 3 years? No matter how important the projects are, if they fail, we can't fund them. So I think we need to be very, very careful as we're looking. I understand the capacity, that we have the capacity to issue that debt, but I don't think that means we should issue those high amounts.
Sure. Just real quick, Jose, I was looking at what number it is, page 14, and it touches on the East Side Annex. And one of the biggest complaints that we have, and this is countywide, I'm trying to step back and look at this budget process as a member of the court, but also not just what's in the best interest of Precinct 1, what's in the best interest of the entire county. And one of the things that I've noticed that we've gotten many complaints over the years is the tax office. And I've spoken to Betsy, I've spoken to even the West Side Commissioner in reference to the tight spacing that we have. And as you might know, the paper license plates are going to be removed pretty soon, and it's going to be an additional burden on our tax office to issue those metal plates, temporary metal plates. So as we go through the budget process, that we really look at this one issue. That it is critical because as people, especially right now when they're trying to pay their home taxes, their property taxes, they wait for hours and hours and very dissatisfied.
Commissioner Stowe?
Thank you. Thanks, Jose and Betsy, and to your teams for all the work on this. Again, I know we're scheduled to talk about this on a Thursday meeting. I'm glad we're doing it today in a Monday meeting, and you know, it's a very important conversation that we're embarking upon, and you know, these decisions are not decisions that we take lightly. And you know, I think when it comes to if you go back to the 3 bullet points of what we're supposed to give direction on, you know, I think that we have to be open to discussion about the structures and the amounts. You know, the philosophy that I would subscribe to when it comes to you know, COs versus GOs is when it comes to COs, there are installations and properties that we own, and we cannot allow them to fall into disrepair. We cannot allow them to become worse. And so I think that as we're going forward, for me at least, I'll be looking at you know, what projects are things that are necessities more so for COs than for GOs, and not just necessities, for example, HVAC and things like that really deal with our operations. And you know, if we don't have an air conditioner in the courthouse, we can't expect people to come to work, right? Because it gets hot in the summertime, those types of things. But you know, there are other properties that we own that I think also, you know, there could be, I think, an argument made that we use COs instead of GOs. Just want to get my notes here, but I think we definitely need to make sure that some of these projects that are eligible for grants and such, we look for those grants before we put them on the list for whether it's a CO or a GO. I think that you know, we need to prioritize projects that are fundamental to our operation, and I think that we need to also prioritize projects that have been coming along in planning, such as the work at Ascarate, the Coliseum, the stormwater, the Corbin Zambrano. These are all projects that have been in the works, that money has been spent on them already, for example. And we can discuss. I think maybe newer projects can be looked at through geos. Some of these things that maybe some of the newer things or additions to things like the sports park and Ascarate Park can be put under geos. But when it comes to modernization or renovations of things that are already there, I think you can't just say, okay, Ascarate is a park, so it's all quality of life, and it all has to go to a geo. Because we've already invested in a lot of that facility, and if we don't do so, going into the future, and we put that on a geo, and for some reason the voters don't support that, we're going to be stuck, and that facility is going to fall into further disrepair. So I just wanted to make that point. I definitely hear what Commissioner Holguin is saying about trying to do some of these things without overburdening the taxpayer, but unfortunately, we don't have an infinite amount of resources, and we have $900 million worth of projects that are on these lists, and I think we have up to $130 million worth of capacity when it comes to not going over the 5 cents that we have traditionally set out, and I'm happy to have the discussion about trying to keep as close to that as possible. However, there are just so many more needs, and if some of these things we should ask the taxpayers if they want to pay for them. I mean, that's why we have GOs. I think we have COs to deal with urgent items and items that are needed with buildings that are already in place, and GOs for additional projects. And so I just don't I don't know where else we would find the funding to put some of these projects into place if we did not ask the voters for their approval in a GO bond election. I think a lot of the opposition to what happened with UMC, as we saw, and some other things that have happened in the past, is that voters do want to have the opportunity to vote on some of these projects and make sure that they're done on time, under budget, and what's promised they get. And I think that's really important to take into account. But I think we have so many needs that we don't have enough capacity with just that $130 million to be able to take care of. There's a couple of these items that are one project would take up half of the CO value, or not the CO value, but the $130 million that we have capacity without having to raise taxes. And so, I'm willing to talk to the voters about what they want, and I think that's why we have the BOAC. I think we need to. I think we need to have at least two, maybe one more meeting in each precinct. We said we had two, right?
Two per precinct per round, so it'd be maybe 16 total.
So maybe three per precinct per round. I do want to make sure that we are as transparent and get as much of the public's input as we possibly can as we go through this process. And I think that they will see also that the county is doing great things, and we're managing their money well, and and this is going to be a continuation of being able to manage their money well. And there are things that are needed. You know, the Coliseum, if we get to keep it, you know, is something that hasn't had any, you know, not a lot of attention has been given to it in a long time. You know, I Scott at the park, I'm happy that recently we've decided to invest a little bit more there. But, you know, these are two, they happen to be in my district, but these are two community-wide assets that everybody in the community comes and enjoys and participates in. I mean, why did we just have Secret Fenton here asking us to use Scott at the park for the animal event? You know, I think that we have to make sure that we balance that as well. And I also want to make the point that I've made many times in the past is when we're thinking about these things is there should also be some type, at least, you know, try to have some type of, you know, equity when it comes to what's being spent in what precincts. You know, I understand that all of Precinct 2 is within the city limits, and people have the philosophy that, well, because the city invests in those neighborhoods, then the county doesn't have to. But every single taxpayer in my precinct also pays county tax. And so I think it's important for us to remember that as well. You know, and I understand that there is, you know, much need, especially in the areas of the county where there's growth. We don't have population growth, we have population shift, and we have a lot of developers putting things, you know, putting things up, building new communities and neighborhoods and housing and parks and things like that. But I think we also have to strike the balance there as well. I understand, you know, we have colonias that still need investment, and I think we have a moral obligation to try and make sure that they have access to services as everybody else. But you know, I don't agree with some of my colleagues when, you know, with the statement that it doesn't matter where you live in the county, you have to have the same level of services. You know, some of these, when it comes to the colonias and people who were duped into buying, you know, property, you know, decades ago, and you know, I think we have to take care of those folks. But when it comes to these newer developments that I consider sprawl, that, you know, we continually have to invest in, again, roads, water, wastewater. Now we're being asked to build parks and things like that. You know, and that we will have to maintain going into the future. We really need to understand the implications and you know, whether or not that's sustainable, and you know, whether or not we're helping to induce that sprawl. I know that we have very few tools in our tool shed when it comes to being able to curb that sprawl, but this, in my opinion, is one way to do that. And you know, a lot of people move out to the county because they want to pay less taxes, and so you know, if you pay less in tax, then you can't expect to have the same level of service as those that pay more. So you know, I've probably got a lot more to say, but I'll go ahead and let my colleagues speak. But those are kind of my my ideas. I think to summarize, when it comes to issuance structure and maximum amounts, I think COs can be used for facilities that are already in place and needs that we have. GOs for newer projects that haven't been embarked upon yet, and quality of life issues. Public outreach, we need to have as much public outreach. I would say at least 3 meetings per precinct. And I don't have any additions or revisions for the list.
Commissioner Coronado?
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners. You know, correct me if I'm wrong, Betsy, and Jose, this 823 million, is that all our needs? That takes care of all our water, stormwater needs?
No, sir.
Does all these other projects that you have take care of all other facility needs?
No, sir. Those are just for the next 5 years. That
Right.
was what we asked departments.
Exactly. So what we're facing here is a decision that if we're not going to take care of even 60% of the projects that we need to take care of now, in 10 years, another 5 years rather, we're going to face with an even bigger problem, the way I see it. And we really need to make sure that, obviously, whatever the amount is, with respect to the COs, obviously, in my opinion, we need to take care of, the needs, those are really, that are real needs like wastewater, the water, stormwater projects, our regional and local parks, our new county facilities that we need because we don't have the space, we don't have the services. It's only going to end up costing us more next year, the year after, and all we're doing is kicking the can down the road so that we can pay more for it and reduce the services. It's really easy for us to reduce the taxes for the constituents of the county. They're not going to be happy with the service, the level of services that are being provided, and they're not going to be happy when 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years down the road, when we tell them, hey, by the way, we need, $50 million more, or $100 million more, or $400 million more for the same projects that we didn't do 5 years ago. I'm sorry, but that's not proper planning. That is absolutely not what our constituents deserve. Our constituents, if we need to look at it like we're taking care of our own house. Would they want to spend in fixing their roof so that it doesn't dilapidate and cause them more damage inside their house and cost them, twice or 3 times as much when they really need get around to doing it? Absolutely not. That's the way I look at our needs. This is things that we need to spend on to keep our taxpayers from paying more later on, period. I mean, it's only the responsible thing to do. And I think what we need, the way we need to look at this is this $823 million isn't even close to satisfying all the needs that the county needs and our constituents deserve, number one. So with respect to what amounts we need to do, I think we need to tell our staff, and when we go out to our community, our bond accountability committee, is to tell them to focus that whatever the maximum is that they say we can do, focus that that's your limit. Don't go more than that. And eventually, it's up to us to decide and let them prioritize what they think we need in terms of the wants. The needs, we all know what those needs are. I mean, there's no getting around it. It's those needs, we just need to prioritize how much of that is going to fit into that $150 million. And do we put some of those other needs into the 350 or not? I don't know. Those are the hard questions that we need to decide. But this amount of money we're asking for doesn't even begin to fill the need.
Absolutely.
And so, with respect to that, I think we need to work with on those issues. I think it's the responsible thing to do. Let our constituents decide on the 350 and separate them. My opinion is let's separate them out into different referendums, different items they can vote on. We don't want to have somebody advocate against one particular part of our bond project and kill it because they're against one thing. I think we need to let them have a choice. The more choices they have, I think the community will be better satisfied with that. And so to that end, I think that's where our focus should be. Some of the things that I think we really need to make sure, like Commissioner Leon stated, we really need to focus on making sure that those services that the community needs, like, for example, having more space at these annexes for our tax personnel to be able to collect taxes for the plates and those issues. I don't think all the annexes are available that have them. I don't see why in the future why people would have to come down all the way downtown or to Escarete to take care of some of those things, or from the clerk's office for that matter. I think we ought to provide these at the annexes. It's been high time that we do the annex out at Montana Vista. They're in portables. I mean, it's embarrassing to the county. It is, it's embarrassing. And some of these annexes were not planned with the right space in mind. And I think we need to take care of that. And it's not just for each precinct. Precinct 1 doesn't have an annex. We're paying rent. Maybe we need to take a look at investing and buying land for the future so that we can build an annex to stop us having to, in the long run, pay rent and fix up somebody else's property. I mean, we want to try to be not just, advocate for each of our precincts. We need to advocate for the entire county. These precincts do not belong to us. While I'll be advocating for some of those things for my precinct, they don't belong to us. They belong to the entirety of the county. And we need to look out after all of that. And I think we need to be equitable about it as well. And so, we need to take a lot of things into consideration. I'd like to see a community center out in Canutillo. I did a list of the projects that are being proposed in each of the precincts. Precinct 1, 9 projects, 35 million. Precinct 2, 1 project, 32 million. Precinct 3, 29 projects, 126 million. Precinct 4, 8 projects for 11 million. While some of these I can see that are, countywide issues, I think we need to be a little more equitable about going out and divvying the money, and not just for the precincts, but countywide, because those services are for the entire county, not just for the precinct. And so, with respect to those issues, we really need to focus on the immediate needs, and as much as we can do, let's do it now, and let's give our constituents that choice. This thing about trying to save the taxpayers' taxes, it's exactly the point then, and we need to basically invest in it now to keep our taxpayers from paying more down the future. Those needs are not going to go away. I promise you. Our staff has just told us that from several years ago, if we'd have done some of these projects and done them sooner, now we're looking at 30% more in just a few years. We keep kicking the can down the road. That's only going to increase, I guarantee you, every single year it's going to be more and more and more and more. Historically, I don't think of anything that's ever come down in price. And labor is through the roof. Our interest rates have gone up. If we'd have taken a look at this a little, earlier, great, but maybe next year, I think from all the projections, we have maybe a little opportunity that the interest rates might come down a little bit. I think we need to take advantage of that before they go back up. There's a lot of things we need to consider, and it's not about, if we're talking about reducing taxes, it's not about that. It's about reducing eventual cost to our taxpayers. They're going to have to pay this for eventually, one way or another. We're not going to be able to keep that from happening. Our jails need upgrading, our parks, our facilities, our courthouse. Our courthouse, I thought it was going to come in on 10 million for the HVAC. It's going to be 12 million. It's a great thing that we're doing this energy audit so that we can get some of that funded through other means, through our savings. But I think we're still going to have to kick in some money towards that, but at least it's not the full amount. So I think that we ought to give direction for the entire amount and let them prioritize that and let us make those decisions whether we're going to do that, because I really don't see any way out of this. All we're doing is kicking the can down the road for more cost, higher cost, less services. I don't think that's the responsible thing to do. And, one of the other things that in some of these projects in the 350 million that we want to do, we need to ask ourselves, Ascarate, obviously, Commissioner Stout mentioned that. Some of these wants, we need to ask ourselves, what is it that our community, what should our community be? Who are we? What do we want for a community? Every time that we're talking about doing the tax rate, people come up to us and tell us, other communities are the other way around. The taxes are borne more by the commercial properties than residential, and it's not here in El Paso. Well, we need to seriously look at that and think of what it is we need to do to that. And it's economic development. It is focusing on quality of life issues, right? And we need to focus on workforce training. And everybody's always, since I've been in public office, either both working as a public servant or outside of it, you tell people what your priorities are, but by your budget and what you spend things on, and when you're coming to bonds, what it is that you're advocating for. What's your important? What is important about to you and to the community? Here we have a chance in that $350 million for the community. Tell us, what is it that's important to them that we want to do in this community? Some of the things just to throw out there, landmark issues at Ascarate. I'm proposing we do a visitor center at Ascarate. We should do a expansion of our parks, particularly Gallegos Park expansion. We need to also think about on our entertainment issues like at the Coliseum. I think we need to have a plan for both with or without our Coliseum or with or without part of that property. We need to do that plan now because we still don't know what the feds are going to do with regard to that. We need to be prepared one way or the other. We need to plan that we can lose it all. We need to plan that we don't lose it. And so if, to that respect, we're planning for it now. And at this point, I don't know when we're going to know from the feds whether we're going to keep it or not. It behooves us to make those plans either way, what we're going to do. One of the other things that I think, that we should, probably consider with respect to the Ascarate is, what I'm proposing is, we've had an issue over the last, several years with immigration. And we have an opportunity here to basically, talk about what it is that we want at Ascarate to tell the community and the rest of our country what we El Paso stand for. The politics has led us here right in the middle of the crisis of the immigration and the migrants. And, I think that us putting a landmark at Ascarate to tell, basically everything that we love about our county, our community, our resilience, what one particular icon could stand up there to tell everybody else what we're about. And I'm proposing that we do a Statue of Liberty funded privately by private funds. I think we should do a community center. If the court doesn't believe that we should do that, then maybe the court should allow us some space to be able to seek private funding for just a statute. I think the statute should go on top of a visitor center, so to speak, or museum. I know that the Community Foundation has spoken out of a need for that, to archive a lot of the artifacts and a lot of the information that we have about El Paso that we don't display it anywhere. In none of our museums do we do that. And I think that would, I think something like that would really give one statement without having to express it to anybody, that it stands out there and tells everybody, we are El Paso, we are very welcoming. Not just to migrants, we're welcoming to everybody. The best thing I hear about people that come visit El Paso is, the best thing about El Paso is the people. And I think that's one thing that our community can do to tell everybody what we're about. I really think we seriously need to consider doing that. I'm really supportive of all that the other commissioners and the judge wants to do. I think we really need to work together to make sure that we, engage our community to do this. But I really think that it's imperative on us that down the road we save and we provide the best services to our community that they're asking for. And if we don't do this right now, all we're doing is, by minimizing these needs and going out for less than what we can, I think we're basically hurting our taxpayers by doing that. And it's incumbent upon us to make those hard decisions. That's why we were elected. So I support Commissioner Alon, what he wants to do with, the services for the taxing entities. I think we need to seriously look at that. And it's not just that, our county clerk's offices, these services out in the community, we need to provide for additional storage for the plates that are coming. These are things we need to look at, that we really need to address, and we need to address them now. Our safety issues. This money, this $500 million ain't going to solve all our problems. It's probably not even a third of what we need. So I think we need to look at it in respect of, this is what we have to do now. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Coronado. I think one of the premises that, if I look at I think we have a lot of traction of bringing big companies into El Paso. I have the privilege of meeting with them while they're thinking about coming in. A little bit of reluctance about certain things, about our infrastructure, about our future, and we're always competing. We're very fortunate. We used to compete with Texas. Now companies are coming to El Paso as a priority, and our competitors are sometimes not even Texas. They're other states. So we've become very important for Texas from the economic standpoint. So I don't think we've been, if you look at some of the things we've asked for, whether they're through, bonds that, certificates of obligation or general bonds, if you look at it, one of the missing components is investing in things that we're going to get a return on. I think one of the examples that Commissioner Coronado used is that, for example, the annex. I can assure you that they probably try to make the annex small because it was going to save money, because it was going to, this is what we can afford. And then years later, we're struggling. And that's a perfect example. Had that annex been big enough to take care of the future, right now there'd be one less thing on the table. And we'd be not having to address the issues of people being crowded or having to rent and so forth. So this idea of investment is really difficult for the community because we're asking them to put money in as a taxpayer, but they want to see a return. So one of the things that I really want to look at are some of the things that if we invest, what kind of a revenue will we get back in return so that we can show that, we're trying to be as business-minded as possible, but we want the community to also think in terms of being business-minded, and that is, what's the return on our investment? And right now, like I said, we have a lot of traction. When you've got a company like Schneider Electric or Amazon or recently Meta, there's going to be companies that are wanting to move in because they want to follow these big organizations. So they're suppliers. One of the biggest strategies that we had was that if we bring Meta, it's amazing. We're talking $1 billion kind of industry, but the most important component of that, who's going to want to come close to Meta and be their supplier? They bring their suppliers with them. They're not going to bring their suppliers if our quality of life is not where it should be. They're not going to bring a supplier if we're not able to create the infrastructure for them to be successful. And those are the areas I'm very interested in of what are we going to invest in for the future and not burden it. Yeah, we could just keep buying and buying and buying, but if we don't look at what's coming back our way, what kind of an investment can we make, whether it's buying land, like you said. I think this has probably been one from my understanding before I ran for office. I had to investigate what other commissioners and other judges were doing. But I think the real element that I see now of this particular, commissioner's court is that we're beginning to look at things from a very business perspective of saying we need to buy land so that we could do X. For example, Tornillo is a perfect example. I got an opportunity to meet with Jerry Pacheco, who's worked 33 years He's worked with Santa Teresa. And he tells me, don't do what we did. You cannot do little pieces because it never comes around. It's an example he gave is like doing a play, like entertainment, like a play, Western Playland, for example. You can't have let's have one game or one amusement, and then hopefully they'll come and they will buy the second one. It doesn't work like that. And he says that one of the biggest failures he had was that they were trying to piecemeal it, one thing at a time, and it never created. He says, Tornillo has a tremendous amount of potential to be expedited 10 times quicker than ours for a lot of different reasons. One of them, obviously, is that the government owns all the land on the Mexican side. He had to go through different individual purchases, trying to get people to purchase. They had to do negotiations. And Tornillo's a perfect example that if we don't invest there, we're missing a great opportunity on the return of our investment. We can create from 300, I'm getting a little optimistic, but I was going to say we're at about 300, but we've dropped as low as 50 cars or 50 trucks a day. But we knew that when there was a need for it, it went up to 750 vehicles per day because of the need. So we know that can happen. That's a huge investment for us, a revenue for us that could come in through Tornillo. So we have to look at those things, as everybody's looking, I get the opportunity. I can't be too specific because it's not my particular precinct. I'm going to support, obviously, every precinct. But I have to look more from the general perspective, and I think the investment in aerospace, the investment, what do we need to be competitive to utilize the money that's coming in from aerospace? What do we need to do to return that? I'll give you an example. They keep telling us Fabens needs to really develop for aerospace to take place, otherwise everything's going to happen at the airport. It's good for the city and even good for us, but having a dynamic growth in Fabens on aerospace would turn things around quickly. The potential of having 400 students in Fabens, according to Dr. Shadari, that he wants to have a branch of engineering there at the Fabens airport. Do we just stop and say, okay, well, let's make it happen? I think that was what the other commissioners' courts were like. We stood there hoping that if it happens, then we're supporting it. Betsy and I have talked about, for example, San Elizario is historical, right? We just can't sit there and say, I hope it works out for them, and if it does, it's going to be a benefit for us. And we're beginning to invest, like doing the video on the mission trail, doing the things that we need to do. So I hope that the community also, that we're able to, or Jose and your team, that we're able to sort of set aside things like, the investments that we need to make to get a return on our money. And I think if we could show the community, if we get this money going this way, this is the return we're going to get. And then it addresses whatever criticism that we have. San Antonio, 70% is commercial. It supports, they take away 70% of the burden on taxes because they take the majority of that. Well, if we know that's a fact, and that was Commissioner Coronado's point, if we know that's a fact, that we can lessen the burden from each one of our taxpayers by getting more businesses into El Paso, then we have to do something about that. We just can't recognize an opportunity and then determine that we're going to look the other way or hoping that it takes off by itself or by osmosis. It's not going to happen. So if you could do that on my behalf, because I know there's a lot of specific things that they want, but myself from a county judge perspective, I really have to look at the overall growth of the county and making it more attractive for companies to come in. Lots of traction, I can tell you. Meta's going to bring a lot of traction. I would hate to be the ones saying or hearing companies not wanting to come in to El Paso because we're not satisfying the needs that they have. Like I said, the big fish was Meta. It looked like the big fish, but it isn't. To me, it's the small businesses that come with Meta. When we look at each individual, what's going to support them, that's where I think our return of investment is. So that's my, I know everyone, not everyone, they're not finished yet, but everybody's giving their perspective. My perspective is we have to really look at, from our perspective, this investment and what we're going to get in return for that. And we have to educate the community that it's very important. That's how businesses become successful, not just by, taking care of equipment and so forth, but what does the future look like and how do I fit into the future? And we need to look at that. What does El Paso look like in the next 5 years, and what kind of support do we need to give it to continue that particular growth? So whatever you could do, Jose, on the revenue side, and then show the type of revenue that we could generate by investments, I think will go a long ways for our community.
Judge, one other thing. And I really think, I'm glad that you mentioned that, because I really would think we also, in order to attract a lot of, most of these places or these businesses that want to, they look at everything that's what's available to a community, and, quality of life issues are one of those things that they look at. And so I really think we have a great opportunity at Ascarate. I think it's a diamond in the rough. I think we need to develop something like what San Antonio did with the Riverwalk, and really make it an attraction with something similar. And if by some reason we're able to get, and the court supports the Statue of Liberty at Ascarate, we don't want to rename things, but call it Liberty Lake at Ascarate. Something that's easy to recognize, that can attract people. It's a statement about who we are, but it's not just a statue. It's really developing the entire park. I think in the past, our county government has been remiss in not focusing on that park. We have a great opportunity to tell our community, this can be something great, and it's one of those things that can shift that burden. We can get, people, attract people to that. The economic development that could come from that, the tourism that can come from that would just be phenomenal. And I think that's what you're talking about in terms of we need to make these kinds of investments for that.
Judge,
yes, sir. Go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
First of all, thank you, Commissioner Coronado, for recognizing that. I think that's really important, what you're talking about. But I just wanted to make one last comment. This is about, for me, it's about fiscal responsibility. Fiscal responsibility. I think since I've been at the county, we've been very fiscally responsible. Our tax rate is right now the same it was when I first came into office. I know that property values have gone up, and we've tried to counteract that. But we, unfortunately, things cost more money. We live in a reality where things cost more. And we can't just put our head in the sand and expect things to change when we pop it back out. We have to be fiscally responsible, and I think we've done that. And that's what's put us in the position to be where we are right now. Having this capacity because we paid off debts earlier, because we restructured our debt and the way we did budgeting, to set ourselves up for this opportunity. There's been a lot of work even before my time, Commissioner Leon and in his time, to set us up for this opportunity to be able to make really great investments in our community. And, I understand that there are people that just don't want to pay taxes. I mean, nobody likes to have to pay taxes, but when we have public works and public goods that need to be taken care of, we all have to understand that we have to sometimes make that tough decision. That's what we did this year, unfortunately. Second time in 10 years we raised taxes at the county. Other entities may not have had the same philosophy or the same level of fiscal responsibility as us, and we're kind of paying for some of the backlash that I think that may have happened there. But I feel like we are trying to set ourselves up for future fiscal responsibility. We're investing in our future, but also, looking at reducing the cost to taxpayers and the burden upon them in the future. We have to invest to avoid cost. We have to invest to avoid cost. I mean, look at the energy audit. We had to spend a couple of $100,000s to put that together, but that expenditure is going to give us a return on investment, and we are going to save or avoid cost. Because I hate to say savings, because we have to be careful, because typically we reinvest that money, and I think it's important that we do that. But we're going to attain millions of dollars in cost avoidance that we just heard in this presentation, that we can spend on other projects that are needed in Precinct 3 and in Precinct 1 and in Precinct 4, and hopefully in Precinct 2. But I just wanted to end on that. I feel like we have been fiscally responsible, and this is work to continue along that road.
And just for the public, I know it sounds like a lot of information, but I think one of the objectives was for our team to hear us from a general perspective, like what are the things that we're looking at, so that they can begin to zero in a little bit more on some of the items. For example, revenue and investment, the quality of life and how important that is. And so I hope that this is helpful. It might sound like we're all sort of talking a lot about a lot of different things, but I know that our team will now then take that information and say, okay, these are the things that the 4 commissioners and the judge are wanting to see from a general perspective, and then break it down a little bit more. So I hope they realize it. To me, it's been extremely, helpful to me to understand each one. Like, what are they looking at? What is it they want from a general perspective? And then if you could help us, okay, if that's what you want from this perspective, how do we begin to look at the specific things that fit into that philosophy?
Judge,
Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead,
Well, let me,
Commissioner Holguin.
Commissioner Holguin, and then I'll go to you, Betsy.
I just wanted to make one final comment. I am not suggesting that we kick the can down the road or that we stick our head in the sand. That is not what I am suggesting. There are very important and very necessary projects in this list that do have to get taken care of, that we need to absolutely get taken care of. My point is that we need to prioritize our needs. We need to prioritize this list. We're never going to have enough money to cover all of the needs of the county. The needs of the county are perpetual. There will always be needs. So I don't think that we should feel pressured to have to issue a debt issuance, the largest one we possibly can, just because we can do it. Because there's these needs, these are discussions that are going to happen by every single commissioner's court in perpetuity, honestly. What I'm trying to say is that we need to prioritize our needs. We need to be thoughtful about the projects that we want to issue debt for. And I think that we need to be really aware of the fact that if we ask for too much and the voters decide to vote it down, these projects can't go forward at all. And so we're in an even worse position than we were now. So that's the point that I'm trying to make about being thoughtful and prioritizing and definitely separating the needs from the wants.
Well, Betsy, I think that this is a big first step, but I think you're going to help us, or your team's going to help us to say, okay, this is what was said. These are the different focuses, but how do we get to this priority list that Commissioner Holguin is talking about?
I think what's really important, Judge and Commissioners, I think Jose's done a really good job outlining this, is that we're not asking for you all to, we know that the entire list is not possible. And we'll make it very clear in the public meetings that the entire list is not possible. But we want to take this opportunity to go hear from the public and also to educate the public on the challenges and why some have other value, like they have a funding partner, or it's already work in progress and we just need this to finish the project. We'll do that as part of our process. But what we wanted to make sure is that whether or not there is something else you all wanted included in the project list. There are a few things that I have heard you all talk about that aren't on the list. I don't believe the Gallegos Park improvements that you referenced, Commissioner Coronado, are on the list yet because they were not in the original Parks Master Plan. So there's some additional improvements at Gallegos Park that Commissioner Coronado would like us to at least include in the discussions with the public. Does not mean they become a priority yet. It just means it's something that's up for consideration and conversation with the public.
And a possible expansion of the park. I know I've heard that from not just the
Yes.
community out in Precinct 4, because that's used really by the entire city.
Yes. And then another thing that I have heard you all have at least a request from another agency on is the Sun Bowl. That is not on our list right now. It's not something we have in there to discuss with the public for feedback. Again, I'm imagining the court would want to hear all the public feedback. You're still in control of your final decision. But I think you'd like to hear what the public thinks about that project. Even if you don't use it and just give it to somebody else, you may want that information. Another project we've talked about over time that there might be interest from the public in giving feedback on is a downtown area or some area of the community, a multi-purpose center. And while there is some funding out there for one, there's not funding out there for the one that was originally, enough funding, in my opinion, for the one that was originally proposed to our community. Regardless of the issues, does that something our community still has, is there an interest, is there a want? Does the county have some role in that? So that's another project that, do you want to hear any thoughts from any feedback from the public? Because another thing Jose and I have discussed is not just these public meetings, but possibly some surveying and polling. Do you want things like that included? And how important is that to our community? I think those are all of the ones that I've heard you all talk about that we don't currently have in the tax office one is in there. But those are the ones that I can think of. Jose, can you think of others?
Just the ones that were mentioned right now, Ms. Keller. So it was a community center in Canotillo. It's just confirming with Public Works whether or not the existing project, which says centers across the county, would include something like that in Canotillo.
It's more than that, Jose, too. It's park improvements and more than a community center.
Well, on page 6, there are parks improvements. Gallegos is one of the parks that's listed. All of them are listed.
Right, but in addition to those that were in the original Parks Master Plan, which was created before Commissioner Coronado came on board, Commissioner Coronado has identified a couple other requests that he's heard from the community that were not part of the original Parks Master Plan. I believe it was like a covered.
They're shade structures. I know they were mentioned, but it was never put into the plan.
So Ms. Palacios from Public Works did send that over. It is in the most up-to-date plan. You can see that there's a note that was not included in the original scope of work, and the budget does not reflect that. The same goes for requests from Commissioner Leon's office for additional bathroom, or for installation of bathroom facilities at Ruben Estrella Park. The request is there. If the court approves those requests, as Ms. Keller mentioned, they'll go into the list. We'll ask the public for their feedback on them. It does not guarantee them funding. It just includes them in the list for discussion with the public.
And I don't know, Betsy, if there was also inclusion of the Westway Park. I know they've requested, and there was some money allotted. We don't know what amount that is yet.
Right, I don't know if that's in those numbers. I'll need to double check it. And then there's a couple of projects that we have that will, as we're going through, we'll have adjustments to amounts. Commissioner Olguin specifically mentioned San Felipe. I know the grant is not enough for what the bids came in at. That number that's in there may need to be raised. I mean, there's some things like that we'll have to adjust, but it's these other projects that just weren't in this list. And whether or not you all, again, it's not a final decision. Do you want us to discuss those to receive public input on them? And I would think you would want to hear the feedback.
Absolutely.
But you're not committing to your final priority list until we go through those feedback procedures.
I would like to hear the feedback from the public on those.
Oh, absolutely. Just I'm glad you mentioned on the Sun Bowl, because it's very type sensitive in the sense that, I have talked to a lot of different people of every opportunity that I've had, and they see that when I said originally, and I wish I had mentioned that as well, in the investment component, because the opportunity of the type of people coming from out of town to come in to more events, to have more things happen. You know, things like bringing Notre Dame, that had to be almost the luck of the draw. I mean, the Irish luck for them to be able to come in, because there were so many things that would have blocked them from coming in, and that is the facilities, you know, the actual amount of people that they could seat, all kinds of things were challenges that they try to figure out. But one of the reasons I say it's time sensitive is because I've had several conversations with Dr. Heather Wilson, and one of them is that they really want to spend a lot of money, as much as they can, as an investment component to really zero in on what the cost is going to be, and to be able to come to the community with a really budget and say, hey, according to, you know, we need lighting, electricity, we need to open up the venue so that semi trucks can go into the area. And I keep using the best example of having, you know, Taylor Swift ready to come in, and then figuring out she couldn't because the semi trucks can't go into the Sun Bowl, and they have to go in and out quickly, and they were not able to do that. And think about that. I mean, here, I mean, what's an opportunity to have Taylor Swift here in our community, almost there, but not close enough. And so I think it behooves us to really sit down. I did ask as to some of the questions that the court wanted to know. For example, you know, why isn't UT Austin doing something about that? Well, the chances of them doing anything that's not class related is very, very difficult within the system. Of things that they do, like they've done some great things, but it's been mostly donations from, you know, huge, you know, amounts of money coming from donors to make things happen at the other facilities. And so when I hear about people really wanting the Sun Bowl to be at the level it should be, you know, we keep saying it's the number 2. I mean, that's quite a moniker. My goodness, the second oldest bowl in the country. Rose Bowl, and then it's ours. But yet we haven't capitalized on that, because it's, you know, you cannot find a more beautiful setting where you're sitting there and you're watching, able to see another country. That doesn't happen. But we haven't really invested in something as important for our community. So I know there's a lot of interest, and I feel that one of the things that different people that I've talked to, actually, when I interviewed and I talked to people for the advisory committee, you know, yes, to see what their thoughts were on being part of it. Some of the criticism is that we owe it to our community to really find out what is it that we're able to do to bring it to the next level. And one, they'd feel cheated if we just said, well, no, that's not important, it's not in our priority. That's not the kind of thing that we are here in this commissioner's court, to have something that the community should determine, and for us to say, you know what, I don't think it's viable. That's 5 people saying that. I don't think we're in the position to say it's not viable, or that the community doesn't want it. I'm not willing to give up until I find out exactly, you know, they're going to put the engineers, the marketing studies as to how much they feel they generate by what they're doing, the investment. And once again, we're going to invest whatever it is, $200 million, and they're willing to tell us through market studies how much money they feel we could get in return by making those adjustments and making those changes. So I'm going to be adamant that I think it's something that we should not keep away from the community. I think the community should be the one to tell us it's not of interest, or it's not something that they want. This one is too big. I think it's once in a lifetime. If we don't do anything, the chances of anything happening to the Sun Bowl in the next 10 years is very likely. That it's not us, it's not going to happen. And do we want to do that to a community that's getting people, you know, companies like Meta, companies like Amazon, and we're not willing to invest in something of that? It's a big one. I mean, but I think that the return, look at how much has happened with the Sun Bowl with the little investments that we've made for a lot of years, for 20 years, we've been using the Sun Bowl in so many different ways for a community. But I think we've taken the water out of the rock in this one. So anyway, that's one of the things I really propose is that we give the community an opportunity to understand the Sun Bowl, but like she says, they really want to be able to tell us exactly what they're wanting to do, the cost of that, and then the revenue potential it would have if they make that investment. And they can't do that in a month's time. So, we really need to get back with them and let them know what, what we're willing to do to help them make that happen. And I think legal's talking to legal right now to see what some of the things that need to happen from the contractual agreements and all that. And thank you, Betsy, because it was something very important that I needed to express and almost did not.
So with that feedback that we've received, I think that provides us the information we need to move forward. Jose?
I'd just like to confirm that we have concurrence, because I only heard from Commissioners Stout and Coronado on the issuance amount, 500 million, Commissioner Guillen, 150. Commissioner Stout requested they go up to 3 meetings per round. The court's in concurrence with that. And then we've only heard from 2 members of the court on the Sun Bowl and the multi-purpose center concept.
To be included for public feedback purposes.
Feedback, yeah.
Like
you said, Betsy, it's not something we're committed to.
Right, you're not committing to any of this,
wanna
it's
hear
just for
from
the
the
public
public and-
feedback.
Yeah, I'm in favor of the Sun Bowl being in the talks. I mean, it's not going to hurt.
Yeah.
Then we'll also increase the meetings to 12 per round, 24 total, 3 per
Whatever
precinct. That was your request, Commissioner?
That's what I would like. Sure.
So we'll come up with the list, and then we'll send that out to each of your offices for review and comment if there's a location that you all think would be better suited. Our consultants will be taking the lead on helping us schedule, like the logistics, and then the presentation will be made in combination with them, but be driven by county staff.
Thank you, Jose.
Dr. Gallegos and her team.
Good job.
Concurrence on the amount we're asking?
No, I was going to say, that's the only thing that's still pending. Just concurrence on the financial guidance to the BOAC committee.
But I think both COs and GOs should be on the table, and we can look at going up to the 500 million. Not saying we have to.
Not to
but
exceed.
Just that's the option. Yep.
We have concurrence.
And again, that's not a final decision, that is
Right.
just for consideration.
Very clear.
And prioritizing below that.
So your committee then will begin to meet in the coming months after the first round of public meetings. They will then begin to structure a recommendation, and then we'll be apprising the court of that either via highlights or at meetings, just as depending on the information and how time sensitive it might be.
And somebody bets you'll work with our schedule, because it's going to be so important that we have enough time, that we have as many of the commissioners. I think it would be very valuable that even if it's, let's say, in Commissioner Leon's precinct, but that we have other commissioners attend, I think would be very valuable, because we're hearing information that might be valuable to the other precincts.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we'll make sure that in addition to confirming location, once we have like a tentative schedule, that we share that with the court for your feedback. So if there's dates that absolutely don't work, we can black those out and adjust.
Thank you, Jose.
Great. Thank you, Judge Commissioners.
Betsy and
Great job.
everybody, great job, thank you.
Thank you, Jose.
Okay, we'll take no action for item 13. We'd like to take item 12, approve and authorize the county judge to sign an agreement with Insight Public Sector, Inc. to provide technical grant application assistance and project design and installation services as part of the Cotton Valley Connect Broadband Community Project, contract number 2023-0884.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Cristian Martinez, Senior Research Analyst with the Capital Planning Office. Robert Reed will be coming in just now to kind of brief you all on this item.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioner. Oh, Judge isn't here. Do you want me to hold back just for a little bit?
No, go ahead, please.
Today, I would like to discuss awarding an on-call bid to Inside Public Sector Incorporated for technical assistance in fulfilling project description requirements from the USDA Rural Utilities Service. This relates to the funds previously identified under the 2022 congressional appropriations process. The county aims to use these funds for a wireless broadband solution in Fabens and Tornillo. Excuse me. The project began in 2020 when superintendents from Fabens, Tornillo, and San Elizario approached the county for help with broadband issues in rural areas. In coordinating with Congresswoman Escobar's office and the school districts, it was agreed that the county would submit the request that focused on Fabens and Tornillo, as San Eli wasn't eligible for USDA funding due to its non-rural status. School districts were supposed to maintain the wireless solution, but they've since expressed a lack of capacity and interest. To address this, we have identified potential private sector entities interested in taking over the maintenance and responsibilities after the grant period. The agenda item today seeks approval to engage Insight for technical aspects and involves our potential options early on. This ensures they understand the project intricacies, increasing the chances of them accepting maintenance responsibilities after the grant period has ended. At this point, I would like to address any questions or concerns you all have regarding this item.
I'm a little confused. What you're saying is a certain group would take over the maintenance and of the system, and what is that the county taking over or a private enterprise?
Well, after the grant period, we would get potentially a private entity to take over this, but for right now, it would be to engage Insight in the first 3 years of not only taking over it, but installing the actual equipment for this broadband network.
Eventually, we'd outsource the...
Yes.
The funding included 3 years of maintenance, correct? Yes. The funding that we received included 3 years of maintenance. When this project originally came to us, the schools, you may recall this was during the pandemic, the schools were desperate for help for their mesh system or some kind of connectivity system. They came and they asked for our help. We modeled the Canatio system, but at that time, they were committing to do anything to get the system. Now, it's my understanding that they're not willing to maintain the system that is deployed. And so we would have 3 years of maintenance covered under the funding that we received, but either at the end of that 3-year funding, we would either have to find a private company to buy out the system, which is possible, because they would then sell the service, or we would have to take on maintaining the system, or we would just say, we're not going to maintain it. If you all want the system, you're going to have to find someone to maintain it. Or possibly the community foundation through digital, Connect. Borderplex Connect might be willing to maintain it.
And I'd heard, Betsy, that there might be the possibility of future grants that we may be able to pick up during this 3-year, looking at the end date, that we may be able to get one or two more years.
I would be surprised if there was a grant that just covered maintaining, but I don't know if the team has found and identified something specifically for maintaining a system that's been built.
Judge, Commissioners, good afternoon. Jose Andels, the County Administration. Most of the grants out there for broadband or for deployment of new service, limited options with regard to maintenance. However, we do have an opportunity to deploy this and then engage different private sector organizations over the next 3 years to really identify if someone has an interest in taking over the system. Borderplex Connect is a legally organized nonprofit under the blanket of the Community Foundation with a lot of institutional capacity and resources. Now, the court may recall that name, Digital El Paso, going back 15 years, this idea of having public Wi-Fi available throughout the community. So that process has evolved into a legally established and organized agency that has an interest in maintaining this, and that's just one example of someone. But effectively, what we're trying to avoid is the county being an ISP. We're not in the ISP business. We're trying to mimic the process that planning and development utilizes, where we deploy infrastructure to another agency, secure the grant funding, construct it, dedicate it over to that agency, and then they accept maintenance. And it's So we feel confident in the next 2 years we'll have an opportunity to engage those agencies. But today's item is the next step to actually allow Insights to help us secure the grant funding from the federal government, and then after that, begin deployment and installation of the actual service.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I know that Spectrum has done a lot of work out in the rural communities, so Fabens, Tornillo, Montana Vista. So I'm wondering if we've reached out to them. I mean, I feel like they would be very interested in potentially taking over the system in the future, just because they've already made such tremendous investment in those areas.
And we've not engaged them at this point. The system is actually being deployed off of the commercial backbone that Spectrum provides to the schools in both Fabens and Tornillo, but that's definitely a conversation that we can continue to have.
And the reason why we definitely should check on that, but this isn't the kind of system that normally, I believe, Spectrum puts in.
Right. So
This is not a fiber system.
Right, so Spectrum puts fiber in front of houses, and then consumers have the opportunity to connect directly to that. This is a wireless broadcast system that uses existing vertical assets such as the water towers in both communities, buildings, and it's effectively broadcasting a public Wi-Fi signal, similar to the way that if you're in the Placita here downtown, you can connect to Digital El Paso. It's that free public Wi-Fi. There's a similar signal being broadcast in the Fabens and Tornillo area for residents. And the reason why there's potential for revenue in the future is largely because the infrastructure that's being deployed is at a very high level because of the grant requirements. But once the grant period ends, there's enough capacity to serve more homes, and those additional homes can pay market rate or below market rate. And so that's the reason why there might be an interest from a private ISP that maybe is not in the Fabens community right now, but that might have an interest in maintaining the system because you're still ultimately selling internet service. It's just not in-the-ground fiber, but rather over-the-air wireless.
And we'd have the opportunity to try to identify those vendors within
Over the
these
next 3 years. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, matter of fact, I think we were out where AT&T, were we not, Jose, maybe last year, where they opened up a new tower, and I think it was specifically for Wi-Fi.
I know that AT&T is interested in deploying secure 5G at the Fabens Airport right now, and they're looking, so as they kind of inch their way that way, they'll be looking at more over-the-air solutions like 5G. And so every ISP has their preference. Every telecom has their preference about whether it's deploying fiber in the ground or 5G. In this case, this is a mesh, which is a combination of effectively like big Wi-Fi router for the community. So there's different solutions out there, and this is the reason why this one was pursued. It was replicated from the Canotillo Connect project that Dr. Enrique at Canotillo ISD did, and it was easy, relatively quick to deploy. What's delayed us is really securing the grant funding from the federal government.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Hold on, Jose. Judge, I wanted to see, can I make a motion to reopen item 13 real quickly? I wanted to, I was just talking to my staff on text and wanted to see if we could add just one more thing on the list. After hearing the conversation about the Sun Bowl, I wanted to look at adding an investment in Duranguito.
Can we reopen that? Can we have a motion, please? Motion to reopen item number 13, which is to discuss and provide direction on the development of the FY 2024 multi-year capital plan for El Paso County, including but not limited to project selections, performance objectives and outcomes, performance management, operational budget, corresponding financial planning related to capital investments and operational needs and directions.
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
So as I was saying, I just wanted to add to the list, just, to take to the public and to, for feedback as well, investment in the Duranguito area.
Is there anything specific you all want us to include or just general investment?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell right now, but possibly, you know, either partnering with the city or purchasing property there. For community development type programming, yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Judge, Betsy, was my request added for Escarete for the visitor
I
center,
have down
museum,
here-
and the statue?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I have, so all of these, again, are projects that we'll ask for feedback on,
Yeah.
and then we'll bring back. And maybe just for clarification while we have the item open, if there's something else that's identified by a member of their court in their precinct, is there any objection to us including it and then bringing back the feedback to you all? Because as you all come up with items that you're, like, when you're talking about this Duranguito project, if you, as it gets more refined, it might change into basketball courts and gym, and, you know, we would include it and bring the feedback to the court.
I have no objection.
Okay.
The other project, just while the item is open, is also the Tornillo Port of Entry, like land acquisition for commercial development in that area. I also wrote that down. And then confirming if Cantillo Rec Center and park improvements were not included in the scope of work, that they be added as a separate project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No further action for item 13. At this time, we'd like to go ahead and move to executive session, items 15A through 15D. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. So Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 15A through 15D. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
wait till I get my costume on, let me tell you. So excited. My mom challenged me. She told me that I would be too chicken to do it. So here I am. I'm gonna do it.
So we had our first plunge into the new year event. The whole idea is daring people to jump into cold water. It's pretty much jumping in, washing off the old into the new year.
That was very refreshing. A little frigid, but a great way to start the new year. One year I dressed up as a pickle for Halloween, and for Christmas my kids asked me to dress up as a pickle for Christmas as well. And so now the costume has just kind of been a holiday staple in our family.
A lot of different reactions, actually. We had some that were just kind of like frozen in a sort of shock, and then the other ones that were just super excited and still really cold. This was also an intro again for this new season that's going to be coming on us pretty soon, actually. So with this new season coming up, we're going to be introducing swim lessons and lifeguard classes and different special events throughout the season.
Oh, I love events like this for the public. This is a great idea, a great way for us to kind of engage our children in the community. This was a great way to start the new year. It's a perfect way to plunge into refreshing cold water and reset everything for the new year. Happy 2024!
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We are coming to you live today from San Elizario, a truly historic gym here in the borderland as you take a look at the historic San Elizario Chapel. Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Andy Morgan.
And I'm Monica Cortez. And so today marks our 4th installment of our summer series. And just a reminder for our very loyal viewers is that, okay, so this is the 4th stop that we're making.
Yep.
Last week we were at Clint.
Yep.
And that was just phenomenal. Remember Ramirez Pecan Farms. And today we're right in front of the Mission, the iconic San Elizario, chapel. And so I learned, Andy, that this town was, I guess, founded in 1877.
You want to know the main thing? When we started saying we're going to do this small town spotlight series, the thing that I thought of was San Elizario first and this shot right here. This is exactly what I thought about. This is what we're kind of doing with this small town spotlight series. And of course, San Elizario, much like some of our other stops that we have made, right on the Rio Grande here. So it kind of forms, of course, the U.S.-Mexico border, as we know. And it's more than just a stop on I-10, right? We think about going back and forth on I-10, whether you're going to Dallas or San Antonio. It's more than just a stop that you get gas. There is a lot to do here and a lot of history.
Oh, absolutely. And part of that history, did you know that San Elizario was first called Presidio de San Elizario? Then obviously it was renamed, and so we have a really cool package on the history. Check it out.
The original name of the place was San Elizario. San Elizario is the patron saint of soldiers, and they used to use that for the town. But what happened was when non-Spanish speaking people came in, they could not say Elizario, so they could say Elizario. So they changed the spelling so that people could pronounce it better that didn't speak Spanish to E-L-I-Z-A-R-I-O. We have a long history here. That we came from hardworking people that makes people proud of where they came from and who they are and who they've become. The church has maintained its structure. It stayed the same. The placita, which is under the county, has been maintained. So it's helpful that people realize that this is important. And the tourists like to come here. They like to come here and see the historic building, the Portales, the first schoolhouse in the county of El Paso, the jail, the first jail in the county of El Paso is from 1850. Well, we continue to do advertisements to have people come in and visit us. The schools also promote the town. Like in the old days, they really didn't, there wasn't too much to study about Hispanic culture. It was more about the East Coast. And I'm thinking maybe the El Paso schools need to promote it a little bit more than they probably do. I think slowly they're giving the town and the history of this town more publicity, but in the beginning there wasn't any, I don't think. When people from El Paso come down here and or from whatever place, but especially from El Paso, they're surprised. They don't know that this place existed. They don't really teach it in the schools, so they don't know that it's there. But a lot of people that do come in say, wow, that's the first time I've been here, and I've been in El Paso all my life. It's like, where have you been? This probably is the third version of the church. The first one was it was a room in the presidios, and of course it got destroyed when all the flooding that happened before the Elephant Butte was built. And so the second version was probably that little room over there you see with the roof, and immediately it was too small. So then they started building this one like in the 1870s, 1880s. So this is actually the third version, and as you can see, it's on very high ground because it used to flood all the time and destroy. And as you can see, the windows are very high, and the reasons that I've been given the windows were high was because there were a lot of Apache Indians, because of course this was their land. And so they wanted to prevent the Apache Indians from breaking into the building, so they did the windows very high. Inside you'll see stained glass windows, and the ones that are facing the street has the American flag, and then the one facing the street has the seal of the state of Texas. And that's very unusual for a Catholic church to have flags or symbols of the state. Probably this was because this was right after the Salt War, and in the Salt War the Texas Rangers were jailed, some people were killed, and they wanted to let the rest of Texas know that we're very Texan, and the rest of the United States know that we're very American. You'll see San Elizario towards the front by the Sacred Heart of Jesus statue. And then you also see the Virgen de Guadalupe statue on the left-hand side in front of the Virgin Mary. The bells, we can no longer ring the bells, unfortunately, because the tiles started falling. And the men from this community hand-painted all the tile. And if you look at the tile or the ceilings, it's all hand-painted. When World War I ended, they rang the bell for hours. So there's a lot of pride, a lot of veteran celebrations here, a lot of pride in the community.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's access to justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The two-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're open. We have computers that you can use, you have printers.
Law Library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The Law Library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history, there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The Law Library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
Greetings from San Elizario, where we are back here live on KTSM 9 News at 6 p.m. for our small town spotlight. Athletics here in San Elizario have been fantastic over the last few years. Of course, the soccer team went to the Final Four a couple months ago. They won the 2018-2019 state championships. Christopher Moreno on the track has won 3 medals the last 3 years at the state track meet. The girls basketball team has had some success, but perhaps their favorite son of all is Ricardo Pepe, who of course attended elementary school here in San Elizario at Chacon Elementary. That's right over my right shoulder right there. He was there until 6th or 7th grade when he moved away to Dallas to work out and play with SC Dallas. Now he has become one of the greatest soccer players that the United States currently has, but he got his start here in San Elizario, and they knew even at a young age, talking to his teachers and principals at Chacon, that he always had it made.
US have numbers here, and Ricardo Pepe, the prodigy, strikes again.
Long before he was a soccer wonderkind, before he ever scored a goal for a European club team or a game winner for the United States men's national team,
Straight into the game, and straight into the back of the net. Ricardo Pepe gives the US the lead.
Ricardo Pepe was just a kid with a big dream at San Elizario's Chacon Elementary.
He was good in every sport. I knew he was someone special.
Joanne Moreno taught and coached Pepe in 5th grade at Chacon.
This is Pepe. This is when he played basketball for me. We won the championship.
Pepe once penned a letter to her calling her his favorite teacher ever, and all these years later they still communicate frequently and get together for lunch when he's back home.
This is Pepe when he came to Chacon Elementary to see the kids.
Pepe spent his early years at Chacon as a model student before moving to Dallas as a teen to chase his soccer dreams.
As far as I remember, quiet, well-behaved, never gave us any problems. Just a very good boy.
Those who knew him back then think that his youth in San Elizario helped to shape him into the man and internationally known soccer phenom that he is today.
He appreciates just life, just where he came from. I mean, his grandparents, his grandpa meant the world to him. I mean, his grandpa just said, give it all you got.
Pepe had a career year on loan with FC Groningen in the Netherlands this past season, netting 15 goal involvements as he hopes to move to a bigger club for next season. Wherever he goes, San Elizario and Chacon Elementary are watching and looking up to a young man who was in their shoes less than a decade ago.
We're able to discuss it with our students, and they know who he is, and he's just seen as a role model. And they see if he can do it, they can do it.
stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Well, there's been different people here. Of course, the first person that they make note of is Jose Ortiz. The last person that was, or Epifanio Ortiz, and his wife was Francisca Luján. That was the actual known resident. During the 70s, well, when they found the building, it didn't have a portal. You'll see portales a lot now, but most of these buildings didn't have portales when they were originally part of the system. They just didn't have them. I'd say around the mid-1800s, they started putting portales on buildings. Originally, I think it was until 2013 or 14, this was called the Bookery. It was the Bookery for a long time. It was really known as the Bookery. It sat here fixed for a couple of years and finally was rented and then turned into an art gallery. Well, I think it's a big asset, and it's very important to have these buildings preserved and utilized, and it's real good for tourism to have different things right here in the little district. Very important to keep the history alive by keeping these buildings preserved. But you have to keep the history of these buildings alive. They're important on the Camino Real because it's a living road. It continues to live 1,600 miles from Mexico City all the way to Okeowenge in northern New Mexico. This is right on it. And here on the Mission Trail corridor, from Isleta all the way to San Elizario, there's a lot of things going on. And I think ultimately, maybe someday the school system will be able to do more. But I think it's people like you that come out here and do stories, and more people see it that learn that way.
Our official name is Illumina Public Library, El Paso County's all-digital library. The reason that it's named Illumina is because libraries illuminate. They bring to light information. We have ebooks, audiobooks, magazines, a streaming service to watch movies and to listen to music.
What are we trying to do? We're trying to see what our total remaining.
We have programming here at the Agua Dulce Community Center. We have computer literacy classes, conversational English classes.
B2 plus B3.
And we recently started going over the Microsoft suite. So Microsoft Word, today I did Microsoft Excel.
You speak.
You speak.
Do you speak?
You speak. So she checks out a tablet and she checks out a hotspot to use at home for herself and for her kids.
Estoy tratando de aprender el inglés para pues tratar de ayudar a mis niños porque pues yo no sé nada del inglés.
We also have a lot of people using the services from home.
Pues ella lo usa, el internet lo usa porque pues traen el Chrome, se llama, de la escuela y tiene que hacer tareas.
At first, it was a little bit difficult to explain the concept that it's an all-digital library.
But yeah, people are understanding this is the future, this is necessary if you want to continue to stay relevant.
The hotspot and the tablet is to help bridge that gap and to give all of the folks out here access to internet.
And it's going to be one of those accessible things that makes the entire county more equitable, and of course it allows people to be participating in things they might have not been able to do so prior to this new initiative.
que qué bueno que hay esta ayuda, porque es una enorme ayuda, y pues es una oportunidad muy grande que nos dan de poder ayudarnos a nosotros.
This is our website, and right here on the front it says, click here to sign up for a library card.
So it's free to everybody who lives in El Paso County, regardless if you live in the city or not.
Socorro is the heart and center of this community. This pueblo was established 343 years ago. This is the third mission that was built for the third Socorro pueblo. Our first and second pueblos were washed away by the river. We have beautiful, direct and very tangible connections to the first pueblo in the beams. Any wood, any timber, lumber, vigas that were still in good use were put in the second pueblo. When the second pueblo was destroyed, then they were brought here. And there's beautiful designs on them that the piro. The piro is to Socorro what the tigua is to Isleta. At the windows, you can appreciate the width of the building, little over 5 feet. It had to be a very strong and stout building to sustain the weight of the vigas and the roof. We walk into Franciscan simplicity, white wood accents. By the time we get to the altar, the Franciscans are no longer here, the Jesuits are here, and there's just much more elaborate. It's a much more elaborate altar, much more European, evoking columns and gold leaf, and the wood is then painted to look like marble. It's a wood structure. The facade is meant to evoke a bird in flight, like a spread eagle. Sometimes the people from the outside come with a much deeper appreciation and curiosity. Local appreciation is really not as healthy as it could be. But to have appreciation for the historical value, the communal value, the spiritual value of the Socorro mission is to come into appreciation for really our deep history. We are an untold story. You don't find us everywhere. You don't find the story of this mission trail, this mission in common, history. We really have to promote it and learn it and share it. There is lots and lots of history here, and maybe not as appreciated as it could be.
I love the history of the area. I love beer, and I wanted my business to have both. We found this building on the Mission Trail, and true adobe, vigas, latias. It's a brewery. Sometimes I have food. I do a lot of pop-ups with charlatan, taqueria, and ramen. And but yeah, so we make all of our product in-house. We only have beer on tap. Our most popular beers are pomegranate beer. That's made with local honey from Ceballos Honey Farm from Fabens, Texas. Pomegranate juice, apple juice, and churro malt. I would say second to that is our pecan beer. I try and do a lot of locally sourced ingredients. I like things that are local, henceforth the pecans. It's a big pecan culture here. I get a mixture of a lot of clientele. Now it looks like we have the right businesses for the area, tourism, right? Including alcohol, beer, food, and art. As long as the legal hours, I'll be open, yes.
visit the Mission Trail for many reasons, a wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone.
Oh.
It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
You definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Welcome everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
Wait till I get my costume on, let me tell you. So excited.
My mom challenged me. She told me that I would be too chicken to do it. So here I am. I'm gonna do it.
So we had our first Plunge into the New Year event. The whole idea is daring people to jump into cold water. It's pretty much jumping in, washing off the old into the new year. That was very refreshing. A little frigid,
but a great way to start the new year. One year I dressed up as a pickle for Halloween, and for Christmas my kids asked me to dress up as a pickle for Christmas as well. And so now the costume has just kind of been a holiday staple in our family.
A lot of different reactions, actually. We had some that were just kind of like frozen in a sort of shock, and then the other ones that were just super excited and still really cold. This was also an intro again for this new season that's going to be coming on us pretty soon, actually. So with this new season coming up, we're going to be introducing swim lessons and lifeguard classes and different special events throughout the season.
Oh, I love events like this for the public. This is a great idea, a great way for us to kind of engage our children in the community. This was a great way to start the new year. It's a perfect way to plunge into refreshing cold water and reset everything for the new year. Happy 2024!
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We are coming to you live today from San Elizario, a truly historic gym here in the borderland, as you take a look at the historic San Elizario Chapel. Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Andy Morgan.
And I'm Monica Cortez. And so today marks our 4th installment of our summer series. And just a reminder for our very loyal viewers is that, okay, so this is the 4th stop that we're making.
Yep.
Last week we were at Clint.
Yep.
And that was just phenomenal. Remember Ramirez Pecan Farms. And today we're right in front of the Mission, the iconic San Elizario, chapel. And so I learned, Andy, that this town was, I guess, founded in 1877.
You want to know the main thing? When we started saying we're going to do this small town spotlight series, the thing that I thought of was San Elizario first, and this shot right here. This is exactly what I thought about. This is what we're kind of doing with this small town spotlight series. And of course, San Elizario, much like some of our other stops that we have made, right on the Rio Grande here. So it kind of forms, of course, the U.S.-Mexico border, as we know. And it's more than just a stop on I-10, right? We think about going back and forth on I-10, whether you're going to Dallas or San Antonio. It's more than just a stop that you get gas. There is a lot to do here and a lot of history.
Oh, absolutely. And part of that history, did you know that San Elizario was first called Presidio de San Elizario? Then obviously it was renamed. And so we have a really cool packet on the history. Check it out.
The original name of the place was San Elizario. San Elizario is the patron saint of soldiers, and they used to use that for the town. But what happened was when non-Spanish speaking people came in, they could not say Elizario, so they could say Elizario. So they changed the spelling so that people could pronounce it better that didn't speak Spanish to E-L-I-Z-A-R-I-O. We have a long history here. That we came from hardworking people that makes people proud of where they came from and who they are and who they've become. The church has maintained its structure. It stayed the same. The placita, which is under the county, has been maintained. So it's helpful that people realize that this is important. And the tourists like to come here. They like to come here and see the historic building, the Portales, the first schoolhouse in the county of El Paso, the jail, the first jail in the county of El Paso is from 1850. Well, we continue to do advertisements to have people come in and visit us. The schools also promote the town. Like in the old days, they really didn't, there wasn't too much to study about Hispanic culture. It was more about the East Coast. And I'm thinking maybe the El Paso schools need to promote it a little bit more than they probably do. I think slowly they're giving the town and the history of this town more publicity, but in the beginning there wasn't any, I don't think. When people from El Paso come down here and or from whatever place, but especially from El Paso, they're surprised. They don't know that this place existed. They don't really teach it in the schools, so they don't know that it's there. But a lot of people that do come in say, wow, that's the first time I've been here, and I've been in El Paso all my life. It's like, where have you been? Probably is the third version of the church. The first one was it was a room in the presidios, and of course it got destroyed when all the flooding that happened before the Elephant Butte was built. And so the second version was probably that little room over there you see with the roof, and immediately it was too small. So then they started building this one like in the 1870s, 1880s. So this is actually the third version, and as you can see, it's on very high ground, because it used to flood all the time and destroy. And as you can see, the windows are very high, And the reasons that I've been given the windows were high was because there were a lot of Apache Indians, because of course this was their land. And so they wanted to prevent the Apache Indians from breaking into the building, so they did the windows very high. Inside you'll see stained glass windows, and the ones that are facing the street has the American flag, and then the one facing the street has the seal of the state of Texas. And that's very unusual for a Catholic church to have flags or symbols of the state. Probably this was because this was right after the Salt War, and in the Salt War the Texas Rangers were jailed, some people were killed, and they wanted to let the rest of Texas know that we're very Texan, and the rest of the United States know that we're very American. And you'll see San Elizario towards the front by the Sacred Heart of Jesus statue. And then you also see the Virgen de Guadalupe statue on the left-hand side in front of the Virgin Mary. The bells, we can no longer ring the bells, unfortunately, because the tiles started falling, and the men from this community hand-painted all the tile. And if you look at the tile, the ceilings, it's all hand-painted. When World War I ended, they rang the bell for hours. So there's a lot of pride, a lot of veteran celebrations here, a lot of pride in the community.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The two-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're opening up. We have computers that you can use, you have printers.
Law library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The law library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history, there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The law library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
Greetings from San Elizario, where we are back here live on KTSM 9 News at 6 p.m. for our small town spotlight. Athletics here in San Elizario have been fantastic over the last few years. Of course, the soccer team went to the Final Four a couple months ago. They won the 2018-2019 state championships. Christopher Moreno on the track has won 3 medals the last 3 years at the state track meet. The girls basketball team has had some success, but perhaps their favorite son of all is Ricardo Pepe, who of course attended elementary school here in San Elizario at Chacon Elementary. That's right over my right shoulder right there. He was there until 6th or 7th grade when he moved away to Dallas to work out and play with SC Dallas. Now he has become one of the greatest soccer players that the United States currently has, but he got his start here in San Elizario, and they knew even at a young age, talking to his teachers and principals at Chacon, that he always had it made.
US have numbers here, and Ricardo Pepe, the prodigy, strikes again.
Long before he was a soccer wonderkind, before he ever scored a goal for a European club team, or a game winner for the United States men's national team.
Straight into the game, and straight into the back of the nets. Ricardo Pepe gives the US the lead.
Ricardo Pepe was just a kid with a big dream at San Elizario's Chacon Elementary.
He was good in every sport. I knew he was someone special.
Joanne Moreno taught and coached Pepe in 5th grade at Chacon.
This is Pepe. This is when he played basketball for me. We won the championship.
Pepe once penned a letter to her calling her his favorite teacher ever, and all these years later they still communicate frequently and get together for lunch when he's back home.
This is Pepe when he came to Chacon Elementary to see the kids.
Pepe spent his early years at Chacon as a model student before moving to Dallas as a teen to chase his soccer dreams.
As far as I remember, quiet, well-behaved, never gave us any problems. Just a very good boy.
Those who knew him back then think that his youth in San Elizario helped to shape him into the man and internationally known soccer phenom that he is today.
He appreciates just life, just where he came from. I mean, his grandparents, his grandpa meant the world to him. I mean, his grandpa just said, give it all you got.
Pepe had a career year on loan with FC Groningen in the Netherlands this past season, netting 15 goal involvements as he hopes to move to a bigger club for next season. Wherever he goes, San Elizario and Chacon Elementary are watching and looking up to a young man who was in their shoes less than a decade ago.
We're able to discuss it with our students, and they know who he is, and he's just seen as a role model. And they see if he can do it, they can do it.
your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Well, there's been different people here. Of course, the first person that they make note of is Jose Ortiz. The last person that was, or Epifanio Ortiz, and his wife was Francisca Luján. That was the actual known resident. During the 70s, well, when they found the building, it didn't have a portal. You'll see portales a lot now, but most of these buildings didn't have portales when they were originally part of the system. They just didn't have them. I'd say around the mid-1800s, they started putting portales on buildings. Originally, I think it was until 2013 or 14, this was called the Bookery. It was the Bookery for a long time. It was really known as the Bookery. It sat here fixed for a couple of years and finally was rented and then turned into an art gallery. Well, I think it's a big asset, and it's very important to have these buildings preserved and utilized, and it's real good for tourism to have different things right here in the little district. Very important to keep the history alive by keeping these buildings preserved. But you have to keep the history of these buildings alive. They're important on the Camino Real because it's a living road. It continues to live 1,600 miles from Mexico City all the way to Okeowenge in northern New Mexico. This is right on it. And here on the Mission Trail corridor, from Isleta all the way to San Elizario, there's a lot of things going on. And I think ultimately, maybe someday the school system will be able to do more. But I think it's people like you that come out here and do stories, and more people see it that learn that way.
Our official name is Illumina Public Library, El Paso County's all-digital library. The reason that it's named Illumina is because libraries illuminate. They bring to light information. We have ebooks, audiobooks, magazines, a streaming service to watch movies and to listen to music.
What are we trying to do? We're trying to see what our total remaining.
We have programming here at the Agua Dulce Community Center. We have computer literacy classes, conversational English classes.
B2 plus B3.
And we recently started going over the Microsoft suite. So Microsoft Word, today I did Microsoft Excel.
You speak.
You speak.
Do you speak?
You speak.
So she checks out a tablet and she checks out a hotspot to use at home for herself and for her kids.
Estoy tratando de aprender el inglés para pues tratar de ayudar a mis niños porque pues yo no sé nada del inglés.
We also have a lot of people using the services from home.
Pues ella lo usa, el internet lo usa porque pues traen el Chrome, se llama, de la escuela y tiene que hacer tareas.
At first, it was a little bit difficult to explain the concept that it's an all-digital library.
But yeah, people are understanding this is the future, this is necessary if you want to continue to stay relevant.
The hotspot and the tablet is to help bridge that gap and to give all of the folks out here access to internet.
And it's going to be one of those accessible things that makes the entire county more equitable, and of course it allows people to be participating in things they might have not been able to do so prior to this new initiative.
que qué bueno que hay esta ayuda, porque es una enorme ayuda, y pues es una oportunidad muy grande que nos dan de poder ayudarnos a nosotros.
This is our website, and right here on the front it says, click here to sign up for a library card.
So it's free to everybody who lives in El Paso County, regardless if you live in the city or not.
Socorro is the heart and center of this community. This pueblo was established 343 years ago. This is the third mission that was built for the third Socorro pueblo. Our first and second pueblos were washed away by the river. We have beautiful, direct, and very tangible connections to the first pueblo in the beams. Any wood, any timber, lumber, vigas that were still in good use were put in the second pueblo. When the second pueblo was destroyed, then they were brought here. And there's beautiful designs on them that the piro. The piro is to Socorro what the tigua is to Isleta. At the windows, you can appreciate the width of the building, little over 5 feet. It had to be a very strong and stout building to sustain the weight of the vigas and the roof. We walk into Franciscan simplicity, white wood accents. By the time we get to the altar, the Franciscans are no longer here, the Jesuits are here, and there's just much more elaborate. It's a much more elaborate altar, much more European, evoking columns and gold leaf, and the wood is then painted to look like marble. It's a wood structure. The facade is meant to evoke a bird in flight, like a spread eagle. Sometimes the people from the outside come with a much deeper appreciation and curiosity. Local appreciation is really not as healthy as it could be. But to have appreciation for the historical value, the communal value, the spiritual value of the Socorro mission is to come into appreciation for really our deep history. We are an untold story. You don't find us everywhere. You don't find the story of this mission trail, this mission in common, history. We really have to promote it and learn it and share it. There is lots and lots of history here, and maybe not as appreciated as it could be.
I love the history of the area, I love beer, and I wanted my business to have both. We found this building on the Mission Trail, and true adobe, vigas, latias. It's a brewery. Sometimes I have food. I do a lot of pop-ups with charlatan, taqueria, and ramen. And but yeah, so we make all of our product in-house. We only have beer on tap. Our most popular beers are pomegranate beer. That's made with local honey from Ceballos Honey Farm from Fabens, Texas. Pomegranate juice, apple juice, and churro malt. I would say second to that is our pecan beer. I try and do a lot of locally sourced ingredients. I like things that are local, henceforth the pecans. It's a big pecan culture here. I get a mixture of a lot of clientele. Now it looks like we have the right businesses for the area, tourism, right? Including alcohol, beer, food, and art. As long as the legal hours, I'll be open, yes.
Visit the Mission Trail for many reasons, a wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone. It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
You definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Makoam Herimba. Welcome, everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. Item number 8 for board appointments. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding appointments of members of Commissioners Court or designees to various boards and committees.
Betsy?
Yes, sir. Judge, Commissioners, we put this item on every year. We go over the positions that you all, or the boards and committees that you all currently sit on. And then if there's anybody who wants to ask for any changes or anything that you all would like to consider, otherwise you don't have to take any action. But we always put this on at the court's request just to be able to consider it if in case anyone is interested in any changes. And I do believe I sent you the backup, which on last week, and it's included in the backup on who is currently sitting where. If there's anybody who would like to discuss those appointments or consider any changes, we'd like to know now.
The Municipal ID Committee, is that ongoing still, or?
We listed it because you two were the last when we appointed to it. It's really not ongoing anymore. Now we're negotiating with the city. The city's moving forward. And so we can remove those two off the list because it's now proceeding. And Bail Bond Board, I'm sorry, not Bail Bond Board, Central Appraisal District, we did not put on here again because we just did it at the end of December to reappoint Commissioner Coronado. That was a timing issue prior to new legislation coming into impact.
Yeah, they're still working that out. I don't know if county attorneys has anything yet on whether the county was excluded or not, or do you know?
Yes, the final determination was that that's not one of the seats that is up for election, so that we maintain the appointment. So we maintain the county's appointment to that Central Appraisal District.
For this year only,
this year.
or?
I think there's something in the language, and I know the attorneys have looked at it, Commissioner, but it talks about the largest taxing entities having the 5 other seats. It changed the structure of the other 5 seats.
Yeah, but we're confident and comfortable enough to say that our seat gets maintained as an appointment. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Going,
so that would stay
going
on.
forward, not just this next year,
Right.
right?
Yes. Sir.
Going forward,
and if
not
that
just
changes,
for this
yeah.
year?
And if that changes, we'll let you know. But it doesn't. But as our interpretation of what we had reviewed it as, we keep that seat as an appointment.
All right.
Yes, sir.
And I guess I can go to the conference training.
If there are no changes, there would be no action on this item.
I'm not advocating any changes, but I just want to reiterate that there should be opportunities for different commissioners to serve in different capacities. you know, as we go forward, just wanted to reiterate that, because I know that, you know, there's a number of seats that have been with certain precincts for a long time, and I feel like we should talk about maybe in strategic planning or at some point the opportunity to provide equity when it comes to representation on these boards as well.
Well, there's a bunch of them coming up with my departure, so that might do it for you there.
Thanks for pointing that out, Chief.
Okay, thank you. No action on this item.
No action for item number 8. Item number 9, with a correction from County Administration, approve the appointment of the nominee from the El Paso Bar Association, Carrie Antwine, to the Ethics Commission for the unexpired term ending January 31st, 2024.
Michelle, do you want to cover this item?
Yes, Betsy. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Michelle Cochran, Boards and Commissions Manager. As you know, we have our terms for the Ethics Commission. The current one expires at January 31st, 2024 for those that are appointed by other entities. One of those 5 other entities is your El Paso Bar Association. The position became vacant late last year. Milad Farah resigned from the role, and the bar gave us Carrie Antwine's name to replace him. She's completed all of the trainings and the background check. We did double check with county attorneys regarding any conflicts, as she is an employee of Children's, and there are no conflicts which exist with appointing her to this position. As a matter of information, since the expiration is in a few weeks, all of the appointments for the 5 other entities for the Ethics Commission will be on your agenda at the end of January for reappointments for the next 2-year term.
I know Carrie, and she'd be a great for this position.
And it's their selection, right? So.
Was that a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Second. Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 10, approve and ratify the creation of the El Paso County Bond Advisory Committee. Further discuss and approve the appointment of the committee members who shall serve a single term ending no later than July 31st, 2024.
Judge, Commissioners, you'll see in the backup, we have a few of the appointees that we're asking for the court to approve for a single term ending no later than July 31st, 2024. We have 2 appointees from Commissioner Stout, 2 appointees from Commissioner Olguin, 1 appointee so far from Commissioner Coronado. We're continuing to solicit the appointees from Commissioner Leon and the judge.
And you'll have them today on mine.
Thank you, sir. And we're also working to bring any candidates for consideration for the at-large chair. I don't think we have applicants for that yet.
No, well.
So if you all have anyone that you may think might be a good candidate for that, you could encourage people to apply for the at-large chair position as well. And then we'll be scheduling those individuals for interviews with the court. But today we'd be asking you to, Jose, are you on? Did you want to add anything? Okay. So we'd be asking for you to approve and ratify the creation of the Bond Advisory Committee and discuss and approve, and to approve the appointment of the committee members named herein. Commissioner Stout, Precinct 2 appointees Veronica Carrillo and Carlos Martinez. Commissioner Olguin, Precinct 3 appointees Jesus Reyes and David Zuplaski. Commissioner Coronado, Precinct 4 appointee Cindy Hernandez.
This is Jesus Reyes. It was at the, she's
Water
amazing.
Improvement
Yeah, he's
District.
amazing.
And I've got the 2. I can go ahead and give you the names, Vanessa Aguilar and Linda Troncoso.
Vanessa Aguilar and Linda Troncoso.
My second appointment just needs to finish the training, is that right?
Correct. They do need to, before you all actually appoint them, we do need to make sure they've completed the training.
All right. I'll have my staff get with with the
Okay,
second one, make sure they do that.
Perfect. Okay. And
Well, I had
Judge, I'll
given you the
help
two names.
Well, if you give us the names outside the meeting, we'll make sure they get the training completed.
Okay.
Okay. So today, if we can just get you all a motion to approve and ratify the creation of the El Paso County Bond Advisory Committee. That
I'll
would be
make that motion.
one motion.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
The second motion we would need would be approve the appointment of the names that I read into the record of the 5 candidates today, 2 for Precinct 2, 2 for Precinct 3, and 1 for Precinct 4.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
And Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And Commissioner Leon will also work with your individuals to make sure they're ready, and we'll get them put on for the meeting, the next meeting.
And this completes all the items on today's agenda.
Well, thank you to our translators back there, production team. Welcome to 2024. All of you it'll be a great year. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
This concludes today's meeting at 4:58 p.m.